Major 3 champions, the LA Thieves.
Neptune finds one, but it's out to Jodeci for the full ace. Oh!
Neptune, can he clutch? He's in. 2-piece.
Shotzi is able to line up 3.
The passion is flowing from Miami, and they have got a massive lead.
2v1, 1v1, and that's the round.
Did you miss us? It's only been 5 short days since we saw LA Thieves raise a trophy down in Florida. But now we're here already, getting ready for Major 4. DreamHack is just 4 weeks away. Ooh. You got 9 match days left, Allie?
I'm so excited. I cannot wait for DreamHack, and I can't believe we only had 1 roster change during these past 4 days.
Yeah, Mercules was on fire in Toronto, but he's not on a starting lineup. Who is? Let's start with Cloud9, Nameless, because this is the only team that decided to make some moves officially.
Yeah, and they're still on the bubble, right? So they thought that they needed a 2-person change, which I definitely agree with. They were on the struggle bus, and they're bringing in Capsidal and Spart. Obviously, Spart, more of a flex in history. He's going to come into this team and sort of be the same. And then Capsidal, an SMG player. Both these guys, when you look at them, search and destroy has been kind of their specialty. If you remember the Cinderella story of Spark coming into LAG, they basically won every single search and destroy to win a championship back in Vanguard, right? So they're trying to have a game mode that they can have locked up, and that could be the game mode when you look at a player like Kremp comboing those 3 players. That game mode should be awesome for them.
Allie, looking at the big picture, this team is just 35 points behind Optic, who holds that 8th place door. You need to be in the top 8 to get the champs, but only 50 points available in these qualifiers, and if you look at their road, it is a devastating path to DreamHack.
Yo, Cloud9 is in hell. They're in hell during this split. You don't have any easy matches. If you ask me, maybe the Vegas Falcons roster from a couple months ago, they could have had one, but right after that, you're hit with Toronto Ultra, you're hit with FaZe, you're hit with Miami, you're hit with Thieves. It does not get easier for the Cloud9 boys.
Falcons moved away from the all-Saudi roster, now bringing in the world champion in Pred, and alongside Arcedes and Priesta. So you've got world champs across multiple titles, but no success on land. Falcons flying quite low right now, Nameless.
Yeah, flying quite low indeed, Chris. You're looking at this roster, and you're just trying to evaluate the players that you have going into, obviously, the roster changes that we'll see at EWC and into the next year, right? So trying to see where Xnit is at, how far he can go this season, how much he can develop, and then also if you're going to build around Pred, I think is the primary objective. That being said, though, they were close to making winner's bracket in the last split. It is not out of the realm of possibility if you're a Vegas fan.
Falcons are playing against that Cloud9 team today. They're looking to play spoiler, but if you're a Cloud9 fan, you have to think this is a must-win. Best of luck in that series. Another team, though, that doesn't need points is Toronto Ultra. They gained some even though they didn't have Beans, and now today Beans is back into the mix. Why is Toronto dangerous no matter who's in that 4th spot? They finished back-to-back top 4 finishes now.
It's because of that core 3. I mean, obviously you do want to give, some of the credit to Mercules because he came up and showed out throughout the entirety of this weekend, but the core 3 were unreal. I feel like Toby had an incredible weekend. It was one of those moments where we're just waiting for Kleenex to kind of hit his stride, because when he does and how consistent Joe has been, Toronto Ultra easily a top 4 team, easily a team that is looking to win championship.
And let's get a little personal here. Beans must have been clenching cheeks during that event, because Mercules was frying. He was leading the lobby in damage a number of matches. What does Beans bring back to the table, though, that makes Toronto say, this is our guy moving forward?
Yeah, I think the energy and obviously the impact that Beans can have in-game leading is massive for them, right?
Okay.
Obviously, they had a great performance, back-to-back tournaments, top 4. But when we get to those championship matches late in tournaments, you need that. And in particularly, their search and destroy. I mean, they were 5 and 9 throughout stage 3. We know Beans can have a huge impact there in terms of play calling in that game mode. And I think that's what they'll look towards here in this split to improve.
If you're looking for the SMG showdown, it's Jodeci, not 21 yet, taking on a 23-year-old as of today. Happy birthday to Isaiah Gwynn. His parents were down there in Florida. It's pretty awesome to see them in full force.
It was pretty awesome. And also, Gwynn proved us all that he was not, in fact, an onliner. Gwynn
he can do it on land.
Had a really good land performance, but unfortunately, the players alongside him weren't able to keep up. Rex, a couple of good moments, but it just wasn't enough. Their hardpoint has been awful. Their S&D, they were on 4 in a row. I mean, no game mode looked good for the South Carolina Royal Ravens. So for them, For me, I'm looking at this split just being like, what are you going to focus on and how far are you going to go?
Nameless, if I'm Beans, I have that sigh of relief. But if I'm Dylan Rex for Carolina Royal Ravens, I am so nervous right now. He is held without a win. He's had to run up against LA Thieves in his 2 of 3 matches.
Yeah. Somebody's got to call Vivid.
But what's going on right now with this Carolina squad? Because we were confident in them being a top 4 team. Now are they even top 8?
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, you look at them, they had the back-to-back Thieves matches, which is super difficult, right? And it looks like they may have started to lose confidence in themselves. But then the Minnesota match, very winnable match. I mean, Minnesota had choked a ton of games. The Hardpoint was getting away from them a little bit heading into it. And you're thinking, okay, Carolina, now's the time to win. It was that match, and they lose it. So it begs the question, like, did Vivid, not having Vivid throw the roster off in the chemistry a little bit? It feels that way. That being said, Carolina's rolling with them, giving them another chance. I actually kind of honor that.
And today, Carolina gets a look at some new maps potentially. Let's take a look at the switch up in Hardpoint Protocol. We have seen enough of your gray skies. Show me the sunshine and the little happy chicken next to Rewind.
Yeah, it's going to be fun. I think a lot of us were sick of seeing Protocol Hardpoint throughout the entirety of this weekend. And on both sides, this helps and hurts a lot of teams. And it actually hurts a lot of our good teams. In Atlanta, they were 10-2 on Protocol. Toronto, 7-6. They picked it over 30% of the time in series. If you don't understand what that means, that is a lot, chat.
If you suck at Rewind, you're just not good at the game. Listen, it's a 3.
FaZe, Optic, Ultra, and Royal Ravens all lead on the loser side.
Listen, I mean, there's not a lot of data there, right? Because we only played it for a little bit. But now we're really going to see as the years went on. This is a 3-lane map. I think, you know, there's some hills that are locked down. You have to rotate really, really early. I really like this map, man. You're going to see, like, people switch their guns back and forth depending on the hill. I think Rewind being added back is an absolute W. I hate the verticality that we had on Protocol, especially in Hardpoint, down low hill. Nobody liked that.
When do we see it today, Al? We got 3 matches coming our way.
I feel like we're going to see it pretty soon, especially with this Atlanta series. I mean, they're one of the teams that were bad on it, and they're going to have to expand their map pool because Hardpoint's been a struggle throughout the entirety, and we know Atlanta loves to test maps during online qualifiers.
Vancouver Surge is adding Neptune, are 3-2 against Atlanta FaZe, and that is the match to kick off the day. It's your Monster Energy matchup as we welcome back one of our favorite energy drinks to the game and the show. Don't go anywhere. It's the CDL Major 4 qualifiers start now.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The 2025 Atlanta FaZe Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm that's easy as FaZe. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for your first match of the Major 4 qualifiers. Maven is so excited for this one because it features his favorite team, and that, of course, is Vancouver Surge. Let's start with Seattle, now Vancouver, and why they're so good, because this team has now appeared in back-to-back grand finals despite an 0-8 run there.
They've been unbelievable across all game modes for Vancouver Surge. But the unfortunateness is this is their third second in a row if you're counting Minor 2. But the good thing for them in this series is they are 2-0 versus Atlanta Online, and they're just coming off a win versus them at Major 3. And it's been a team effort. Nasty and Abuza have been unreal on Hardpoint. Neptune has kept pace in Search and Destroy. The only issue is they have a really tough, kind of medium schedule. They're going up against Atlanta. Then you don't know what version of Optic Texas you're going to get, don't know what version of Boston you're going to get. So it's important if they get an early lead here.
And as we look at the Monster pregame here, it says 6-10 against top 4 teams, 16-4 against the rest of the league. But they've had FaZe's number.
Yeah, I mean, they beat them a couple of times, right? And I think, a lot of the 10 losses probably comes from earlier on with this roster.
Yeah.
For them, the biggest question is control. I mean, you lost 4 controls in a row where you've gotten 3-0'd in all 4 of the controls, right? So you have to improve there. If they could figure out control, that'll be the difference. I mean, you think back to even the minor final, like the control, the search were the difference there. They improved upon their search. They just need to make strides, and I don't know where that comes from because they find the kills, right? It's just the prioritization of when do we want to spawn blender or when do we want to back up and stack? They need to watch LA Thieves and really steal from their game.
I just think they don't even set themselves up for success. You say that they are 3-0 in the past 4 series, 0-12 in round count. They are the 11th team overall when it comes to attack and getting ticks. So clearly the objective work just hasn't been there for Vancouver Surge, which is weird because they're really good at the fundamentals of Hardpoint and they're really good at Search and Destroy, and everybody likes to say control is a fun mix of that. So it's weird that they're not good at it.
When we watch the really bad control team struggle, it's always all right, we get to their base, we find a couple kills. Now, when do we decide to back up, get on it, working together, communication, which is things they're great in Hardpoint. It's got to translate it to control. We'll see throughout the split, though. They got a good team, a good coach.
That is our blue team. On the other side, we have our red team. They go by the name of Atlanta FaZe, a.k.a. the greatest team to grace competitive Call of Duty. With over $6 million in the bank, they win all of the big tournaments, but they didn't take home champs.
That's true.
Will they be able to make their run bouncing back after not being in the grand finals at Major 2 or Major 3? Or sorry, Major 3 here, Allie. What do you expect to see?
It's a weird spot for Atlanta FaZe, right? They go out top 6 at Major 3, and slaying across the board's been fine, but Hardpoint is so bad right now. They're top 2 on the season, but during split number 3, they were 7th in the middle of the pack, and they're the worst break team in the league in their bottom 4 in holes. So their fundamentals have been thrown literally out of the window. And the same thing with their map pool when it comes to Hardpoint. They played 4 Haciendas 2-2 this split, but that's a map they like to pick 31% of the time. So if you're gonna pick it all the time, you would like to think you have a better win percentage.
Well, these guys won 2 majors, a minor, in EWC. I had them winning Miami. Yep. What happened to this FaZe team? Are they still a threat?
Yeah, there's just been some bars. I mean, the Hardpoint, in years past, they've always been kind of 50-50 in Hardpoint, especially versus the top teams. They weren't 50-50 throughout this last game. That's when we got to the major, so that hurts you. And then as teams start to get better and lock up their controls and their search and destroy some of these other teams, it's hard to win series through those game modes every single time. And you saw that in the Vancouver match. When you lose that, you get into hot water, especially, if FaZe versus some of these teams will end up starting down 0-1, given where their Hardpoint is at. So they got a lot of work to do. This whole them testing out their maps and all that stuff. Throw that out of the window. I don't want to hear anybody say that. You guys hear me? You guys hear me?
No, I saw yawn.
I don't want to hear anybody say these guys need to be testing their maps. I'm tired of people saying that.
Test your maps.
No more test their maps. They need to test their damn gameplay and figure out how to secure hardpoints and become actually consistent.
Test your maps. Keep everyone guessing until champs and then win the damn thing.
That's
just
my
coaching strat.
There are people against it. But.
Now, Ant says lock in. It makes sense because it's been rocky recently.
Yes.
Will it be rocky today? Well, we're going to see Rewind if we get to a game 4, and we'll definitely see it for Search and Destroy.
They have to for Atlanta FaZe because they picked Protocol also 31% of the time, and now that's gone. So Rewind has to be added to their map pool if you're on the side of Atlanta FaZe. For Vancouver Surge, you're happy you get Hacienda Control. That is the only control that you find any success on, but again, it's one of those things where are you just looking for a win, or are you looking to try and solidify yourself going into the next major in that game mode by expanding your map pool?
Yeah, excited for this one, especially that Rewind. Su's been putting in work there. Obviously, that could be a huge difference maker for Atlanta if they can secure that one. But yeah, it should be a good one. Surge feeling confident coming in off of the win that they had against Atlanta last time.
You see that guy with the reddish orange hair there in the top right?
Ginger, yeah.
Yeah, so I talked to him at the last event, and I'm going to have to pick his team to win today for one reason.
And that is?
He has a magical can on his desk.
Oh,
okay?
I know this
There
story.
is a specific flavor of
It's
Monster,
away the
the Rio
juice.
The man is 12-0 when he pounds that specific monster with that specific artwork right before his game. And like you said, he doesn't do it every time. Today he's drinking it out.
Do you know he's drinking it?
Yeah, I saw it in the opening scene.
He didn't have that before finals.
He did not. You're right. I talked to Rambo Ray. He told him not to. Rambo, learn your lesson. Let the man drink his Rio juice. It's time to get into it with your Scuff Pick'ems. I'm locking in Vancouver Surge based on our brand new Monster Energy matchup. Back to you, Al.
Yeah, I'm going to stick with Vancouver Surge right now. I think Atlanta FaZe has some work to do this split.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm going to go Vancouver as well. I got Vancouver unanimous.
I thought I was being brave.
Joe takes a huge lean back.
All right.
All being brave with you.
Merc, are we drunk?
No, I thought that was Ant's time to like try and catch up. I thought you were easily just going to go FaZe.
Yeah, I'm just going to keep falling behind.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on back with us.
Yeah, just join the fold.
Back to you guys.
Is that Rio Juice thing real?
Maybe, or Chris is making stuff up. I don't know. But no, let's talk about these two teams. Listen, I know I've caught in flack for picking FaZe to win basically every event for 5 years. I said before this one, this was the time I wasn't. I thought they were ass by their standards. They had not been playing well. From what I heard, it was a bad couple weeks of scrims. They didn't play well in the qualifiers. Their hardpoint looked atrocious. What do you know? For the fourth time in 6 years, they place outside the top four. For the fourth time in 6 years, they lose around one. Like, they're not playing well. They aren't. Props to them, though. What did we see on Sunday?
Yeah, they were there scrimming at the major.
I've not seen teams do that when you're knocked out.
No, normally when you're knocked out, you leave, which it's a choice. It is a choice. You would think you would want land practice. But, yeah, they were there Sunday grinding away at Hardpoint. They know that is what they need to work on. Yeah, it struggled in stage 3, and you heard Ali talk about it. What, like 8th in rotation, or sorry, like 8th in holding. And if they're going to be one of the lower break teams in the league, that's just not good because that's what they used to rely on. Yeah, it was breaking. So now they're starting to rotate, but now you can't hold the hard points. So they got to figure this out.
And now let's talk about Surge. I was saying to you, like, this is one of those things. We don't talk about this a lot, like, in esports, but you know, in sports, we talk about a lot. Like, I don't know, if you're a Pittsburgh Pirate fans, you're not expected to beat the Yankees. When you talk about how much money is actually spent on their roster, let's get down to the brass tacks. Hydra's salary is probably more than all four players combined on Vancouver Surge.
Potentially,
there are going to be times in finals when you're playing the likes of Atlanta FaZe, when you're playing the likes of Thieves, you're going to get outskilled. To the point where, like, if Thieves or FaZe are playing their best, you're getting slammed. It's going to happen. Now, if Surge are absolutely on point, they'll take some maps, right? But it feels like we've seen enough, like, they're probably going to need like a FaZe or a Thieves to be not at their best, and they're going to be playing well if they're going to get a win.
You remember the Denial team in Advanced Warfare?
Yeah.
I mean, or Replays. Chris was on that team, and they lost like 3 or 4 straight finals to Optic, to like the old Dynasty with Nade, and finally a chance. They matched up winners round 1, and they just got the best of them. And it could just be that, like, they have a chance on the day to beat any of our top teams. It's going to be hard to do consistently.
Yeah, and I'm not saying it's impossible at all, and I'm not trying to give the Surge guys flack at all. I think what they're doing is incredibly impressive, and I love this team, but yeah, I just sometimes like to make, even though the parallels aren't one-to-one with sports, like, there are in some ways. Like, you built a super roster for Thieves. Like, you didn't build a super roster for Surge. It's just a very different thing, but it's been, I hope you're right, though. I hope, like, listen, when it comes down to, like, champs, they shock us all and win it.
That's all that matters.
That'd be an awesome story if they were able to do it. But, or who knows? Maybe when they are just at their absolute best.
The fact is, their hardpoint is damn good because they already have FaZe in the blender.
That's one thing we weren't questioning was the hardpoint.
Was their hardpoint? No, we were questioning FaZe hardpoint. Well, Vault has been just so good.
Yeah.
For Surge.
I think the first couple times they matched up, like, this is the one map FaZe was taking off of them. They've had a bunch of crazy series here on Vault just because they played it in a lot of their series. Surge has had the upper hand as of late, and so far do in this one. Keeping Neptune over towards Art. He's going to have a one-on-one probably with Cell, as they'll be the two players trying to fight for spawns on the other side of the map. Neptune's got the advantage close range. The stun is going to hit, though, and beautifully played there from Cell.
He was stunned forever.
Good use of the utility, and yeah, Neptune just got stunned to another dimension.
Yeah, he was just stuck. He like wanted to hit the slide and just couldn't. Just couldn't get the momentum, not able to hit it. And so that was a big one-on-one, as you said, by Cell, because now you're controlling that side of the map. But yeah, this has been the struggle for FaZe now. It's just like controlling these rotations. We watched a couple of their vaults at Miami, and it's like they would set up for this, and then boom, instantly broke at that P4.
Yeah, I mean, their hardpoint is just, listen, it'll be one of those things. It's like the 8th wonder of the world. When you just how good they can be at Surge, how good they can be at Control. There's no logical explanation for these 4 players to be as bad as they are in Hardpoint sometimes, just flat out ugly. But the fact is, it happens, and they've got to put the work in. And to their credit, listen, you've already won 2 events this year. A multi-event year for any organization, job done. Like, if you go win multiple, they're not viewing it that way, but like, I'm just saying, like, history-wise, like, you already won 2. But like, the good thing for them also, like, you looked like they were bad at the start of the year, right? Yeah, they got a little reminder. They improved rapidly. It could be a similar thing that happens here, right? Get a little shock, like, hey, we've got to improve big time.
Yeah, there's probably one you want to lose. It's probably this or the next one. It's not the final one.
Well, I'd say this one versus Major 4 based on how history has gone. Yeah. With teams often winning, you know, the last 2 events. But it's a little different this year with the gap between, right? A little different. Yeah,
Major 4 to champs. We have like a 3-week break, so that'll be like the first time we've really had that. We'll see how that plays out here in a couple of months.
Well, it's like 4, right? Versus 2?
3 or 4.
I thought it like doubled basically in time. Well, maybe it won't matter. We'll see. But Surge still holding on to a bit of an advantage here. They'll get the rest of this P4 time. We'll now get into our second set. Already like a minute and a half off the clock. We'll see if this is one that goes to time. Sometimes these 2 teams battle out here. It gets darn close. But early with the P2 side spawns and control of the P1 will be FaZe. Now, what can they do with it? Well, they'll do everything with it. That'll be all 4 down for Surge. They pick up the split, but unfortunately, Sim's going to pick it up and get shut down. So now you got to look both ways. Some tags into that number 1 and 04. They'll shut that down, but the flip is out. And, well, you probably wish that plays a little bit differently, but you also have 40 seconds remaining here, so not the end of the world.
Yeah, I think it could have even been worse if Draws doesn't pick up maybe that pinch, right? You need a freebie from 04 where you're really screwed, but he's able to pick that up, finds it. But yeah, you would love the spawns. Well, actually, now they're going to get the spawn, so they do end up with the P2 side of the map. A nice knife from Neptune onto Draws. But this is where they need to try to stay alive. This has been the struggle for FaZe.
That's just one of those central hard points where sometimes like a 4 down can almost hurt you. Like if that's not like a 4 dead, it's a 3 dead, then maybe spawns are a little more predictable. With a 4 dead, who the hell knows? Or well, just Vault in general. Who the hell knows sometimes. But what can FaZe now do at the P2? Surge looking to break. We got a 3-on-3 near the point. Draza in from behind, hitting shots. That'll be crispy. Now the race towards the point. Back spawns in for FaZe. Chance to maybe take the lead here, but you don't have much of an opening right now. Surge, you're already fighting in your front door.
Yeah, Draw's got one of those spawns, one of those split spawns, so that's set up a free 2 for him. You had to pressure through the front, you still do. Off spawn, Draw's right back into it. He's leading the way. He struggled versus his Surge team just a week ago at Miami Major. So he's trying to step it up here. Well, maybe he feels like he could be the benefactor, the reason why they can get back to that hard point for him.
Yeah, guys, dude, I think
every time we talk about it, he just gets smoked.
Someone trying to clutch a 1v2 with an FU Draza chant, that would have been something insane. I almost wanted it to happen just for like the craziness of it. Like, I can't imagine as a player hearing that while you're trying to go big, but still, minor advantage for Surge. Final 10 to FaZe. And now Surge gonna have everything on the left side shut down. Cell's not gonna really have too much of a chance for a timing here, or is he? Okay, I was gonna say no way, especially as he gets stunned. So he won't be able to get across now to the 3 players middle.
Yeah, there's another like P2 there where FaZe, it could have been more time earned. Instead, Surge just continue to show how good they are at hardpoint. The fundamentals on point. They find that break. They split the time. They hang on to this lead. Now they have the spawns for P4, and this is where FaZe struggled. Just like being able to break, flip those spawns, get the setup that they want for the upcoming hills. Yeah,
the breaking of old has just been gone. They rely so much on the rotation. Sometimes I just be like, go ahead, dude, play this like old school Black Ops 2. Just rotate 40 seconds early. Like, rotate as early as you need to. Just make sure you've got a chance to at least win it on rotation. But some good time here. P3 now down, what, 4, battling for a lead change. FaZe trying to bring it back. Let's go to the comps from FaZe.
Let's go. I'm right at the mid. Alright, listen, there's no one flag.
Alright, nothing yet. I'm guaranteeing one, alright? I'm gonna be
nasty.
Top cut over rain.
Yo, I got across.
One more in R. Go for it somewhere. I saw spawn.
Low R. What's for hill? No, he's out line. Line deep right.
He's out of red.
One's there. He's your front right hill. He's pushing out cat, I think. I'm gonna wrap this guy right. You guys kill that front. It's 0 for me.
Next control point.
I can tell control point.
Next control point, I'm stunning him. Nice, I'm back. Team mid. I'll see 04.
That's right. Deep right through the cross. Line. One's one shot time too. They're all one shot.
New line.
One's line and one's in time one shot.
Maybe we spawn now, right?
On time and
How
we'll
many
talk
cat?
cat. Let's see.
I'll
Push
see,
up
I'll see.
elbow. Push up elbow.
I'll see cat.
Yes.
I'll see
I
shit.
spawned back.
Elbow, dead.
I spawned back. Under cat.
Nasty, weak.
Booza behind the hill.
Let's go for it.
One mid.
Mid, which side? Over close. Over close, weak.
One more final to Booza.
Okay, over close, weak. Into that one.
Close.
I was saying old,
I got
cat.
cat, too.
Up,
One
cat.
I think
Cat, dead.
Nice, four. Right here, maybe one.
Back trophy.
One shot back trophy.
Do we block?
I More truck. Get my close. I'm blocking line.
Truck weak.
I have my cat.
They were trophy spots. Right at the Arthur book. Doing the hop.
Pop up. Close. One shot close. Absolute close. Absolute in the door close.
Open. Shit on.
22. I'm gonna get cat.
FaZe breaking, still struggling there on the P4. It was Surge, though, that were locking it down. Let's hear the comms now from Surge.
Cat, right? Yeah, there's cat. That's cat on me. Close. Don't see the one, yeah, he's new. Definitely new. Or back to you. Yeah, he's a new. He new? He should be in the back. In the back of BZ. I trust you. These guys. I have voted for you. I'm making I went pull, okay? I have voted for you guys. I don't see any. Come back. In the back, Sim. One shot. Turn. Watch your back though. One back. Kill him. 2-4. Oil on the back. Nice. Last shot. I'm gonna okay? One shot. You're gonna have 2 time, guys. Guys, that's 1 time, okay? 1 time. Other pumps, I'm gonna kill the guy on the pump. I'll send you back. One on time. One shot. I have a 2 fast, guys. Nice, that's 2. Throw a nade on that. Time, left corner. Yo, outer pumps. I need that. Close pull. Jump. Gas that, sweet. Nice, turn around. Selam is on time now. Nice, that's 2. That's the big thing again. P2 check. I'm going you guys. I'm leaving this shit. I'm going you. I'm gonna get up at the okay? Cat jumps. I jumped up mid. 2 out. I'm going up. Nice, that's 1. That's 2. 1 in node, we're missing 1 only. No, let's go. Last node. I'll stop out, guys. Somebody get mid? Yeah.
Still about 20 points between them. Similar when we went to the first listen-in with FaZe. Surge, a couple chances to maybe run away with this one, but the fact is they've held on to a lead throughout. Now we get to the start of this P3, and, well, FaZe's inability to break, you got to imagine they're going to somehow have to win this on P4.
Yeah, so you see Neptune, he's actually going to spawn out, so maybe is now your chance. We'll see where the FaZe players pop. No, not going to happen. Abuza stays alive, and I'll tell you what, Abuza loves this matchup. He just did it in winners round 1 at Miami. Fried FaZe, doing it again here in map 1. And this is the problem. Right when we got to the listen, this is what we talked about. Can they finally break through a P3 and a P4 and break the spawns of Surge? It's difficult to do, but our best teams can do it. And right now, FaZe just cannot find an opening.
Yeah, and they're so focused on the break. They're so focused on pushing forward. Then Neptune takes a route, and suddenly all that focus forward, you're getting shot in the back, and he's lighting you up. 4 straight for Neptune. And it's probably plays like that, where they're like maybe good at fighting the front, but like not reading the timing, maybe on a pinch, things fall apart, and then how do you deal with it?
It's just, yeah, it's tough to do. It's not easy at all. I mean, they kind of know it, right? You're fighting top art, you're fighting the hill. And well, of course, Surge is also over 200 points, so they have to deal with it. That creates the opening for Neptune, and yeah, it's just sort of, again, can we somehow get through here? You're looking at maybe a BZ to find the timing. You see number 6, he's going to deal with 1 player. The problem is 2 of his teammates die right after that. He's going to get stunned up by Neptune. Surge playing so well on Hacienda Hardpoint, and they stick with it.
Their P4. Well, P3 to the P4 is absolutely perfect. FaZe are not going to touch it. It's a 250 to 190 win. Surge continue to dominate this matchup in the Hardpoint. And, like, listen, I think Surge have liked this matchup. They have been the better team in this matchup. The one thing you can hold over them, really, if you're FaZe, is, well, you won the final. Yeah, you won the final, right? You beat them when it mattered, but now you look back to the last major, they lose round 1. You can't just say, like, oh, we're going to handle them on land, because that wasn't the case at the most recent event.
And, I mean, that winner's final in Major 2, they probably should have lost.
Went to round 11. Yeah,
they probably should have lost.
Dude, all I was thinking during the listen-ins, though, and I don't know what it's called. I want, like, a transcription app or whatever you call it. Like, I want to listen to, like, a team's comms, right? And, like, you know, it prints out or spits out, like, what the actual comms were. And people are so fast and frantic, like, what does it actually think they're saying? Because you'd watch, like, Ultra, and it'd probably be perfect, right? You get their full conversation down. Cell would just be what was he? Dirt. What are you saying half the time? I have no idea.
Well, he's got his own language.
He does.
The FaZe boys know it though. They've been playing with him for a long time. So.
Dude, it's still. I'll never get used to it. It's just the weirdest thing to me. But taking a look through the stats before we get ready to hop into the map 2. You talked about Abuza having a highlight one. He sure did. 36 and 21, 4,500 damage.
Almost 2 minutes in the hill.
Yeah, no, he has been terrific as of late. It's been so awesome to see. And like, as much as I said, I still think I believe what I said. When FaZe are at their absolute best and like Thieves at their absolute best, like there is a skill gap there. There is, even though we have a minor one in Call of Duty, there still is a gap I think between them when they're at their best. But like, Abuza's probably right there with him when he's really playing well. Like Abuza is a demon.
No, he is. But here's just how it was. This is a very close game, and I mean, FaZe, they did a pretty good job towards the end. Again, you see sort of that biggest jump at that second P4, where it's tied 122. You go up to 175, and you can see they're scraping their way through P1, P2. Again, that 20-point lead, and that's when we came out of that listening. Hey, they're going to have to break the P3, P4 setup. You have to flip the art spawns. Just didn't happen, ever.
So we've casted a lot of Surge, and, you know, we're onto it pretty quickly. Like, their hardpoint is very good. Like, what do you think kind of separates them from some other teams? Because it's not necessarily always just they're like massively outslang, which they do sometimes, but it seems like they're playing it the right way. Their philosophy for what they want to do is working well.
I think there's probably 2 things that stand out to me with Surge. Yeah, probably 2. One is their breakability at the right time. We touched on it a lot at the major. It's like 5 to 10 seconds at like a P1. Like, they know when to hit the go button. And secondly, it's just sort of, it feels like their rotations, when they have the map, they don't allow anything crazy to happen. Sort of, I don't know, risk management in those moments.
Okay, no, I like that. It has been, real impressive. Now, we got the listen in at the major. It was so good. Like the 3-2-1 push. Wait, was that them or Ultra? That was them, right?
That was Ultra.
That was Ultra, okay. We were talking about their timings. I thought of that. That was Ultra. Well, also, really good comps, playing some really good hardpoint, so.
Also, this might just have to be a map you might have to veto versus them. Because maybe outside of I don't know if anyone, they're now 13-6. And I remember there was a time when they were like 50-50. So, like, their vault record, especially the last couple of stages since adding Neptune, has been just insane. It's just going up. Like, this is their best hardpoint.
No, it's funny because when you go back to really what I call this like the start of the Surge run. I mean, it was after what, Major 1. It was that first online matchup versus FaZe. So they beat them, and FaZe beat the map 1 on the vault. But since then, not
even like that minor final,
they had to ban it Major 2, right? FaZe did.
Yeah, I think FaZe might have to start looking at Skyline a bit as a hardpoint map. Like, I think you just have to. Like, they continue to veto.
Well, you also lose Proto, which I know it got banned a lot, but they were like 10-2 in that. You have to look at everything.
Yeah, I think, like, you know, that's where they picked Rewind. That's where we're doing map 4, but they vetoed Skyline, and at some point, I think you're just going to have to think maybe this is a map we're going to start playing versus a team like Surge.
Yeah, because I almost think, like, I'm trying to think how to word this. Like, Skyline for me at the beginning was just like Bokosh. It was so chaotic, and the spawns were so wonky, but, like, now further in the year, it's almost like slowed down for me when I'm watching it. Like, if teams control the map a whole lot better, and that happens with time. Like, teams control, it's still fast, don't get me wrong, but like teams control it a whole lot better. Like, I almost feel like Vault's more chaotic now to me
at times
than Skyline.
Yeah, I think if it's a good Skyline team, they know what they're doing. There's still some messy Skyline.
100%, but like I feel like it's just definitely different for me compared to last year. But we're going to take a look through, or early in the year, we're taking a look through some stats real quick as we get ready to pop in to the map 2 into Search and Destroy. We get ready to go. Oh, sorry. So this is the winners round 1 from the major.
And again, sort of, you know, what the Desk is talking about, what we're talking about, like, FaZe has still been around 50-50 in hardpoint. The problem isn't that. Like, that is okay. The issue is that teams like Surge, teams like Thieves, they're going to get better at, you know, your searches and your controls. It is hard to guarantee 2 search wins every series, right? Just counter strats. You can have bad timings. It goes against you. You're losing Hacienda Control. That is a major red flag for FaZe because that was their go-to control.
Well, yeah, and Surge is not been a good control team. So, yeah, that was the one. That was the one that was most like, whoa.
Yes.
This is a problem. But yeah, no, I just
did that again, though.
Well, we're talking about the hard point a lot, but like FaZe just haven't been good all around, really. I mean, they lose a couple of search maps they like, I know, but like they just haven't been playing well. They haven't. It can happen. You just got to hope you turn around like you did early in the year. But we're looking at S&D here, stage 3. Draws in Abuza have been leading the way for their squads. Abuza coming off a big map 1.
Yeah, and this was the big turnaround for Surge from stage 2 into stage 3. They go up to like 9-4 in S&D. That was their big focus after that major 2, where they lost multiple to FaZe in the final. Then your just priorities are sort of all over the place. Now, if you're matching up against Thieves, I think you should probably take a Search versus them. Now it's just, where do you, probably the Control. That's where they lost multiple to LADs, and LADs, I don't know if anyone's touching them in Control right now. Maybe FaZe is probably the only team.
Wherever that team formed, I thought they had the highest peak from a player standpoint. Now we're starting to see them reach it. No, they're disgusting. Everyone might be watching them the rest of the year. Just make runs. We'll see. And Call of Duty can change really quickly, but it feels like they are on another level. Looks like we're maybe waiting for Nasty to get his butt back in a
Rio juice
before we get started here. I miss Rio, dude. What a map.
What a map.
That was a good one. I would kill to just have like a Rio in this game. Like one more map like that.
Maybe what we should do is have a competitive map pool that we take from title to title.
That'd be great. How many times do we have that conversation with
Let's do it again. No, but here's the standings. Obviously, the big talk's about that number 8 spot, right? Rocker, Cloud9 making some changes, trying to trace number 8. You think Breach at this point, them and Miami pretty safe. Unless things, I don't even know how they would go horribly wrong, but
yeah,
don't think that's happening. So it's really just, it's coming down to 1.
No, I mean, if you're Optic, just be thankful you've got that 30-point gap, and the fact that you have a soft schedule in the sense that you don't play like a FaZe. Well, FaZe aren't playing great, but like you don't play Thieves, you don't play FaZe. I think I looked at it, like their matches are pretty similar to Rocker, and like
they're almost exactly.
Yeah,
the same.
they look real close. So we'll see. I hope it's interesting to switch storylines.
How many game 5s did Rocker lose last stage?
Oh yeah, no. If you look at what's so crazy is like they have however more 3 more series wins or whatever, but like I think like map wins, like Rocker more map wins, or it's like tied because they've gone to so many game 5s. When I was looking at it overall,
and they had the bracket. I mean, you had Ultra with a sub, right? I mean, that was your chance if you were a Rocker to potentially get a top 4, but doesn't happen.
Yeah, it seemed like the run was set up there, but Hercules was playing great. The Ultra team made their run again into a top 4. But now we get ready for Search and Destroy. Couple of rewinds in here. Both teams just trying to improve at a very important time as we're down to the final stretch here.
Can you tell our lovely young viewers what it was like to enter a Blockbuster?
Bro, Blockbuster was lit back in the day, man. I don't think people get it, dude. Blockbuster was cool. You got so excited when your parents were taking Blockbuster in a movie or something. You could rent games there at some point.
Yeah.
It was awesome. You know, it's stuff like that though. When I think about it, like, how did we just not know Netflix was going to be Netflix? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you look back, you're like, were we stupid? Like, how did I not know to put money in that? Like, it seems so obvious
some people
now.
did.
Right, but I'm sure it's how it always is. But I always think about stuff like that. I'm like, oh, dude, how did we not know Blockbuster was going to be done?
Netflix didn't know it was going to be Netflix.
Yeah, yes, I guess, but I thought Blockbuster was going to stand the test of time, dude. Neptune hoping to find an opening and maybe getting split wide open. They'll get dropped by Draws. A little bit of a trade goes down, and then Surge get ripped. Nasty. 1 versus 3, and that's how it plays out on Rewind sometimes. It gets mixy, and then when the dust settles, a 1v something.
Yeah, all down to Nasty. I mean, you just kind of don't want to get caught on the bomb, so they're going to leave A. Cell, he's going to rotate on over. Abizi already set up for him, and Atlanta FaZe on the board. They have not played. They didn't play Rewind Search at all in Stage 1, so this is the first time we're seeing it from them in an official match.
And I think this is, though, one of the tougher spots probably this FaZe team has been in the sense, like, for the most part, when your Hardpoint was really struggling, you were pretty lights out in, like, Search and Control. Right now, like, your Search's been kind of okay, not great. Your Control's been okay, not great. Like, they need to work on those too. It's not like they can just put all their focus into Hardpoint. Like, they need improvements everywhere, like all over the place.
Yeah, Control was 7-2 last stage. Still,
but it's still like, I guess I'm just thinking more to the major. Like, you lost at the major. But you need Search. You can't just have Control though, right? Like, you at least have to have one of the modes you play twice. Clicking.
Oof, just missed Abizi that stun. It was right on, he was right on the other side of the wall. So Abizi knows that and is like, I have a timing. That is just a heads-up play from Abe. He's like, I heard that stun go off and doesn't hit me. Adios. I'm going to hunt him down.
Oh, another first blood for FaZe. And things flat right now for Surge. Offensively, they've taken a lot of space over towards Burr. Draws maybe to get isolated here. Good finesse. Great stuff from Draws. to stay happy. A little help there from Self. He needed it on the angle, but he had to win that one-on-one.
No, I think that's it. That was a chow. And while he was going for it again on 0-4, hits him down to 18 HP. There is going to be a trade.
I don't know how he did kill there. Maybe some wall bangs through?
Yeah, must have.
I think he had enough hit to get the kill, but another dominant round there from FaZe.
Yeah, BZ able to find that opening, gives them numbers advantage. Then you try to work Burger, it's just, even if you take Burger on this map, the bombs are nowhere close to it. So it's one of those positions you try to work, see if you can get a free pick, but it doesn't happen there for Surge.
And I'm just thinking with FaZe, like back to what, after Major 2, or was it, no, it was Major 1 into Major 2. Well, all the interviews we did, every time it was search, 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 search. Remember, it's all they talk, search, search, search. So that can't be it. Case now, right?
I think they're probably just saying we're bad. We're going to work on everything.
Everything? Just hardpoint, just everything? Well, yeah. Like, they just said that in every interview, right? Every time we ask them.
And again, the map pool chains have just not helped them at all. It hasn't helped, you know.
Some teams, yes. I think it's just more we're talking about with them because they won the first 2 events, right?
Yep.
Then get a top 6. Finally, a blood for Surge, and they'll turn that into 2. Draws, though, maybe be the hero to bring this back. He's having a solid start so far.
Freebie? Oh no, it happens to the best of us, does it? Just runs right by him. Would have had a 2 versus 2. Instead, it's 0-4 who finds the 2 in the round when he's laughing like, yo, Cell, you didn't see me?
Oh no. We'll see it one more time. Well, hello. I'll take that freebie.
It's literally, okay.
I'm telling you, that was, I probably said this before years ago, but when I first switched, because, you know, I casted Halo, I competed Halo a little bit. When I first switched over to Call of Duty, that was literally
people on
the hardest thing.
Yeah.
Was just like seeing people in general. I was so used to a bright blue, a bright red, like on maps that don't have dirt and dust, and dude, it was the hardest thing for me. It literally was. Like,
well, the visuals the last couple of years have not been kind to it.
But the number of times I think ran by someone when I first started playing COD was unbelievable. But this looks to be a swift one as Surge just ran out of the blockbuster.
Well, FaZe ran into it. I mean, there was just, they ran into it. That is a crazy counter strat there by FaZe. They just 3 fly through the A bomb, and they're like, let's just take the chow. Let's take the chow. And this is one of those maps, those counters come into play, and they catch Surge slipping.
One more look at the final kill. Easy one there for Simp. We'll see the round, though, one more time as they're just getting chewed up and spit out. Great counter call and strat, as you said. I mean, it can be a little rock, paper, scissors and search and destroy, but also a lot of prep work. And a lot of the prep work we don't see. You know, sometimes teams will stream scrims and we'll see a lot of the respawns, but the search work that's going on, I kind of wish I knew more about that sometimes, just like what they're doing really to improve. See if a BZ can be the first Blood Reaper. Good sense there, just knowing there might be a second player to chow. Doesn't overstay his welcome. I feel like sometimes we just see that, like a player puts a shot in, they want to guarantee that one-on-one, but help's going to be coming quickly.
On the other side, there's a big one-on-one. Who is that? It's going to be Cell and Abuza. Cell is going to find one, but he's going to get flanked, and then inside, the rest of Surge able to find the kills. Abuza left in a 1 versus 3, trying to find 0-4 on the rotation while he has him. But instead, 0-4's ready for it.
Yeah, wins that, gets down to a 1 versus 1. Just couldn't come away with the gunfight. Big round for Surge to stay in the hunt here in the map, too. You'd love to go up 2-0 if you're Surge. Just, well, obviously, I mean, FaZe has been the better control team. Granted, Surge might be able to get the best of them they have been able to lately, but can they get this 2-0 edge? I know the recipe for FaZe throughout most of the qualifier. I mean, what, their 3 wins were literally lose map 1, then win the next 3. That's all they did in the qualifier.
Well, at the major, they won map 1, then lost the next 3.
No, they choose to be team B more often than not. Well, they always do when they can, and it'll be their opposition's hardpoint pick, and then they'll get to theirs in the map 4. This is their search pick. And now, Plant getting in for Surge. As they'll look to back it up and get set up. We'll see if these nades can hit from FaZe. Not going to tag 0-4. Oh my god. Okay, able to pick it up.
And now, what else can 0-4 find? Cell finessing, he gets some help from Draws. Simp on the board as well. So it's just all down to Neptune. He's got the SMG, great slide, great snap, but doesn't matter. The AMS couldn't win that one.
Yeah, and there was another. I mean, he was dead regardless.
Dead regardless. But yeah, nice little retake there. And I like what I'm seeing from FaZe middle of the street. I feel like a lot of the times what we see mid-street is like sort of just this long one-on-one with a couple ARs. Draws and Cell continuously put pressure on that player on the flank. Then it just kind of opens up everything else here for FaZe.
And Abuza and the boys probably want to get reps in this because you think about their loss to it in Thieves. Remember, that was always like, it was Hydra and Scrap on defense, like pushing up the burger and catching picks over and over again. And it just seemed like however Abuza's set up, like he wasn't getting eyes on the cross. Like they were finding openings. So Surge had some really good rounds, but it felt like there was something off with their like core setup. They weren't catching things at times, and they ended up losing that. So probably trying to iron things out here. Sip having a map 6 and 2. Neptune. Oh.
I thought he was either free to, but BZ actually just did enough damage to where Neptune had to stop. I mean, I thought Simp was going to have a third in the round because Simp somehow after the first blood finds a second. The Neptune was so weak, he like couldn't get the trade. So nice damage by BZ. Turns into a death, but allows his teammates to get to this B bomb site.
Sip on 4 straight, and while still working on the ace, I guess, within this round. But Cell's going to have one as he's tucked away in a corner. All to Neptune now as he's had a couple chances to be the late hero, but best of luck in this one. Not going to happen. Simp wins the round for him early. He's on 7 and 2. And yeah, I think individually, at least, he's had some, I mean, rough respawns out of the way. I mean, they honestly, the team has, but he's had some monster search games. Unfortunately, some of those have been losses. I think they lost like when he had 14, when he had 13. It happens.
Yeah, and Cell on this map just going to be a demon, I think, because this is just one where he can live on an island, long-range battles, and just where is he? Yeah. Trying to hunt him down, just wasting time, and he is such a tough kill. We always hear about it, and in that round, you saw it happen.
Big advantage for FaZe, up 5-2, looking to tie this up at 1-1. Simp in trouble though. Nades hit. Oh, or is he in trouble? Tack on the 8th as he chows with 25 HP, just trying to survive the truck. Finally going to drops. Neptune's able to get a second kill off of that as well. Neptune gets a third. All on Cell. Now to maybe clutch up in the 1 versus 3. Not going to happen. Give Neptune the ace. I feel like he's been, we've been on his POV mostly like in a 1v something late in rounds. This time just takes it over.
I mean, just first of all, Simp Chals with 20 HP. I mean, he's just in a position of like, I'm dead anyway, so I'm going to take a gunfight, catches somebody sprinting. And you're thinking all of FaZe is going to rotate over, they're going to trade, but Neptune finds all the kills. The first onto Simp, the second onto Abizi, just catches him jumping up and down. Great shots on the draws. Cell does turn this into a one-on-one, but he is right there for a trade. He's going to catch Abuza on these jump ups. Or sorry, no, actually he didn't. Never mind. It was nasty.
Oh, I was just saying, I thought there were 2 alive. Did he get that kill before he?
No, it's just the feed was on there for a little bit longer.
Yeah,
I thought he did.
Sometimes it lingers. But Neptune ace, maybe a resurgence now for Surge. And they're ready to double chow this. Cell, though, another blood for him. And that's what we're kind of talking about. He's going to love to take those fights all day long. They're going to push it, though. Abizi, he's need to get 1. He's able to do that. Neptune's streak continues, but they're in a 2 versus 3. They got to win this to continue hunting in the map.
And that's what this map is. It's a lot of give and take, sort of where they're putting pressure on. And the fact that BZ was able to find 1 in that 3-man push is huge for FaZe in that round. Gives them the 3 versus 2, gives them the bomb down. FaZe tie the series up at 1 apiece.
Let's see if this qualifier is going to be all the same thing. Lose map 1, win the next 3. That's how all the dubs came at qualifier 3. See if they can do it again here. But yeah, still going to work on some of the hardpoint stuff. We'll see how that'll pan out over the course of the qualifier. But Search and Destroy looking strong. Rewind 1, they got to get in. I mean, they need to work everything in at this point. Kind of like Ant said, like, yeah, we talk a lot about map pool and what they're working on. It's everything right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, one thing we kind of talk about with like their control is they still don't play Vault at all. It's always avoided.
Yeah.
They're not normally a team who has maps where you do that, but you know, it catches them where at Major 1 or at the Major, they finally lost to Hacienda to this Surge team, and it bites them. So yeah, we're going to play Hacienda again, but you bounce back here in this map too. We'll see what happens before we get to the control.
Monster map for Simp and Cell will combine for 19 and 6. So they take over, and yeah, I think there is potential for those 2 to be really good there. I mean, I remember one of like Simp's like first like stream clips that went out early in the year was like a rewind 1v3. It was like some disgusting play. I'm sure they're happy to be back in battling here. I think your points on Cell, he's going to be demonic there too. But yeah, we're tied up 1-1 so far. Kind of expected as far as the series goes. I think once we get to the 3, 4, 5, that's where we'll see who's going to be able to take it. Desk, what are your thoughts of the first two?
Well, Hardpoint comes up twice before Search comes up twice. So I think Vancouver wins this in a game 4 if they take control. Is that factual, Allie?
If they take the control, 100%, because they suck at control. So if they manage to take that one, Chris, you're on the right path.
Let's take a look at Rewind, because that'll be game 4, and we are guaranteed to see it. But for Search and Destroy, it was Atlanta FaZe walking away with the dub. Best moments from this one, Simp and Celium, the takeover. You want to see it?
I would love to see it, Chris. And, you know, talking about a little bit, Clinjo had a good conversation about, like, their match versus the Thieves. And I remember, like, Hydra cheating up Burger and Abu's not being able to see him on the cross, and then him just getting so much information. And it's like, if your subs are, like, going through gens, and even if they get one and get traded, like, you have the info on the guy on the street.
Okay.
Like, you're going to be able to make so many plays just off that info that you can see inside a DVD. And that was happening inside of this game as well, right? So you saw the ARs on the side of Surge just struggling, right? Just their base setups. You see Nasty, I think he was 1-9, Abuza was 2-7 or something like that, right? So the ARs were effectively shut down. Surge need to find a way to set their ARs up for more success on this map.
Is this a Rewind only issue for Vancouver, or could that be an issue across more maps?
For me, this is a Rewind only issue. I don't think this map plays well for Vancouver Surge at all. I 100% expected this going into it. And you saw it when you go to that round number 6. Their post plant just isn't good. Like, they get the bomb down, and somehow Cell still connects on a first blood on Abuza in Deep Street. And at that point, Atlanta FaZe is incredible at playing numbers. So I just don't think Rewind fits Vancouver Surge very well at all.
Celium and Simp, 19 kills combined, not bad. But if you look at the hard point, you had Neptune having quite the performance. Let's take a look here at some of the big moments in our breakdown. Wheeler, what do you got for me?
Yeah, let's talk about that in this game. And this is like the key moments, like with FaZe's gameplay and Hardpoint, that I think that they need to improve on, right? So let's jump into the clip and talk about what they're doing wrong here and what also Surge is doing right. But all right, we're on the situation where there's 34 seconds left on this hill, right? So you don't want to completely chalk it up if you're Atlanta. You want to try to find a little bit of time. You can see they're going to fight for a little bit. And here's like the issue in what Atlanta FaZe does here. 30 seconds left. You'll see other teams do this as well. They're too stagnant, right? They have nobody going over towards hallway. You're going to see this is MC. He's going to try to push through and like push this out, right? Because effectively, if he can get through here, find a kill on a guy over here and get through, then he can flip these spawns out if you get out here, because you can influence it and spawn them all the way out back, right? So in this situation though, it's just like discombobulated. Nobody picks up hallway. Neptune jumps down, flanks MC, and you're gonna see a BZ jump down in the vault and like try to make a play through here. So if you're Atlanta FaZe, like you're trying to like do too much at once. You're trying to get the scrap time. You're trying to send one guy to try to break these spawns. Meanwhile, you leave hallway, and this is a good team. They're going to be trying to make plays in rotation. So Neptune gets through. He finds 2 kills, and now like your play through bottom vault is just completely blown up. Neptune finds 3 kills, right? So you can't leave things that simple open. And now we're watching a situation where it's okay. We got to break this. This is an extremely, extremely difficult break, and you're going up against the Vancouver Surge where they have everything. Atlanta don't even touch this hill. They legitimately don't even get inside of the hill. The setup is just so perfect. You see, you got Abuza up top right here. He can see the cross. You got a player in hill who can see Lion. If anybody's sneaking through, he has vision over here. And then even if this guy dies, like number 4 can pick up the push through, right? So we have literally everything. So the prioritization on rotation, when you have that opportunity, when I showed you there was 30 seconds left, is when you have to try to seize it and take it. I get it's difficult, but these are the things that LA Thieves, that Vancouver Surge, and that Toronto Ultra are doing so well, and it's why we're seeing these banger hard points from them. FaZe have to improve.
Some desperation plays after finding themselves down deep early in game 1. FaZe answer back in game 2, which means we have 3 and 4 loaded up, ready to go. Let's go to Control first, Merc.
Okay, let's do it.
Here we go. Who's taking the control, Joe? Where we going? Hasi? Was it?
Hasi, yeah. Okay. I mean, my Jets tell me FaZe, but they just played this map and Surge won it on land. That was, again, the surprise of the series. I mean, the fact is like Hacienda Control FaZe sort of set the way this map is played. I think everybody kind of watched them, what they were doing correctly, and now you just have to make some adjustments. Everyone is going to be ready sort of for your strategy now if you're FaZe.
Well, whereas the game, like I feel like some years speeds up. We see like more sub play. Like it's definitely I feel like more 3 ARs, 4 ARs. Sometimes we're seeing at this point. Like is that something that's
now like the sub
like,
nerf's probably in. So you might just be seeing maybe like an extra AR here and there.
Yeah. I was wondering. I feel like that's never really suited the FaZe playstyle as much as maybe it should. Control though for stage 3, 7-2 for FaZe. I mean, not maybe the prettiest 7-2. I mean, all their series were to be actually, because what they had 2 of those series is where they lost the map 1, then went 6-0-3-0 in 2 of them. Right? They did it to Carolina and I forget who else they did it to. So they had a couple dominant ones, but Control fine. It's just I don't even care. Let's get to the hard point. Well, I guess this one I do care about more because they did.
Well, in that 4 loss streak, 3 of those are to Thieves, or 2 of those are to Thieves. Like their last win was in this matchup. But yeah, so you have so Boston Thieves, Toronto Thieves, so 2 are Thieves.
And Boston was on like a 5 or 6 control win streak at the time, right? Right? Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. They were on a tear, so maybe that one's not as crazy as it would seem. Surge definitely the better team, but Boston were in their bag when it comes to control over the last qualifier into the major. All right, map 3, as we're tied up 1-1. We'll see who can now get the edge. Offense out for FaZe. As they're trying to battle this over from the rock side hallway. They're taking numbers. Nasty's double, though. I was thinking maybe chaining into a triple be enough, but you win that break. You group up 3 towards Rockside Hall, and you've got advantage. Now Cell just trying to lock you in, make sure you can't get in the top office. This pre-fire, doors open, he is frying.
Yeah, he is locked in. Has the help of a BZ sitting out. He's just chilling. He's been chilling this entire time on this B point. Draws is there for the 2. And I feel like this is where you never really saw this at the major. Just sort of controlling up top office. The players on B didn't have a lot of pressure on them. Props to FaZe on a great break.
You can see for Surge, they really want to retake this from Rockside. At least multiple other players trying to push through that. The other 2 kind of split off. Just want to keep them locked in, make sure FaZe can't push over from B instantly onto A, but Cell still hasn't died. Finally going to fall after a 5-0 start. Surge stopped the bleeding for now. Simp, though, he is frying. And now you get all 4 kind of spawning up close to each other. They're going to push out Rock. Taking a deep route. Who? Number 3 and Nasty. We'll see how that works out for him.
I mean, I didn't think Simp was reach out on that. Neptune didn't either. Just hits the slide so quick. Nasty with a big one, though. You're trying to get that trade if you are a BZ. Instead, you're going to get shot in the back. So right now, you're just playing a little TDM, little map control if you are both of these squads. Cell just trying to be annoying, while allowing his team to just come off spawn and get into a good position. And I think he's doing just that until he wasn't.
And well, a team kill comes in as well, so the FaZe push stalled out for now. No progress on the next big opportunity here. You got bodies everywhere for Surge to retake the point if needed. No one touching it yet. Just looking for more kills, maybe thinking spawn kills. As he pushed up deep, that's Cell that's going to push up. And I think try to get spawn kills. And he's able to do just that.
Yeah, you kind of just like stalled your push there for a moment if you were FaZe, just thinking they're going to try and retake, and then you all slid out together. So just waiting for each other. Make sure you don't throw away lives. And yeah, now Cell can, well, just be annoying again. But finally it does get taken down, but is it enough? 4 life advantage, you're on this A point.
And that'll be the first bit of progress done. Still a big part of that, yeah, chipping away at them and staggering the retake opportunities for this Surge team. But with Abuza's 2 and 04's kill, you bring it back in the life department. And you've got all the map control in the world. This next push for FaZe has got to be perfect. 04, maybe get caught, be a little bit greedy. Neptune, it could be the same case. Try to play his life. Perfect.
Yeah, I mean, 04's just thinking they all went up top. They're going to go well side. I have a free pinch, but Simp just plays for it. So he's going to allow them to get out at least to this point. But now you're kind of stuck. 20 seconds. You're going to have to work this objective sooner or later.
I feel sometimes, though, that player trying to catch that free pinch and getting caught is like where it unravels on defense.
No, you aren't wrong.
We'll see if that's going to be the case. Like, a second I saw him push it, get caught, I'm like, uh-oh. That's the first domino, and since then, things have unraveled. 1 life left. It's going to be Abuza. I don't know, one of those plays where, yeah, you catch a good timing, you find an opening, you shut down entirely, but if you fall, it's an opening. It's a window. And
well,
so
when I talked about sort of their risk management hard point, maybe not great at it here in Control. So one of those things we have to work on.
Yeah, and I think a lot of teams will make that same play. Don't get me wrong, but at that moment, with that little time left, aren't you just like L trigger and lock him in type thing?
Yeah, you didn't even play Rock.
Yeah. I'm not trying to put it all on him, but like that was sort of the start of it. I just feel like I've seen that. I feel like I've seen that exact thing so many times on this map. The FaZe walk away with the round victory.
That's all the start, right? I mean, you just get B's right off the break. You have that 5 life advantage, so much time on the clock. You're just playing trades on Hasi.
Okay, now can Surge answer the call here. Monster, welcome back with the partnership. Official energy drink of the CDL. We love that. I think things are relatively open, but Raza back garage has something to say about that. It looks like so far, break advantage over to FaZe.
I mean, you just collapsed on that push. You figured out right where it was, over towards B. You had top hole control. You didn't want a gunfight anywhere. You see the streak right now for FaZe. It is 10 in a row going into the last round. So they are frying. Well, Surge already under pressure.
Yeah, how much time is going to get ripped here? Good job kind of getting out of spawn, though. Give yourself a real opportunity to fight back in this. And it's a little foot race on over towards B. Number 8 and Selkai taken out of this entirely. He was trying to push up towards P2, kind of force that well side spawn and keep kind of funneling because of the fences pushes. I mean, it can be brutal at times when you've got good position for the defense. But he has to track back because they're pushing towards the rest of the way onto his teammates. The first tick maybe about to wrap up.
They're just staying alive, really. That's what they were trying to do, is just allow Neptune to get in the position he's in, because he's been working through top halls. The players on B have been staying alive. It's just how long are they going to be able to? It's not much longer. Now you only have 28 seconds left. Everyone's spawning Rockset. It's just Neptune in position, maybe to deal with FaZe.
How many can he get? Able to take down one, wrap him back to deal with him is easy. Yeah, they are all just trying to lock him in. Make sure he doesn't get lost behind enemy lines and pick him apart like he did in the hard point. 16.5, it'll be paused on as 04 gets onto A, and now they're gonna collapse and hunt onto him. Babuza, though, there for the help. Babuza gets 2. Hold up now. Chance now for Surge to get something going in this round. Unless Cell has something to say about it, he'll get 1, but get traded out quickly. 1 tick of progress on both points. A starting to move a bit here.
That's a massive kill, I think, right there from Neptune onto Sim. Sim, he would flank top windows. He would have an angle onto this A point. Probably get 1, if not 2. There's still 1 more player on it. Abizi's challenging it, but Neptune controlling the hallways, trying to keep his teammates up. But 04 is going to drop, so again, it's on Neptune.
Well, he's trying to find the kills, hoping one of his teammates can get a body to actually pause the clock. He gets damage into one, so Booza actually gets the kill. Booza's gonna be the one trying to do it from the point, but he's gonna be the only one with a chance to do it. He gets just about everybody. Nearly a solo stand from Abuza, but needed to win another fight. The FaZe go up 2-0 in the control.
Yeah, and it's a tough call. Like, I'm thinking now, if you're looking back at this, if you're Neptune, after you kill Simp up top, maybe you just drop to the objective, right? Just, you have to get them in an extension.
Stack it, yeah.
Yeah, because he's trying to play the cutoffs, and I get it. It's just like, they're already through Rockside. They're already through Rockside. They already have the angles. If he's on that objective, it's probably done.
I think it's always just one of those hindsight calls. It just seems so logical to us now, but in the moment, he's like, you're doing the right thing. But yeah, you get that extra minute. You already had ticked on over towards B. You might be able to squeak away around victory, but not going to happen. FaZe defense holds strong. And well, after the rough hard point, Search win, and now maybe a 3-0 here in the control. Had several of those in the qualifier, but they've really dominated the breakoff game on both sides of it, and they're doing it again. Their breakoffs have been pristine.
That's all 4
Last player is going to drop. That is Draws and Simp finding all 4, 5 straight for Simp as he's on 16 and 9 off the back of what a 9 and 3 performance in the Search and Destroy.
I mean, all 3 breakoffs have literally been perfect. I don't know if they just hard countered the major breaks that Surge had. Again, we have not had a lot of time to adjust things from the major. So you're just sticking with your defaults, and I think FaZe have just planned for it.
It's so funny because, you know, like Shotzi's like comment earlier in the year about like breakoffs. Like breakoffs obviously aren't everything, but dude, sometimes in control, like
there are a lot.
Yeah, no, it is the beginning of the snowball. and it just will take over. 7 straight for Simp now. How far is this streak going to push? Worried the pressure's going to come to him. They're like, we're not dealing with the GOAT. Dude, we're going to take another round, but he's still in and behind. Swapping weapons. Streak up to 9. A about to be done, and that is a whooping in Control. And, well, this is the team you want to see. If you're a FaZe fan, when it comes to those 2 modes at least, can the 2-3-5 be spot on and dominant? And it just becomes working on the hard point like it's been for the last 6 years.
Yeah, then on the Surge side, this is the game mode. This is the game. If we want to compete with Thieves and FaZe in finals, we have to get better here.
Yeah. You know, I think the more I think about, like, listen, there are a lot of like things you could point to as being key for like a good Control team, but like the ability to rebound after a bad break or get out of like bad positions is probably, dude, like the #1 thing. Like you have to be able to. Okay,
honestly, if you're I'm just thinking, Hasi, you're 4 dead, you know they're just going to stab you. It's probably just a call. They probably just have to give it up and wrap rock.
Give it up?
Yeah, you probably do. As much as you don't want to. Yeah. But, like, dude, on this map, it is so tough to get back to that B point. You know you're running into the Blender top office and balcony.
Yeah, I guess you could apply it to, like, Hardpoint, too. It's just how good teams just deal with bad situations better. I mean, you talked about that a lot early in the year with the struggles of, like, Vegas and other teams. Like, they look good when they're in control. When they're not, it's just ugly. It's so ugly. It's just trying to all the good teams trying to raise your floor, kind of, right? All right, well, FaZe put Surge on the floor there with the 3-0 win in the map 3. Maybe trying to get a little bit of revenge from the major. I don't know. I'm kind of excited to see what this road's going to look like for FaZe over the next month because it's been a weird year.
I mean, they still won 2 majors.
I hear you, but like,
I know.
You came out, you were awful. Then you win 2 majors and a minor. Now you look kind of awful again, and we'll see if they can bounce back. See if they're able to do it. A rewind hard point going to be the next one. I mean, a big point in this matchup is just these 2 teams, but I think just a big point for FaZe. As much as Ant said, like, the maps don't matter, you just have to get good at like everything type thing. Like, with Proto gone and your hard point struggles, rewind needs to be good. And I'm not surprised to see them pick it. It's got to be good.
Yeah, and I think it was. We only saw him play it once, and it was actually a banger. It was the first Thieves FaZe match. I actually remember it. It's Stage 1 qualifiers. There was like a cell play at like P4 that it just sticks in the back of my mind that, sorry, P3 maybe, but sticks out of my mind that he just made massive plays.
Well, he made a massive play at the start of the round 1 as he got to a 5-0 start. And yeah, I mean, the breakoffs were just so good. And that's one of those things where, like, I don't know how much you almost want that in a qualifier. In the sense, like, you win the break-off, you just, like, dominate the rounds. The question at the major is going to be, like, when the break-off isn't good, like, how do you still win the round? How do you get the mid-game better when you get smoked off the break-off? Now, don't get me wrong, like, they're still working to win here, and if you win the break-off, it's great, and you win the map. But, like, that's not really my question. Any team that wins the break-off's got a good chance to win a round. It's what you do when you don't, but... That aside, Simp had a monster game. Breakoffs and gameplay, pristine. FaZe, a beautiful job there. On the Surge side, I mean, I think you're right in the sense there was a different game plan from Surge to the Major in that particular map and mode, and I'm sure they went back and watched that and were like, okay, not again. And came in and smoked.
Well, they might also just play bad on that map. Like Hacienda Control, again, it's been the FaZe staple since literally Major 1. Yeah. Has been this Control map when they've had to play it, right? Just everyone's vetoing, you know, Proto. They're not playing Vault, so here we are. But yeah, I just think it's one of those things. They probably got home and got right back to it. Where a team might surge off back-to-back finals, maybe take a day off, maybe 2.
Could be, yeah.
Yeah, we're all humans.
I don't know. I think both these teams. I mean, hearing how Ray's talked about it, like I think you've got 8 hungry players that want to win and are putting in the work, but yeah, maybe, dude. I don't know if you get a day off when you get 4-0. I'm not sure you get a day off, Joe.
All right. Maybe you do. Maybe that's when you get the day off.
Maybe. Back to work, boys.
Maybe that's when you get the day off.
We'll see if it closes out here on a rewind. FaZe just can they beat this Surge team in a hard point? I mean, I know they have, but just overall general consensus, Surge have been way ahead of them in hardpoint as of late, but excited to see this battle out on rewind, replacing Protocol in the rotation. I don't know why it left in the first place, if I'm going to be honest with you. Neptune eating though early on. Give him 3.
Well, just talked about Brace. That is a break you're going to take all day if you are Surge. So he is going to get pushed up. Lock down this generator side of the map. Meanwhile, Draza, he's going to try to flip the spawns for this P2. Not going to happen yet, so they're going to react off that. And well, Neptune, he just keeps going, sliding all around. But a nice little response there for FaZe.
Nice response and trying to pick up some of this time, but they'll continue to battle for spawns as well, and this might be the perfect time to push it out. Just trying to play his life and back up. It'll be a Booza, but FaZe is flying at you. How many can he get? He's able to take out 1. Draza, though, gets to 5 in a row. But the battle for spawns still going down. It's a burger side push coming in from Surge. FaZe trying to deal with it, but they're just getting slammed. Cell going to be the only person. You thought maybe you won the rotation, but you don't.
Yeah, it's similar to like, almost like P3 for Vault, where if it is open on the far right spawns, there's a couple of parallel spawns in Surge. They played for it. They picked up the 2 players that spawned out for FaZe. They knew they still had forward pressure on the backside of P2. So Abuza just buys enough time for his teammates to get there, pick up the spawners right into the hill, and it's just what they've been so good at.
FaZe have not been able to break much on this particular title. Maybe a break will come in here, but with just over 20 seconds remaining, Nasty doing the best he can to take down a few. BZ, he wants to rewind time to the start of the map, maybe, as he is 0-7.
And, you talked about the sort of like Celium's comms, but his comms really stick out to me in a BZ, because I think you can hear every frustration in the world at times from a BZ. Just like, you can see, like, oh, he's one shot. Like, you just see he's pissed. And I think that sometimes gets to him. Well, you might be seeing another example of it here.
I mean, that's what I saw early in the year. Just watching their scrims. He seemed like an angry elf. he was going through it. Nasty. He's slamming them. Up 30. Hardpoint control again to Surge.
And well, if he isn't playing well, like, we rely on him on breaks, right? This could be why your breaks have struggled.
I'm sure. Oh, yeah, I'm sure. I mean, his ability to chow basically any gunfight on an entry and win that first gunfight for 5 straight years. I mean, Abizi's still a demon, don't get me wrong, but like, if he is struggling, yeah, it's going to be hard for this team. It is.
He does make a heads-up play there. Takes the route and flips the spawns for this P4 coming up. And Surge, we'll see. They still have time to work up this middle of the map, but Draza playing very safe all the way back there.
All right, do you actually get an early hold for FaZe? No, it looks like all the deaths are going to come at the wrong time, right as the hard point pops,
yeah,
but
right.
You do spawn safe, so you may be all right, but it is going to be pressure immediately from Surge. Neptune trying to lead his way in. It's going to be a Booza that's getting the kills. Everyone's going to drop outside of a BZ. He will finally fall. Still get the safe spawn, so still a chance to battle for the hard point, but you're winning it from the front, and Surge are able to get in. Neptune up to 5 in a row before he drops. You're up 50, and once again, dominant hardpoint here from Surge.
And well, BZ, he spawns all the way out, and why I think just like early on in this title, we thought fundamentally one of the better hardpoint maps, because you spawn out pretty far away. So you're gonna have to take some long routes. Your life matters. So FaZe, 15 seconds left. They're gonna go at this one last time.
Well, yeah, and if they can't break and they can't hold, you're gonna be in trouble in hardpoint, Joe.
Yes, you are. That is true.
You're gonna be in a whole lot of trouble. Abuza had a dominant map 1, puts up monster numbers. He's doing it again here. He says, screw you guys, getting the objective. I'm slaying out. 3 seconds, but he's 15-6. Okay, another chance for FaZe to maybe hold. Are getting picked apart, or are they? No, one's a team kill. BZ is going to get 3 and might be the ultimate bailout there from 0-9 to 9-13. He's turned up in these last couple of hard points. If it's not for a BZ, you get broken again. Granted, teammates got damage in.
Splits. Oh boy.
Oh.
Woo, gets wild at P5. But I mean, they are surviving. They react to it. And well, they find all 4. That could have been hell for FaZe.
Oh, BZ out of hell and floating his way towards heaven. 5 straight, fighting back, battling back at the scoreline. Because you got broken there. I mean, you're down 120. You are getting smoked. A great hold, puts them right back in it, but still down 40.
Normally it's a pretty messy hill, right? Just do the close nature of the spawns.
That's the cleanest
somehow,
one. Of course it is.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
They have 40 points there, does FaZe, so only down 40.
Yeah, their best hardpoint was the mess one. That makes sense. I mean, when you're a messy hardpoint team, it's logical, you know?
It is.
Well, they have to improve on a lot of these, though, if they're going to bring it back. Surge still up, and Abuza still pacing. Oh, I thought he was going to walk away with that one, too, but not able to do it. FaZe just a bit staggered on this push. I like the route from Cell, wait for his teammates to get into the fight as well. Now you get into the point. Abuza, though, he's getting kills from the point. He's getting your entries. He's trying to do it all.
Yeah, Cell's just making sure nobody's taking a long route that number 1 and 04 is doing right now. So picking up Gen's side, that's going to be on Draza. Number 7 and Sim's going to spawn out, so forward pressure. They're going to recognize it is FaZe. This is what we talk about with Surge. This is where they're normally so good. I just don't know if they're going to be ready for that, yeah. Due to 04's position, they spawn out Sim. So the fact that FaZe just waited for him, they played their life, allowed Sim to make the play.
I'm pretty sure like 12 of Abizi's 15 are just like from the hardpoint and like key positions. He started he started to go nuts.
This turnaround is insane. They're still down 60 though.
Yeah, no, but still, 0-9 start. One of the worst starts I've ever seen him have.
I'd probably just quit.
Yeah, back to even though. That teaches you home, children. Anything is possible, you know?
Anything.
You can turn it around. Life's got you down, just pulling up easy. But they're still down 50, so are you really winning? I don't know. Simp is shooting. 20 seconds remaining here. We'll see if Surge can get the rest of this time.
And that's probably, we were talking about it. Well, Abizi gets in and finds 2 more. So they lost the spawn. So this was a massive 25 seconds they had to fight for with Surge. This is an ongoing battle. Finally chose the way of Surge.
Yeah, you were trying to contest, so you could just hold them in. Just keep them pinned in so you can win the rotation across. But when the deaths come, you end up spawning out, and it's a quick little transition across DVD, and you're right into the next hard point. You chain these together, it might be map. So far, though, it's still a bit of chaos here. Abuza, though, still going nuts. 26 up for him. Draws his double. Maybe an opening towards the point.
And well, this is where teams got really good at Rewind, was this P3 into the P4. Because this is where, yeah, you chain these two together. That's where you find 80 to 90 points. But Surge aren't allowing it. They actually spawn out Abizi. Great forward pressure from 04. Staying alive on the hills was the ARs from Surge. But do that one player spawning out in Abizi, do you actually get the free pinch?
Yeah, the splits. Like him and Draws both got shots in. They're able to break. I mean, it's 20 seconds. You'll still... the time you got the end of P3 and the beginning of P4, you're going to take all day if you are Surge. Still up 50. It's going to require a FaZe comeback once again, similar to the map 1, if they're going to be able to do it. All right. This is probably the best setup you've had if you're FaZe with regards to just distance from the hard point for Surge. Like, they have a lot more work to do. I mean, remember last time it popped?
Yeah, last P4 they were already
they were battling. Yes, yeah. They were there battling right at the start. And with Neptune and Abuza got some big kills to get them in. This is what you want to have on the minimap in rotation. Avoiding the car exploding, but Nasty's gun.
There's spawn out. Yep.
Is making them explode. Draws 27 HP, make it 2 because that car's blowing up, of course. Why not? They spawn out. Surge have another break, and that one might be the dagger.
It should be. I mean, you're going to go at this one more time if you are FaZe. Trying to put pressure on through the middle of the street. But yeah, that was like a 2-2 split from Surge. They're able to find the pace on the outer parts. They don't even really fight from the hill. Well, you spawn those couple of players out, you punish them. I mean, what, you're on 10 kills in a row here if you are Surge to lead to that break.
28-19 out of Abuza. Terrific map 1, terrific map 4. Can they turn this one into a win as well? 30 more points needed for Surge.
Player. He's so good at hardpoint.
He really is. So good. Nasty's beating Ghosts. Neptune's on another killing spree. Abuza has got another double. He's at 30 plus now. You got the hardpoint control last time. This is where FaZe started mounted their run. This time, are you even going to touch the point? Because it is all Surge thus far. The split spawn is going to come in. We'll see how Surge are going to deal with this. Well, it's not going to be a split anymore because you hammer them from the other side of it. So that's easy to pick up. Wow, this is lockdown hardpoint at the end of it. Surge win the vault. Surge about to win the rewind with another dominant effort in hardpoint. These guys are incredible, but with that little break, we'll stall out at 249 for now.
You know who's incredible? Abizi at P5. That's also been incredible. It just hasn't mattered. It has not mattered because, well, the Surge, they find so many breaks on the map. And if you're FaZe, like, you're doing what you need to do to put yourself in a positions at P2 and P4 on this map where those are the money hills. That's where you need big rotations. You're going to spawn all the way out, and they just lose.
No, I mean, it's tough because sometimes when you watch it and the Hardpoint struggling, it's like sometimes they're just like failing to rotate. It's almost more frustrating when they do rotate and just get insta-broken. They just like,
Well, there's nothing more frustrating as a player.
Good reps for FaZe though right now. Surge is so strong in Hardpoint. They're able to take both, and, well, we'll see if FaZe can do it through the 2, 3, 5, or if Surge can continue this run and continue, well, kind of dominating this matchup as of late. Well, outside of the major, really. Outside of major, too. It's been all Surge. We'll take a look through the stats. Abuza, a big one again. I think he led the lobby in damage and kills in the map 1. He does it again here.
Yeah, Cell on the other side struggles. Maybe couldn't get to his spots. Just that forward pressure there from the SMGs. We saw 0-4 a number of times, but that's a big reason maybe why you're finding Brace. If Cell's not getting to his spots on these P2, P4 setups, not finding easy kills.
Yeah, he's got subs in his face immediately. Or like, I mean, Abuza and Nasty were so good at getting picks when they were trying to break, where it wasn't really happening on the other side.
No, it is that early lead there. That P4 break gave them 80 points. You fight back if you're FaZe. You had a chance. You had a chance. When it was 189 to 138 at the end of the P3, you won that rotation. You could have tied the game or got close if you are FaZe at that second P4, but you messed both those up. And that's how Surge walk away.
It felt some of the map 1 is a step behind, like throughout it. Granted, you were only down like 30 most of the map 1 here, a little bit bigger of a deficit, but you were like in chomping distance with a chance to chip away at it. Just couldn't quite do it. Couldn't ice up late. It was Surge to go nuts late in the game, and they'll win both hardpoints. So, yeah, that's gonna be the question for FaZe over these next few weeks: is will the hardpoint improve? So far, it doesn't seem to be the case, but you're tied up 2-2. Still have a chance to win the series because you could be a solid 2-3-5 team. Can they win both the Search and Destroys? Will Surge take it? We'll find out after the break.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
Upgrade your game with the SCUF, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Early in our 7th circle here, there's still 30 teams left. You don't have any resources. Get to the zone if you can. Win your gunfight. Maze somehow sneaks through. You see a lone Nubu Spartan running around like a chicken with his head cut off. There are so many squads. This is unprecedented. Being able to see this from the Codcaster is so special. There's our first moving zone.
That's the problem. You gave them all the time in the world, and now Ultra have set themselves up perfectly for the barbershop hardpoint. The apartments, the alleyways, all the nooks and crannies are now full of Canadians.
And you have a BZ at 9 and 22, and this is only a 20-point game. You're looking at big plays in the final moments, but Envoy takes down 2.
Envoy the front line. FaZe fans, the hype squad in the front row, they make it to nearly every single event. That poor guy that hit the deck today outside the venue, is he here?
Saw that. That was tough.
Hey! What is that poor guy ate concrete for breakfast? Tough one.
Go one by one.
You gotta trade that. AG hit front by himself.
That's the How many times did we praise Optic for their ability early on in this game to understand how to
challenge the
good help from inside on the cross as well. Keeps him alive now. The regen. Look at the battle.
Nice, I'm in the game. Yo, CDL 2024. Yo, this is fire. This is fire.
Oh.
This fire, yo, Pete. Hold up. CDL champ and the shit. Come on, huh? That shit clean, bro. This kind of clean.
Yeah.
Yo, that's aura, bro. Come on, now.
The 2025 Vancouver Surge Team Pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this weapon charm for when you have a bone to pick. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
We go the distance here. Map 5 upcoming. Yeah, I mean, good hardpoint team versus a pretty solid 2-3-5 team. We find ourselves in a game 5. Not shocked it went this way. Yeah, again, I mean, FaZe mostly won their series in the last qualifier through 2-3-4, but this time couldn't get it done in the rewind. Not great at it yet. Surge up pretty much the entire map, or the entire map. Look at the map 5 metrics though this season. Both teams been all right.
Yeah, 2 losses in a row there for FaZe, but last time these two teams met up in the winners bracket final at Major 2, it was a Game 5 protocol. That's where we're going here again. That was the 5-3 comeback.
Yeah, went to round 11, yeah.
All the way to around 11 for FaZe. A solid map for both teams. 7-4 on the year for Surge on Proto S&D, 8-4 for FaZe.
No, these are probably your 2 best protocol.
Ultra?
Surge. Like Ultra up
Ultra
there,
in there.
but like I'd probably say these 2 are your best.
Well, that's you, yeah.
They've got very different styles of how they kind of want to play it too. So that's why the matchup's always fun to me.
Yeah, FaZe just
want to square up,
play A.
And I mean, you'll work both, but Surge, I feel like they're best usually. B, defensively and offensively. See who can take it though as we ramp things up towards DreamHack in our final major. Excited for that. And while, I mean, for FaZe 2, you just don't want to like get into a position where you're in a matchup like round 1 playing Surge, right? Like, you just want to have a better qualifier.
Yeah, they used to probably not care about it. Maybe you care a little bit more about it now.
No, you never really lost round 1s, but you did there. 0-4. Trying to find the opening here towards B, and he's able to do it. Celium going to be taken out. First blood for 0-4. They're so good at working this B site.
Really, it's 0-4.
Yeah.
He just takes these timings, and I think a big thing there was Cell's stun missed him. He was behind the pillar, so Cell thinks he's in the clear. But now we're in a 3 versus 2. Is Sim's going to find 2? It's down to the ARs to lock down this B site.
Still very winnable here for Surge. Nice tags in. Nasty can't finish it. Now might get caught by Simp. That's going to be 3 for Simp. Simp now working on the ace. They know the last player is here inside a heli. No ace for Simp. It'll be a BZ with the final one.
And man, Nasty, I meant like Abizi, he re-shoulders that. I think if he continues to pre-fire it, he's probably ready for the next chow. And Nasty,
Oh, 1,000%.
But like, he keeps shooting one more bullet. He's got that kill on him.
Like we talked about it earlier with the one gunfight. Like, don't overstay your welcome. Some help is coming. You're going to get caught. But yeah, that's just one situation. You keep shooting. Maybe you get the pick at least before you drop.
Nice recovery there, though. Just 0-4. Yeah, he found the opening. You get bombed down at B. You think this is money.
That's one that I assume Surge is going to win 9 out of 10 times, honestly. But don't get into their ideal setup. Things fall apart. Simp 9-3 in the map 2. Him and Cell led them to the victory. Good start from Simp. Yeah, I mean, he takes them from a 3v4 deficit up 3 versus 2 very, very quickly. Into the fray we go. I mean, like I said, very
literally
different
what we
teams.
talked about. Literally what we talked about.
That's why I think it's a fun matchup. Very, very different teams and how they like to play it. But
we're going to throw a trophy down elevator, and we're going to run at you with our nades. And Surge is like, we're going to see what 0-4 could find.
Yeah, it's a retake A simulator for Surge and retake B simulator for FaZe. Nasty. Gets them into a 2 versus 2.
No trade.
Cell wins a big one, though. And Nasty stunned and dropped. Nothing for him to do. Back-to-back rounds now for FaZe. And, well, yeah, I mean, if they're able to win it on both sides, they're going to be feeling real, real good.
And Nasty's just hoping there's not an extra stun to deal with. That's why you get the crossfire setup with the ARs. And if there's not a stun there, maybe a chance for Nasty to win that gunfight with a sub. But probably a trade.
Yeah, you're probably traded. Stun just made it unwinnable. And no chance once that hit. All right. Early edge now for FaZe. We'll see what Surge will look to work here on offense. I mean, they got what they wanted with that opening round, but looks like this time maybe some A players.
Just a little bit of a check. This is such a you 3-hit spiral. Just ready for this. If you are FaZe, just kind of knew. All right, they're not going to be because, well, we just retook that easily. So let's play a little game of chess, be a step ahead of them.
Yeah, I feel like the more gunfights that go down towards A, advantage to FaZe. We'll see if that continues, but in their first offense was what, a 4 with the first blood. This time they get blooded, but they still are able to get bombed down.
Yeah, and Cell's already through though. He took a lot of space. I mean, that was insane shots. Watch number 3, Nasty. Does he find a timing? Because Cell got so far pushed up. I think this opens this up for Nasty. The problem is though, his teammates are dying.
Here we go. Nasty Abusa, 2 versus 3 again. All going to be on Nasty. He'll end up dropping. The retake is there for FaZe. They were able to do it in a 3 versus 4. This time they've got advantage in a 4v3, and they get it done easily.
And that's just a great play out of Cell. You know, he finds only 1 kill, but it's the space that he takes, right? We lock down A. You have to take their house away, because that's when you start up that pinch. That's when the player helicopter and down low, they are just caught in paradise. It's trouble down there. But yeah, the fact he takes that risk, it is a risk because there could be a player there, but he just goes for it, gives his team the info.
It makes things so much harder for Surge to hold. I mean, it's already difficult when you're in a 3 versus 4 and you don't really get to all your prime spots to hold it. Simp still leading the way on 6 now. What do you know?
Oh yeah, trophy, we're going to go.
Yep. This is what I expected this to be like, and sure enough, Abizi still hunting. You're not getting away. On 35 HP, still going to push it. Tiny Tears take control of A, and they'll have a free plant up in a 4 versus 2, and probably about to be up 4 on the round count.
So normally when this goes wrong, I feel like Abizi loses this spiral gunfight. I mean, it shouldn't go wrong in a 4 versus 2, but that's usually when there's problems. And there was almost problems.
Yeah.
It was very close to a lot of problems.
Yeah, you almost spoke that into happening. I thought Draza was going to drop
I'm telling
as
you,
well.
I don't know what it is, but there's a spiral gunfight that Abizi loses. I'm not sure what the percentage is, but they lose it a lot.
That's a Maven stat, yeah.
They lose it a lot.
Yeah, 90% of the time. If Abizi loses that fight, they lose the round. But no, they're able to hold on.
It was almost got like 2 or 3.
Yeah, no, I think it was draws. He had to have been real weak, but he was able to slide through the bullets, and I think they double shot him to close that out. Make sure Abuza doesn't make a crazy play. All FaZe in this map 5. I was kind of hoping for a good little map 5 banger, but might be a quick one.
It's the same chow, yeah. FaZe must just be so confident. Maybe their B retakes where they weren't in that scenario, but 04 is like, all right, if you're going to do that, I'm going to take the middle map away from you again.
Yeah, maybe it'd be easy to just avoid spiral. 04 has had...
Draws is through. He's the one player for FaZe. He's quick on this. He's the rotate player. Well, he gets to a really good spot.
And this is going to be, if you got first blood and the bomb plant here, you think you're in such a good position, but once again, it might fall apart. 2 versus 2 now. Simp 8-1 on 4 straight. Playing the map, reading the map. Got to go, though. Time is up. Thought he had the read for the nasty route. Draza can't win the fight. Now suddenly it's 1v2 for Simp, making it 1 versus 1. 18 seconds to go. He's just going to get the kill. He's going to hop it. Neptune knows he's got to go, and he'll get the kill. He stays gun up on the heady. Maybe he takes it, but he's hoping maybe he's weak from the last gunfight, and he's just able to get it in
Yeah,
quick.
you might get a little like Joe Cam call out right there because he was so confident that he was on it. So just that trade comes in, and yeah, you were right, Neptune. If he might have like peeked top window when Simp was watching it.
Oh, it's Neptune. Sorry, I said nasty.
Yeah, when he tries to take her out, like maybe he gets caught, but he stayed close to his teammate, played around pillars, found that first kill in the 2 versus 2. Yeah, Simp almost brings it back.
Yeah, I thought with the map he's been having, well, really the search of this series, I thought he was clutching that, honestly. He has been having in the search and destroys. Finally, though, round up for Surge. And that's probably, if that's on land, too, he probably just holds it again. 100% doesn't hop that. Simp may be in trouble, but no. Able to get away, and, well, the first time this hasn't been a full-on push and chow towards a 4 phase. About success through their first 2 offenses. Now slowing it down. Are we working A? Yeah, we're still working A.
Still working A.
Just a different way of working A.
Well, they might not have had like someone forward with a trophy. So you can't deal with those nades. Don't want that computer to blow up.
That car, you mean?
Whatever it is.
Yeah, the car PC. Biding their time, and now look at the pounce. Slide in, just trying to be the bait. Here comes the help. Well, not the bait. He's also going to get the entry. Neptune in trouble, 32 HP. There it is. He's going to drop. Oh, the nade's able to connect, and quickly, it's going to be a 1 versus 1. Abuza. Draza. 25 to go. Bomb has not been planted. Draza going to slide out and gun him. And with the series Abuza's been having, I think he's taking that fight, but Draza tucks him to bed.
Yeah, just hits the long slide right there, does Draws. Hits the shots, a reload. Just a couple of headies. That's the difference.
Yep.
That is the difference. You see as he's centering right around that forehead and boom, wins it.
Nice shots. That was your chance to maybe make this a little bit more interesting of a map 5, but now 5-1 advantage to FaZe. One more round and they'll close this out. Maybe a little revenge. Oh, it's going to be a revenge short for them because they did not look good the last major. 9 in the map 2, now 10 here in the map 5 for Semp. Draza, first blood. Abizi follows it up. A 4's got to be insane, but Semp's there with the timing. The follow-up there for FaZe. It is all on Neptune, or this series is done. Can he clutch up against Draza, Semp, and Cell?
And I don't know the Maven stat on this one, but I feel like early plat offensive takes are always just so bad. I've seen like a couple of them. Yeah. Usually they're more delayed like plat takes, but anytime it's just off the rip.
If you lose like the first player in it,
it's so
just,
bad.
They're just stranded.
It's so bad.
It's like lay down or run.
Yeah. And I think they must have hit a stun because I don't think a trophy was down quite yet based on the timing. That was just all the info, but Neptune 1 versus 3, able to connect, has a Semtex.
It's a buy him time to get back to full health. It doesn't. If he gets back to full health, maybe a chance to get it done, but the Semtex not enough time. Draza is chirping. FaZe are on the board. They'll get their 10 points. They'll start out 1-0. It's funny for me because as much as I want to say, like, good win for FaZe, the Hardpoint still looks so ass that until that improves, I don't know. And I hold them to a different bar than I do a lot of teams. But like, until that improves, you didn't learn anything new.
It's also like Surge's Hardpoint still just
that good. Yeah, that good. But did we learn anything from this series?
Surge has to work on control still.
We knew that. Okay.
He's have to work on Hardpoint.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Did we learn anything? Like, okay, so this is the match we thought it would be. There we go. I mean, I thought the result could be different, but like overall, the same problems and same strengths they're identical. What do you know? Where the matches were a week ago, not much has changed.
Yeah, I will say like probably not the best. You only had 4 rounds in Surge for Surge, and that was a major improvement throughout Stage 3. Pretty ugly to start Stage 4.
Yeah, it is. It is. You were lights out in the Hardpoint, but FaZe lights out the Search and Destroy, and 2-3-5 is going to be the win for FaZe. Desk, I can't wait to hear your delectable breakdown.
We're underneath the Friday Night Lights with a Game 5 already. I'm loving it. Major 4 coming out hot and heavy, and a grand finalist just got beat in a Game 5 by the team that used to be on top of the world. Right now, they're number 2 spot. Do Atlanta FaZe reclaim the number 1 seed by the end of this qualifier?
Ooh, I don't think so with their Hardpoint looking like that. I'm going to be honest. Because even in the series, like for Surge, like we knew they weren't going to win the Control, even though it was Hacienda. Like they just aren't good at any of the maps. Like ironically, they ban it 50% of the time, and they're 2-2 on Hacienda. So I think it's just a case of Surge had a really bad Search and Destroy day.
And let's jump into the highlights from the Search and Destroy because Game 5 is said and done. And Simp, did he drop another double-digit game? Because the man, if you combine his 2 searches, he's my MVP.
I mean, yeah, the search is excellent from Atlanta FaZe. Yeah, I love the conversation that they just had where it's like, did we learn anything? No, we didn't. I mean, it's kind of what expected. I would say like the protocol is a map that Vancouver have been very good at in the past, but there's also a ton of VOD on it, right? So Atlanta coming extremely prepared, especially when a lot of the early offensive rounds. Just when I look at this series, I think like for Vancouver, either they need to start banning rewind, or like just put a ton of work into it, because we've seen 2 rewinds now recently, the LA Thieves one, and now this one where they just look lost, and you know they have extremely good playmakers. Like, you look at the SMGs, like that have the ability to take space and distract opposition to allow the ARs to fry. It just hasn't panned out, and I think that's just the way the map is laid out. They feel like they have to commit somebody to the street. So for Vancouver, still does not change my opinion of them whatsoever. Still extremely solid team.
Of course, and I look at this and I just think that Atlanta FaZe had a lot of control when it comes to Search and Destroy bans in this layout, because they're both really good red card teams, and on the side of Atlanta FaZe, they love protocol, so do Vancouver Surge, so they can go up against them on that side, and now Atlanta FaZe can add rewind to their map pool. This is a team that hasn't been playing it, has preferred to ban it, but clearly it shows that they have been putting some work back into it.
I really enjoyed the Draza 1v1 win and the celebration afterwards. Draza never changed.
He gunned the crap out of Abuza right there, too. Slid out. Abuza has such a straight shot that I was like, sit there, hold this iron, and just win it. And when Draza came out there, I was like, oh, sometimes I forget.
Sometimes I forget, but then I remember.
We got to crank up our Friday Night Lights. It is your monster winner spotlight with the one and only Simp. Welcome in, Chris. How are we feeling?
Yo, I'm feeling good, man. That was a great, gritty dub. I mean, I'll take the dub.
So have you been playing search tournaments over the weekend? Like, as soon as you landed, you just went right back to grind? What happened today, man? You're dropping nearly 20 across the 2 games.
Nah, I mean, I honestly just feel like the whole last stage, I was kind of just not myself. So I feel like coming into today, I wanted to just start the stage hot, and I feel like I kind of did that.
Oh, you reminded us. Thank you with the 11-4 Game 5.
So it hasn't been too long since we've just come off the major. Of course, it's only been a couple of days. So my first question is just going to be about the Hardpoint. Like, why have you guys started to struggle so much in that game mode, and what are you going to do to fix it this split?
I honestly feel like towards the last stage we were kind of over tweaking about it a bit. I think right now, or at least ever since like coming back from the major, I feel like we've been in a pretty decent spot for Hardpoint. I mean, obviously we didn't win either of those maps, but compared to I feel like how it was looking in the practice beforehand, I feel like we're going in a great trend.
Got it. So it's getting better. Thank you.
Definitely getting better, I'd say.
So I want to ask you about your guys' communication a little bit, because I feel like, we watch Hardpoint. Sometimes you guys are on different pages, trying to make, somebody's trying to break or somebody's trying to flood. And your guys' communication can be really rapid fire, like fast paced compared to some of the other teams.
We don't know what you're saying.
Yeah, sometimes it'd be like that. Has that been something you guys have tried to address over there?
Honestly, I don't think any of us miss comms like that for the most part. I mean, we're all kind of accustomed to it. I'd say.
Fair.
Obviously during listenings, like to like a viewer, even like you guys on the desk, it's just going to be a bunch of mumbo jumbo combined. But I don't know. I don't think comms is a big issue of it. I feel like just being on the same page is definitely.
You guys understand it.
So to that point, if the comms aren't a big issue, why do we see some of these chaotic moments from you guys at the end of Hardpoints then?
Honestly, I'm not too sure. I think we need to just overall just lock in for the 10 minutes of the Hardpoint. I feel like it's just a thing we need to work on.
Fair enough.
What does it feel like to be at this point in your career where if you guys make a tiny mistake, we jump down your throat?
Yeah, we're just on it.
I mean, I don't mind. I mean, not many players, not many teams have that kind of pressure / standard. So, I mean, if winning everything is a standard we have, then, I mean, I don't mind.
It's a pretty good standard. It's a pretty good expectation
It's the gold standard. You guys win 3 in a row, finally stopped in the 4th. Can't wait to see you at number 5.
Hey, appreciate it.
That is Simp. That is Atlanta. And so far, they are 1-0 in our Major 4 qualifiers. We got to take a look at why they are, though. It was the swing game. Control. Who did it? Chris Lair. It's your Scuff play of the game.
My notes for this is literally slammed. That's literally all I have written down. I can get fact-checked. Chris is fact-checking me. It literally
Why did you only use 1 M?
I only wrote slam. I didn't write slammed, but I'm going to add it in. I'll add it in.
Yeah, I mean, they rolled them. I mean, they set the meta on this map as well with pulling out the additional SMGs early on. They've loved this map over the course of the season. Now they're 10-3 on it. Between Hasi and Protocol, it's like, you just don't want to play them.
Unbelievable.
The rich get richer. Well done, Atlanta FaZe. When we come back, though, can Dylan Rex get his first dub in the CDL? He was dropping a 1.3 something in Challengers. He's taking on Beans as he makes his return to Toronto. Don't go anywhere. CDL, Major 4 qualifier.
Upgrade your game with the Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League. It's more than a game. It's for all who dare to compete. It's more than a team. It's our team. It's more than a feeling. It's unwavering passion. It's more than just talent. It's the grind that got me here. It's more than a moment. It's our legacy. One city, one stage, one champion. The battle starts now.
a cannon. Blast like a cannon. Big bang coming through. Blast like a cannon.
On match day, everything matters. What you focused on the night before, how you slept, what you ate. Players gather in the arena, ready to go toe-to-toe, fueled by the dedication, passion, and love of the sport. The mind has to be focused, clear, locked in. Any unknown variable can mean the difference between winning and losing. And when you have your pride on the line, every decision has to be perfect. Every movement calculated, and every shot on target. If you want to be remembered here, you have to make them believe. Scuff has been a proud and passionate supporter of Call of Duty esports for 14 years and enables you to play like a pro.
Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Got you.
The 2025 Carolina Royal Ravens team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this calling card for the barbecue after the smoke show. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Toronto Ultra are ridiculous. After losing Beans, they bring in a guy from Challengers, and 12 hours later, they have their first win in the winner's bracket. They go on to a top 4 finish. They've done it back-to-back tournaments. Will they be able to contend for a tournament championship with Beans back in the lineup? Today, he plays Carolina.
They should. They should be able to. This is a great situation for Toronto Ultra right now. They're coming off of back-to-back third placings. And also, when you look at their schedule, they should essentially go 5-0 or 4-1 this split. They have a really good schedule heading into Major 4, and they've been getting a lot of takeover maps recently by Kleenex. And I think that's going to be the biggest thing for Toronto Ultra is they already had a lot of firepower in the way that Joe has been performing and the way that Beans have been performing. So now it's just extra when you get Toby alongside.
Yeah, you know, in a lot of different camps and situations, like this could be like a tough scenario where a guy comes in and you get a top 4 and I was like, man, am I going to get dropped? Well, I think in the case of Toronto Ultra, extremely professional organization that's made good moves in the past. And then also these guys, they are vets, right? So they have the full faith in Benjamin Beans. And you couple that with like Beans now sees like how good these guys truly are, and if he ascends, how dominant they could be. They are a championship roster. Like, they can win. It's just going to come down to, like, their search and destroy last split took a bit of a dip. If they had their stage 1/2 search throughout the last split and Beans was there, they would have won the tournament, in my opinion.
We're happy with the podium placement. If you get a win, you're going to be ecstatic. On the other side is the podium even within sight of the current Carolina Royal Ravens.
With the binoculars, maybe.
Not even. Not even.
Al, let's break it down.
Maybe a telescope, then.
They're a completely different team.
They've got a roster, though, that features a former top 10 player in TJ Haley.
They do, but I mean, everybody, since the addition of Dylan Ricks, and I hate to paint this picture, but everybody's KD took a small hit. He has a .73 overall with a .5 in Search and Destroy. Our top 10 player in TJ in Search and Destroy went from 1.13 to a .93. So everybody's taken a big step back, and for them, it's not a great situation because they don't have an easy schedule either. And they went from a top 3 Search Search and Destroy Control team to bottom 2 in every category in Control, bottom 4 in almost every category in Search and Destroy. They have just not found any success.
Man, it has been tough, right? I'm trying not to harshly judge them too much because this was a situation where they're shooing for champs, right? You look at their team, they have enough points, and they made a change. They played LA Thieves back-to-back, who's got their number regardless, and then you lose to the Minnesota Rocker, right? So your first, like, true match, not against them, you lost. So I get, like, the criticism, but also I kind of respect the, like, rolling with Dylan Rex and giving him another opportunity throughout this split. You're safe for champs, right? You could still make a change if you need to.
When is it a fair shot for Dylan Rex? Because I thought it was in that Minnesota Rocker matchup, but I'm like, LA Thieves, best team in the game. Toronto Ultra, top 3 team in the game. He has not had an easy entry into this league.
Yeah, it's been tough. You played Thieves back-to-back. I mean, it's been hell, right? But now, right, you've had practice, you've had the lane experience. Like, now there is no excuse. This is, like, the full evaluation period for Dylan Rex. Like, these next match or two, we'll kind of get the idea.
Dylan and AR, who might have to bust out the SMG on Skyliner dealership. Walk me through the first 3 maps here. Toronto, we know they've had the numbers. What can Carolina look forward to in this best of 5?
Carolina can maybe look forward to that skyline that's 50-50, but like there's nothing good across the board for them right now other than protocol in game number 5.
I would say the dealership for Toronto has been a really rough point for them, so huge opportunity there if you're Carolina on map number 2. We've seen Gwen have some huge performances.
Toronto with Beans, though?
Yeah, I mean, like with dealership just in general, it's been bad. They're 1-4 on it. The Skyline Hardpoint, regardless who's been in the roster for Toronto, has been ridiculous on the year, right? So if you're Carolina, looking at a lost map 1, you have to win that dealership game too.
There's a golden scuff on the line. It's time for your scuff pick'ems, and as your pick'em leader, I will choose first as I bravely select Toronto Ultra.
What
wow,
a brave
you're
choice.
So brave. What am I, 3 behind you? 1, 2, 3.
You won't.
I'm not.
You won't say Dylan Rex gets his first dub today?
I'm going with Toronto Ultra, 100%.
Sorry, Teach.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with Toronto Ultra. Benjamin Beans might go crazy here.
Beans is back. Does he deserve a seat? The fans think so. Miles and Chance, can we begin?
Si, senor. We can indeed. Holy for Holies, he's back, folks. Very excited to see the return of Beans. And I think for a chance as a player, it's interesting to get a different perspective on your squad. Getting a watch from the sidelines like that. And whatever happened, you know, at the end of that event, I think we can all say that Beans had a generational run across Twitter. It was very funny. Good stuff, mate.
Yeah, love a good European sense of humor, but it's a team that just like all year they've been dealt a very difficult hand. All of their best maps, your Vault S&Ds, your Skyline S&Ds, your Hardpoint on Protocol that Toronto are good at, that they love is a main like factor for them. We keep taking them away, and then they have a split in Stage 3 where they're beating Atlanta FaZe in Game 5s. They're beating LA Thieves. They're having a nearly perfect record. Going to the major, we think it might be theirs to finally win, and VC issues kick in. So this squad, has been dealt an unbelievably difficult hand, and they continue just to have good placings, like consistently in the top 3 margin, which if Carolina want to improve, this is the team you have to beat. You're making a roster swap because you want to look better than you had, and Carolina have always looked good. If you can't beat this team, you got a big problem.
Big problems indeed, folks. We'll see if the Ravens can make nest here and start to try to repair what has been a pretty mean downward spiral for them. They're in a nosedive right now, folks, and it's not going to help as we start things off on a hard point as we do here in the COD League, and chance, quite frankly, it's been very good for Toronto.
Absolutely incredible. I mean, the fact that they were going on this run as well with the substitute player really just speaks to like the system that these guys have like actually developed, that you can legitimately plug a player into it and still find success in a way where the player is not being hitted. They're not trying to stick them on time and say, hey, just do the dirty work. It's like you get to play your game and you're gonna look like a fantastic player. That's just how much teamwork this team really has.
Absolutely. Again, we give nothing but love there to Mercules for stepping in last minute notice there and turning a lot of heads here in the COD League. He's inspired and set fire to many conversations as a result of his performance. So good stuff there. Trying to figure out the player camps, folks. Why are you seeing so much of Chance tonight? But Chance, very excited to see how this one goes. Again, giving Rex a fair shot here, a good shake at the stick here before things get a little bit ugly. Team change wise, potentially, of course, that is there for the Ravens. I like the idea that you can make a run here and try to build the chem and still technically make it to champs, because you made a very good bed for yourself in the first 2 stages here of the Black Ops 6 season. So great stuff there. Again, out of the Ravens lads, but end of the day, you want to win, you were looking at like a championship caliber squad in the first 2 stages. It has been a significant drop off. We're still trying to figure it out. And Ultra, the exact opposite. This is a tale of 2 teams that complete different ends of their run so far.
Yes, I mean, you know, Ultra are almost like the sort of gatekeepers. Like, you're gonna have to get past these guys if you want to win a championship. And obviously, with how good they've looked, and you know, a brand new roster as well at the start of the year. So Joe Deceives and Beans takes a little bit of time to slot in the system. For Joe Deceives, takes a little bit of time to get in the chair and get ready to play. But we have seen those consistent improvements. We saw the stat from earlier, Beans looking like one of the most clutch players we have in the league in Search and Destroy, and that's certainly something for the team that was sorely missed. But we get the young gun, who's like 22, so not even that young. Shout out to Gwen, by the way, aging out on Joe Deceives. Happy birthday. So
happy birthday.
There's a lot of things going on right now. This is a battle for a high seed.
High seas indeed. And again, a sort of a PSA here, folks. Joe Deceives there rocking some eyewear, protecting his eyes. I know there was a conversation around Dashi doing this recently also. Folks, take care of your eyes. They're very important. You've only got 2 of them, unless you have 3, because it's open somehow thanks to some mysticism. But at the end of the day, take care of your eyes, guys. It's the for you fellas, it's the other balls. You need to keep a clean eye on. Take care of them. They'll do you good. Ravens on the bottom side of the screen, get ready to go. Gwyn with a fresh trim here on his B-Day. Feeling absolutely fantastic. Here we go to map number 1, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get this match on the road.
Yeah, military cut like that. The spirit of Jordan General gonna live on maybe through Gwen, and maybe Rex not in the facility, but vibes are still high, looking good. And Carolina, all things considered, like, it's very easy for us. I was certainly doing the major, cracking jokes about dropping Vivid, the only player we have in the league with 3 eyes. No longer here, but Carolina are in a comfortable enough spot in the CDL point standings. Their spot in champs almost certainly going to be confirmed, so you can afford to take the risk and take time with it. So 0-3 with Rex on the squad for the moment, but still a very sort of like a highly touted challengers players. Pluck and mention a 1.3. Like, absolutely running the show down in quote-unquote Little League, and it's gonna take time to develop those skills. And he literally has 2 true veterans in the scene in both Slasher and TJ to work with. So the sky is the limit. We'll see how high the Ravens can fly.
And it's about time we take flight, folks. Pre-flight checks complete. Tray tables are stowed, seatbelts are on, and it's an opening tray to get things going here on Skyline. We're going to find ourselves those kills, and it is going to be the Ravens who walk away with the opening kills, and that's going to be the last man there for the Ravens down and out. Spawns maintained for at least the time being. And Gwyn, happy birthday.
And Tommy Belt not going his way, so not a lot of love there. And CleanX, a nice little reposition. It's been interesting to pay attention and track the players that are best on individual maps. CleanX had a stretch where he was looking like a god amongst men on Skyline, and where he slowed down, it's only because his teammates like inside have been picking him up. And yeah, complete stranglehold on the map, good shoulders being thrown. And I mean, Carolina wiped them off of the P1, and then off the drop, you look at the spawns, Ultra on the left side, got a 10-point lead on Skyline. Couldn't ask for much more.
Right, great stuff. But issue now is the approach from the Ravens. This is a decent looking attack. Teach nearly getting insight as well out there, but the trade's complete. 2-man hit now through the kitchen side, and that's going to be lovely work from Rex there at range. Over to CleanX now. Next man up here for Ultra. Looks like a 2-man hit there on the stun. He's pushed them back. A nice use of the lethals and tacticals. Buys himself a little bit of time. Teammates now maneuvering into position, and this is an ideal hold from Ultra.
Yeah, that is Slasher last man standing. You always want to kill the last guy. That's why CleanX is going hunting and sort of kicking off the next set of trades rolling through. Subsite with 2 in the feed, and Joe Deceives, the collector of time. I mean, listen, a P2, I mean, some teams are able to lock it down effectively, but when Ultra get it, it seems like they're just the best in the world at it. Joe Deceives finally responding to the pressure in the back line, but even still, you're making a battle for scrap. That is a beautiful P2 hill with TJ able to pierce. But I mean, look, you got a 35-point lead potentially going into new, and Ultra still have presence and are still getting the kills even on the exits. Ultra always doing the little things.
10-4, nothing little about it from Insight so far, as he's found himself on the time getting the kills as well. This spree going to come to a close, but that's a fantastic break there from the Ravens. We are in, lads. You needed this one big time. P2 didn't treat you well. Can the third be a little kinder now to our Carolina boys? Tags are in, and Gwyn yet to really get anything going here. Called the onliner, called the onliner when he has those moments, and right now he is soaking time for the Ravens.
This is beautiful. I mean, they finally got control, and they haven't looked back. A second push coming in from Ultra, absolutely wiped off the board, and the 35-point lead you once have really starting to crumble. Trades rolling through, and Rex pops up in the feed for 2. Everybody gets clean house, and you got the P1 pressure. So the minimap right now from Carolina Ravens, absolutely perfect. Turn their game around on P3.
We're looking at elite change, folks. Great stuff. P3 looking at P4 as well, and Ravens are going to be in position for that as well. This is an ideal situation to find yourselves in Carolina. Ultra, we're going to test your brakes on the rotation here. Great work from Kleenex there, transitioning out of old time egress towards a new site, gets his kills. Joe's on the trades as well. You're maintaining spawns right now for the Ravens, but you've got a presence on time. Let battle commence.
They're just getting pushed back though. Wow, this is bully ball. Yeah, Kleenex, just the amount of pressure he applies, even when they don't have the spawns, he is getting in your face. And maybe Beans slow off the jump, started off 2 and 11, but nice little swing there, picks up the 3K, maybe get the ball rolling just a little bit in a P4 where Carolina would have wanted to run away with the game. Instead, Ultra restabilize, get the break, and now they've retaken that control.
I mean, that is exactly how we tested the break, and the breaks were good. They passed that check here. But keep an eye on Beams. That 5 and 12, they're still finding a majority of the hardpoint time right now for his lads. But again, you want to see a little bit more in the kills department. That was the name of the game when it came to Ultra there at Major 3. On board, young Joe finds himself 1 and done. Over to P1 we now go. And as far as the first set is concerned, it is a slight lead from Ultra, and that is exactly how the majority of these hardpoints have gone. A little bit back and forth. A good 2 there out of the Ultra boys, but a wonderful bounce back for the Ravens on 3.
Yeah, important, dude. Insight has been 1 shot and healing up. That was 20 seconds straight of him just not able to recover. So yeah, the slow allegations yet to be beaten in Carolina. Left side spawns in P1. A long way to go, and even round spot number 3 being taken. So Ultra working on the swarm, but I think the only thing going for him is the flip. And well, never mind. They get the time as well. Ultra so consistent, so clean. They're getting outslayed, and it does not matter. The teamwork being shown off once again.
Yeah, it's a single point of failure, though. Ah, there we go. Joe picks up the second in the feed there. Kleenex from up high now. I was worried about that moment where it's only in sight on the back line, but right now, all good. Ultra stave off the first attack from the Ravens. Second on its way on the wind-up hit there, but it looks like Kleenex, oh dear, he might have brought the bird shot, and he has brought those lads down in a flurry of feathers and blood. Ravens not looking great on this next attack. Toronto Ultra still certainly running things here on P2. Let's go for a listen in.
Could be low catch. Piano as well. Each piano up, so 1 straight. Get off time. Climb piano.
He's tree. He's going top, ready.
Wait a sec.
Piano says, 1 2.
Yo, he's front up.
Wait. Rex.
I'm trying to low capture.
Actually, straight boys. Should be top.
Try to catch
one bullet, 2 rocks.
Need my friend. Take routes.
Should be top, boys.
Don't get trapped here. I'm still close now.
Yeah, go. That's top. One's top, okay?
That's top, Joe.
One shot, and one's top.
You guys. L's up, okay?
Not P1 yet.
I didn't stun him from P1. He's low bed then.
I'll play front. Deal with that. What do you mean?
There's probably 2 spawning out.
Let's go. I'm blocking stun, okay?
Probably spawn behind. Go on top old.
One's deep. Grill me.
I'm gonna help you, friend. Top bridge. I'm holding stone pitch. They're gonna jump up in the
Yo, deep grab. I will P1.
Dead. He's top line.
One shot, wood, absolutely wood. One more, front bed, now weak. He's in bed now. Give me front of me, Ben, okay?
I'll be a fast pinch on deep.
One's in bed now. I got like, wait. Top deep.
I can dead now as well. Double child,
go top. I'm going top fast. Spawn out, bro. Deep ball.
Yeah, sure. Get spawn trap.
And then, wood, one
steps left.
Top plat, bottom wood. Okay.
Yo, slow piano, go Jim.
Yeah, we can, Joey.
One was Jim with. What's that guy?
Two and
Stone. Him twice. What was like Jim so earlier? Still up mid.
You're under, holding me. He's holding me.
Ultra doing the little things right. My favorite comms that we have in the league. But another moment for Carolina on a P4 to get back in the game. Down by 50 of Money Hill and Beans. Well, he wanted to do it himself. Rex shut him down.
Still trying to do it himself. Rex holding time. Superb moves out of Rex here. The 9 spree still on the roll. He gets a little bit of time. He helps reinforce the backside. Doesn't lose anything right now. So the Ravens, we're starting to get things rolling here, folks. Still a comeback on the cards here against an Ultra squad, which, despite the 8-21, are still absolutely winning this map. Rex still on the back. Can you make it 10? Sure can. Looking for number 11 as well, as the rest of the Ravens now reinforcing point. 11 looking for 12. Rex having himself a map. Hellstorm in the back pocket. One player makes his way through. The break could be on. You're not looking at a lead change just yet. Can we get 13? No. Lucky number 13, I think not. Jonas Eves ends it. But what a run out of the Ravens.
Yeah, that's hilarious. I mean, the combat records for rank just came out. My highest win spree I've gotten in 1,200 games was 11. Rex in a pro match, doing better than I can. So incredible work for Carolina. Are back in the game. Problem for Carolina is that they have never been able to maintain these left side spawns. So they're in P1, they got all the kills, and you get the spawns exactly where you want them. You just have to play your game.
Well, Rex, he nearly had the lineup, but now they're going to flood through top. TJ's in a bit of trouble. Beans gets his kill as well. So the numbers start to dwindle right now for the Ravens. Last man left alive on the wrong side of the map, and you called it, brother. You called it perfectly. Here comes the Hellstorm, not the chopper gunner.
Yeah, and he's calling in the Hellstorm from like sort of the right side spawn, so you're going to be able to get them out of time in this moment, but it is going to be tough to actually go and get the flip. So TJ in P1 for half of a second before he gets killed, and now CleanX knows that's the side of the map you were coming from, and that's the side of the map for Carolina. They'll be staying on another bread and butter P2 for Ultra. They're getting ready to set it up.
This is it. This is going to be game. CleanX, great timing there, holding those players down by the white steps, insight down low as well. A single kill was all the Ravens get to muster this final break here. Ravens once again get things rolling through the middle of the map charts. We're looking at a win.
Yeah, and they got to make it perfect. You got CleanX on one side, you got Beans on the other, and it just already has been shut down. Frijoles and Insight getting it done. And Miles, I'm just going to point it out on the mini-map. Guess what player was breaking the P2 spawns every single time? It's Insight. He's been taking criticism from a lot of people. It is aggressive SMGs that hate him, and for good reason. He'll break it down. Ultra, map 1 win.
And what a map 1, boys and girls. Full control from start to finish. A couple of signs of life there out of the Ravens. Not a bad look whatsoever. And outside of the individual big run we saw from Rex, all Ultra, all day. GG's there in map number 1. Looking forward to seeing the stats there, because Beans, the KD department wasn't that impressive towards the final 2 hardpoints, but I would imagine the damage, the assists, the comms alone. Great stuff there. Map 1 in the bag. As everyone enjoys himself, I think CleanX was on the white monster there. Goodness gracious. Monster's back in the league and everyone's already huffing it down. Love to see it, folks. Ultra, map 1.
Yeah, just to, we'll just go through a gas up Ultra sort of phase right now.
Please.
In the listening, one of the first things they said on the P2 when they got a set of kills, you heard Bean just going, last guy Rex, get that last guy to get him off the board, hit it a little nice. On the same P2, Carolina actually put so much effort into breaking it down. They make a 20-second investment. They get 3 kills. They leave CleanX alive, and I guess the comms weren't there because nobody turned for him. And all the effort you put into finally breaking a P2, CleanX takes it back 2 seconds later. So it's just demoralizing. It's defeating. The kills look great, but even with the Ben Beans underperforming, not doing great job in the damage, granted he got on time, it's still just a comfortable win. Guys like Insight allow his team to constantly fight from good positions. They always have the left side spawns when it's coming towards the P2 side of things, and they had to break into the P4 a few goes around, but they're able to get that done too. So they do the little things right. They do the difficult things right. Always a force in Hardpoint. Now 16-5 in their last 21.
Toronto Ultra highlights here. Relatively even across the board when it comes to who's picking up the hot stuff, but absolutely Ultra in the win column already. I will say you will about Bane's performance. Chancing, I like the damage up, but there wasn't the lowest in the lobby by far. 13 assists to his name and just shy of 2 minutes in the hardpoint. So absolutely, the boys getting the dirtiest of work done. Yeah, you do want to be seeing a couple more individual wins going their way, but that's a pop-off moment that Beans, a player of his caliber, tends to have those maps where he goes insane. If not, it's still the right things. It's still getting everything done where you need it. And good old Ben Beans there, bouncing right back into play. And again, the Insight slander will not be tolerated here in this casting duo anyway. We are big fans of the work he has been putting in since Cold War. Don't forget, folks, since Cold War. and absolutely stand out. Really brilliant stuff. This is part of Rex's spree. That was 6, 7, 8. It keeps going after this one, folks. Again, lovely timing from all of those fights. Great teamwork there from the Ravens on display, and a decent bounce back chance. Not a terrible thing to do, and not an easy thing to do, especially against Ultra.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you say, you're right. If Insight has no fans, it's only because I'm dead, Miles. I stand that guy, have for years. One of the best arrows we have on the minimap in the league, if not the best arrow. A really good enabling player, and again, a skyline where this team has just been dominant. So signs of life there for Carolina. I mean, maybe the best Rex performance we have seen this year.
Yeah.
He goes on a nice 12 spree as well. So shining lights, but ultimately against Ultra in Hardpoint, you're going to need more than just one player being at their best. Everybody has to be dialed in.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to see a very different look here on this dealership S&D. And again, Ultra, not necessarily amazing. We're seeing some good moments from Gwyn here. This is a map where I feel like individual plays can shine. There's a lot more dirty corners. Our submachine gun players can catch you unaware. And timings. And explosives. Lots of explosives. Actually, yeah, way more explosives than I thought about. But the Ravens, opportunity here to dive right back into this series. A squad that I feel like, Chance, the Ravens, I mean, one of the things that we've seen for the longest time, no matter how well they're playing, no matter what's going on, they always look a little calm, a little too composed in those player camps. Sometimes a little defeated, but I cannot read them. I just can't.
Yeah, I mean, again, true veterans of the scene. So down, but never out in a sense. But in stage 3, they were certainly down and did not pick themselves up at the major. They ended up getting beat by Minnesota. And in my mind, that's like, okay, Minnesota's about to go on a run. Nope, they lost immediately. So Carolina, it doesn't even look like a particularly fun loss because of how good their stage 1 and stage 2 was, especially with the SND being that backbone. They have the cushion. You can afford to take a risk of a roster change. You're looking to make those improvements. And I mean, if Rex continues to have those, 12 spree type moments, the skill's certainly going to be there. But if you're playing against Ultra and you're going to be losing the hard points, I mean, you want the bounce back quick here in a map number 2, and dealership a fun map to make it happen. And Miles, we sort of talk about the exploding cars a lot. Something that we don't acknowledge, but when you play, you feel it. When the cars explode, like the car smoke and random things on fire just sit there and block your vision for a long time. And like one guy will see the red dot through the smoke, but the other guy won't. And it's just awkward gunfights. So any team that is able to sort of effectively manage these types of situations, they'll absolutely thrive. We'll see here in stage 4 now, if one of these teams can catch that fire.
Good nades. That's Insight and Kleenex forced out of position. They're going to have to re-hit through their side door in the vent. Oh, good old Insight. Takes a lick, backs up immediately, gets himself in a position. But Tej, this is fantastic pressure. Kleenex taken down by Rex there. Coverage on the rear. That's going to be nice security pulled. Joe's going to make his way forward now, trying to get involved in the fight. And again, you're looking for kills here. Looking for kills. Getting kills. Last man. Rex down. Done. Ultra. They bend, but do not break.
Round 1, no trophies. That is a dangerous sight to be near in any capacity. And Joe is with the difference maker of the nade, and Beans, the difference maker on the map. Slow map number 1 in the hard point, but we saw the stat mentioned by the desk at the start. His S&D was the best on the team throughout the previous stage. He got the first blood against Gwyn. He gets all the follow-ups and a 3-0 round there from Beans. Expected, honestly, expected.
Round 2 on its way. We're going to see the Ravens here on defense. A little bit more time spent in game. I don't think trophy's going to be ready just yet. For some of the Ultra players, yeah, absolutely, Joe, very, very close to it. So this time we're going to be worrying a little bit less about explosives, but fragmentation for sure. 2-2 split here from the Ravens.
Ooh, he's going for the outer plant spot as well. So a little bit more dangerous, but they read and respond to the pressure. But that also changes up the post plants. You can't see it as well from when you're tucked back in spawn. So an interesting situation for the 4v4 retake.
And this is going to come down to a couple of big old fights. Gwyn making his way through mid. Done. Insight. Eyes on it. Rex up next. Shots are there from Benjamin Beans and damage dealt. Ultra, what a fantastic round. The post-plant position exceptional, and a couple of 1v1s go their way. 2 in a row.
And I'm thinking if you're giving up a bomb site for free, that's because you have a calculated game plan there from the retake. And nope, Carolina gets absolutely slaughtered. And Gwyn just gets caught again. Insight watching the pinch from the absolute depths of spawn. And I mean, his teammates are never concerned about what's going on in the flank. They know it is all guns forward. Their job's made easy. And they execute perfectly. Things looking good. They are on cruise control.
Crazy spot from inside as well. He's got to watch everyone coming through the middle of the dealership and this left lane where the players are running through now as well. So a big opportunity for the boys of the Ravens there to cause some damage on that round. But this time, we're going to have trophy systems. Will we need them? We'll find out. The old wallbangs as the Jackals rip through that tin foil door. Something when you beat on saying team. Joe looking for a couple of tags as well. I'm going to find it. Pop checks and serious damage being dealt now. Can we get a nade over there, boys?
Yeah, being able to do this with a Jackal, very frustrating. Rex, though, with the first blood, Insight gets caught. Finally, Carolina might be able to get on the board.
Oh, yeah, Rex finds himself too. So, the vets are down and out. It's over to Beans and Joe. Can Rex find another? Lovely damage. Third on the round. No ace, but good shots from the Ravens.
That's beautiful. I mean, obviously being able to sort of dodge and like orient yourself around that bomb to not get killed by the wall bangs is important. But I think on the reposition, Rex had a little bit of help on the cross. I think Win was there to watch it. I don't think Rex needed the help. I think he just wins 2 different gunfights and really kick things off right. So Rex making sure his name rings out once again. Carolina, the attacking rounds go a little bit better when you got a trophy system.
I'm not sure if they invested 2. I definitely saw 1 that round. Again, there's going to be an ebb and flow of who goes towards the A bomb site depending on where the trophies are in play. You again make it there faster if you are the Ravens or the defensive team. Beans, they land, but that's not going to be a car explosion. Trophy in place. Watch out for the wallbangs. Yeah, they kill. I mean, come on. I mean, come on. Beans down. First blood. Over to Joe. Nice shoulders. And the pinch from Tobias Yule Jonsson. And yeah, you knew where they were coming from, brother. Oh, come on. It's like absolute prescient gameplay. Everyone knows where everyone is. If not, just shoot the walls and find out. Slasher is absolutely gone there. Gwyn picks up a pinch. Oh, and a win. Snapperooski. What a crazy round.
Yeah, and Kleenex, the pressure man there in that round with Beans falling to the first blood, betrayed by his own trophy. Kleenex making sure he's there for the bailout, swords through on the pinch and picks up an extra kill to even the odds and sort of create that like 3v3 then 2v2 situation, but he makes sure he gives you a little bit extra. But yeah, dude, it's nothing to criticize, nothing to take away from him. It's just going to be like that sometimes.
Yeah, giant exploding propane tank. Lives on. It lives on in spirit. Reincarnated COD after COD. What did you do in a previous life? Nothing good. Giant exploding propane tank. Here we go though into another round and Ultra solid advantage right now. 3 spree there from Kleenex after his lovely work in the previous. And Beans there atop the fountain. Gonna get some pressure in and simply force those members of the Ravens back. So a slight reshuffle, but nothing too crazy. Mid-map though. Joe, get out of there.
Yeah, he's just trying to see if he can catch anybody on rotation. Beans backs players down, but if they're not rotating out, they're being forced through. Beans stable, though, and the A site is actually going to be the call coming in from Carolina. Kleenex, though, heads up. It feels like he is ready to lean this direction. They're sending Joe on the pinch.
Damn.
And he gets red, so Carolina, another advantage.
Joe's got smoked out of his chair. And Kleenex, you've got a great opportunity here to cause some damage. Waiting for Beans. 3, 2, 1, hit it. Good work on the in and out there from Kleenex. Now to Beans. Can't get an in and out of his own. He gets eaten alive on the Kleenex, still trying to keep this spree rolling. Can he find his 5th? Sure can. 6 now on the back line. Shots in from Kleenex. Traded 1v1. Tej versus Insight. And what a round this is. Over the top. Jackal in hand. Ravens save it.
That's incredible work by TJ too. Iced up because again, Kleenex even with the sort of man down odds is finding just a little bit extra to create the interest. But the Jackal at that range, as it is supposed to do, absolutely shreds. So SMGs more difficult to use, but DJ certainly showing off the goods there. Good, clean movement, stability there in the gameplay as well. The Iceman. And like a round 5, you'll take it.
He loves it. 2-2. Oh, maybe not. 3-1 split here from Ultra.
Also, dude, look at this, by the way, the mini-map. You have Carolina. They've guessed wrong every single time on defense. And it's not like Ultra are doing anything crazy. They're just going back and forth, but not a lot of luck here on Carolina's side.
Looks like Joe ate that one, so Ravens are going to send this one as fast as possible. We're going to fly forward. Slasher's going to find the opening kill. All of them on the outside here, Joe. Can you get a kill or two here? Insane situation to be in, and he's going to get eviscerated. Slaughter! As Kleenex now tries to find the pinch. The timing on this could be unbelievable. No one from the Ravens have turned. One man in. They're going to get on towards sight, and now it's a 2v2. Insight with the damage towards the back. Rex makes it a 1v1. Done. And there you go, folks. 6 and 4 overall. Rex finds the equalizer.
Oh, they just can't make it easy, though, can they? Holy smokes. Every time it feels like Kleenex just becomes death. Destroyer of rounds. And a 2v4. Him and Insight, long-time duo, nearly made it work. But ultimately, while the calls have not been good for Carolina in terms of what bomb site is going to be attacked, at least this time they reposition very quickly. No one's going to flank against Insight now. Not trying to send Gwyn on a solo mission. Everybody grew up together. We retake as a squad. And they made sure they executed quickly. So by the time the pinch comes through, even if it's Mixie, you got the extra man towards the end. So Carolina's starting to adjust. And on defense, if they actually guess right, they might be in a good spot.
We could take the lead. Who knows? Oh, my goodness. The possibilities. Amazing to see what happens when you can all commit together as a team quickly and rapidly. Results follow. Stun checks. Nobody home. Beans spotted out. He's still only seen Gwyn. So Ultra keeping their options open right now.
Well, he hit clearly Paul. Beans has effectively been back down, but no bomb plants. Carolina a little bit squirrely, and honestly, you just have the Ultra players burning through ammo.
Yeah, ammunition, all the nades and tacticals are gone. And now your teammates are falling out the windows as well. So now 4v2, huge advantage right now for the boys of the Ravens. And dare I say it, Chance, a lead change might be on the cards here. This is going to be Kleenex on the approach. TJ with a close spot. A big win. Kleenex can't get two, though. All down to Jamie Craven, and he's out, folks. Ravens take the lead.
Yeah, and a good little bit of momentum going their way as well. Good execution. You take your time and work yourself up the site. And Rex not only got the final kill, also gets the entry to help break down the setup coming in from Ultra. So Rex had a standout moment there in map number 1, and so far map number 2, he has been the key player for Carolina. So we're looking for the justification, and in this series, I mean, hey, making a little bit of noise. Still need the map win, though. Back to defense, Carolina will go. I'm assuming no aggressive flanks coming through. And they just, I mean, Ultra are literally just going back and forth in Carolina. I mean, this is like grade school level pattern recognition. But they like the retakes, Miles. They like the retakes.
Hey, they're great, the retakes. That's certainly been working out for them. Here we go. Gwyn's going for it fast. Whoa! Unfortunate timing there on the sticky. It's not going to matter, though, because the trophies are in play. But here we go. Joe deceives. This is a dirty angle. Take it. Get absolutely rocked. Unfortunate team kill. Lovely shots in from Rex there at range. So he's going to push Beans down now. 2 eyes from the players going towards the backside. And honestly, an opportunity to jump on the defuse. Clean it. Oh, no, there isn't. Take the opportunity back. It's the 3v1.
Yeah, never an opportunity, never a hope in sight. Really, Ultra, what do we want to do this round? Go to A. Next one, well, we did A last time. Let's go B. Literally just back and forth. Carolina not there. They want the retakes, and granted, Carolina had to make the adjustment. They're not sending anybody on the pinch. They're trying to group together as a team, and it worked out the previous defensive round. This time, though, Ultra made the adjustment. Kleenex pierces through the middle of the map and ends up going on the re-pinch. And I mean, Kleenex already has 12 kills. We're only tied up. Round's not over. If he has a couple more big ones, he could be chasing a record, but obviously still a ways to go.
Yeah, 12 and 5. A lovely stat line. And an accurate one of that, but folks. Very, very slight show here towards A. That's 2 stuns. Hop check from Kleenex there is going to spot out TJ. As if the nades weren't enough. But the 2-man nade towards the back there is going to yield any results whatsoever. So now you've got some space to work with. But you've got a trophy to your name, boys. Good luck. Here comes trouble. Kleenex at the helm. Second attack here on site. Here we go.
Trying to get rid of that trophy as well. 2 used and 1 nearly out of the picture. And Kleenex playing a dangerous game, but he gets out with his life. Bomb still not planted at Insight for the first blood.
He just slices them down. Rex, lovely work. He's He's not safe in this position. Damage dealt there on the Kleenex allows to go in on the trade. The two-piece from Gwyn, that is huge. Insight now, 1v2. Can he get away with his life? Has he been spotted? He might have. Either way, the pistol from the hip. Another good one from the Ravens.
And Gwyn cooked something up good there, rubbing his hands together after the round, because he was sort of the pinch washer for his team in that round. He was playing a corner in the middle of the map in sort of that like secret room by the car. And I mean, he's just waiting for the timing, and he times it perfectly. So much noise was being made, and obviously Carolina not committing to the bomb plant. They're doing the dance. Rex is in war in between everybody on the map, but they're just waiting for Gwyn to make the high impact play. He delivers. Now Carolina around the way, and they cannot get, I mean, gentlemen, it's been B-A-B-A. It's obviously going to be back to B. Whatever. We're going for the retake.
Inside.
Nice inside.
What is happening? RC. GG's. Well, at least the RC car was at the right side this time round. Here comes the plant. We got trophies to make. Oh no, Gwyn gets away with it. Can he get two? No, that would have been ideal. We're gonna pick up that bomb and plant it real fast. Rex nades, not gonna connect. The damage does. Ravens have completely overwhelmed the site. They've finally done it, folks. Looking for the defuse. Kleenex. 1, 2, 3 for Kleenex, you demon.
Golly, dude. He's putting on his best Shiva performance right now. He is literally death on this map. 17 kills. And it was acknowledged. Might be out here getting the record. Kleenex, I mean, welcome to the show. He is a phenomenal Call of Duty player. Always has been. And there you go. S&D kill record confirmed. Now we'll see what he can put on for the show. Ultra should be on defense. With that many kills by Kleenex, you have to win that tiebreak.
Guess what?
And they're not. And listen, they're going to go to A, and Carolina finally cracked the code.
Wait. We could go to B. Wait. No, we're going A. Oh, like this. Another Ross. Okay.
Yeah, see you later.
We're going to B.
Well, finally, actual mind games being played here by Ultra. So an opportunity for Carolina to calculate, see how they want to reposition, and no one's roaming back just yet. Noise being made. Rex is going to be calling this out, and all those Carolina arrows are turning. No first blood, though, from Gwyn this go around, so a pure 4v4.
Right, back at it we go. 3-man stack here. Through the backside of the site, Kleenex is going to be taking the hits. Bean's out of the play for now. That front line is getting a little shaky now for the Ultra boys. Have to pull back. Picks, the trades, we're in the site. Rex dancing, staying alive. TJ and Rex, what a play. They stay in the play and they get things rolling. Chance. Opportunity now for the win.
They got to hop the bomb now. They have to hop this bomb.
Sliding out. TJ gets another big one. 1v1. Time on the clock. Gwyn sends it. Beans runs for his life, and that could be it. I think it was 7.4. I think Ultra.
Nobody knows.
I think Ultra got it. What a round. 0.2. The Ravens. What a sensational search and destroy. And an immaculate retake. 0.2 on the clock. Happy birthday, Gwyn.
Yeah, what a gift for him. They needed that map 2 S&D, and I don't know who in the lobby was going to be able to see that one correctly, because that came down to the wire. I don't know if Gwyn, he was waiting for that explosion, but he gets it done, and maybe we have a gift of a Friday on our hands. A game 5 there in the first series, and these two teams getting after it. That was an extremely fun S&D.
All right, top to bottom. Absolute treat for us there, folks. Dealership continuing to be a lot of fun to watch. No RC plays, but Kleenex kill record there. Certainly got it all done, but not enough in the end. It was all about that magic. Rex staying alive on site there in the trades towards the sort of absolute middle of that B-bomb site was unreal. Huge amount of pressure. They managed to stay alive 1 pixel at a time. Crazy game at Dealership, man. Wow. That was a highlight. Between Kleenex's kill spree, the 3v1 he had on site. I mean, that's the sort of thing that you want to break down. You just watching how a player deals with Target prioritization. What do I shoot first? Who do I shoot first? And where do I shoot from? Really, really great job isolating that 1v3, getting everything done, you name it. But did it matter? No, it didn't. 0.2 seconds, Desk. 0.2.
Never in doubt. Carolina getting it done here, Allie.
Their retakes have been unreal. They get it done in the sense of that they just had really good defenses and obviously beat with 0.2 seconds, clutching up in that round 11.
All right, so we've got some interesting games coming our way, Nameless. Thoughts so far on the breakdown?
I mean, this has been electric so far. You heard them talking about that search and destroy was awesome. The final 2 rounds just coming down to like the craziest things. Kleenex is 1v3, one of the craziest ones we've had on the year, and then 0.2 seconds left and he gets the defuse. I mean, if I'm Jamie, like, we got to put a little like shimmy in our step. Running in a straight line, bro.
Shoulders, a couple of Tommy movements.
That's what I'm saying.
Speaking of Jamie, he's looking to steer things straight down the plate. He is going to be throwing the opening pitch tomorrow, I'm told, for the Toronto Blue Jays taking on the Cleveland Guardians. Cool. Our Ohio team taking on a Toronto team.
Does he hit
Let's
the
take a
strike
look,
box?
though, at video games. What's that?
Do you think he's going to hit the strike box?
Yeah.
100%. He's an athlete. Look at this kid. It's the highlights from game number 2. Kleenex, Tobias. Lots of confidence on land. Carries it into today's game. What do we think of their performance on dealership? This was a troublesome matchup coming in.
Yeah, I mean, I think, they played really well. You saw them, like, volleying on their offenses back and forth and talking about a little bit. I think where they went wrong in the final couple rounds was, like, Gwyn was making huge plays late into the round through mid, which they just didn't acknowledge, right? Like, you saw Dylan Rex push up the street, take a lot of attention, and then Gwyn's able to find 2. And then you saw him pick somebody off the bomb as well. This is the 2-piece you saw. And then in the round after that, he finds a kill on bomb to give them a first blood. So there's a lot to watch on dealership when you're going back and forth, and there's naturally going to be some openings, and that's where I would say Toronto dropped the ball a little bit.
Allie, have you ever dropped 17 for the L?
Maybe back in the day.
A league record. Kleenex dropped 17, but a 0.2 difference.
Yeah, that's
Gwyn, the birthday boy. Ties things up 1-1.
That's tough.
And listen, man, Rex also has been having a good series. I mean, Ant, you said it. You were happy that they gave him another chance. He did fairly well in that map number 1 despite the loss.
He was on a 12 spree,
He was
right?
the only one positive. He ended like 30-21, and then you go into this map number 2, he's 11-8. Like, he's doing all this shit right now.
Yeah, they outslayed them on the map 1. I mean, they had a huge opportunity, right? It was a rotation of P1 where, it's actually, unfortunately, Rex up top who just gambles and he doesn't watch the right side push up the cobble, and, 3 players get through and break, right? So, Toronto's a very good Skyline team, but something for Carolina to improve upon for sure.
Let's take a look at our map 1 highlights. It was 6 first bloods for Carolina in the 6-5 game 2 win, but if you looked at the hard point, it was Toronto up 50 points early out. These first 2 hard points in total control. Where did Carolina start to bring it back?
They started to bring it back at that P3 break in that first set of rotations into the P4 roto, but the issue for Carolina was that Joe and Kleenex literally ran through the front for basically free and took down the whole team in a 2v4. So for Carolina Ravens, just little mistakes like that you can't let it happen, but on the flip side, Toronto Ultra is just really good at this map. They are a really good P2 team, and they're a really good breaking team with that front line and Joe and Kleenex, and when Toby's playing like that, it's going to be really hard to deal with.
Yeah, subs are running rampant. They're making huge plays. Toby, I mean, he can get a ton of engagements on this map. Did a good job, obviously, as you see on this P2. And we're pulling up on it here shortly, but, I mean, Dylan Rex goes on a massive streak.
Down, 70 before this streak kicks off?
Yeah, he goes massive. He goes on a 12. They pick up a huge chunk of time, and, it just comes down to right after this, when you're transitioning over towards P1, they end up just getting broken a little bit too early, puts them in a tough spot, and then Insight to close it out makes a huge heads-up play, securing spawns for P2. But for Carolina, through 2 maps, they don't look too bad.
So many teams cannot put games away. Toronto does not allow you to come back. If you slip up, they are going to put their foot on your throat. They steal the first hard point, but the round 11 makes it a 1-1. We're going into a game 3 where anything can happen for the birthday boy, right, Chance?
Did you say Insight was throwing out the first pitch puck?
Yes, Insight will be throwing a ball.
If he pulls a 50 cent, I'm going to judge him. But you're exactly right about birthday boy Gwyn. He's having a great series, win the round 11. Now he's going to drop 40 in the control.
Hi, guys. Let's get into it. 40 in the control. It hasn't been the case this year, but it could be the case of this series. Because frankly, Chris is right. Anything can happen in this game. Honestly, nearly anything. Yeah, but here we go into another one, folks. A little bit of momentum now shifted in the favor of the Ravens. Sorely needed it. A little bit of an updraft now. Can we gain some altitude, lads? Ultra, Oh, you just frustrated more than anything, especially for the 17 for the L. That's a tough one there from CleanX, but we roll again. Looking forward to another S&D later on in this series if we have to go the distance. Control, though, Joe. You dirty dog. 107. He's been pretty solid on the ticks per attack as well. And on this map, Chance, we know offense gets the job done.
For sure. I'm still just tickled. I know how earlier I was like, I'm a really big Insight fan, but now I'm imagining a British person throwing a baseball. And it's cracking me up just a little bit. So I can't wait to see that attempt. That's going to be fun.
Yeah.
And we'll live in infamy if it doesn't go well.
All right. Well, I think if we know one thing about Insight is he's a man who likes to be prepared. He's definitely going to learn how to throw a baseball because you do have a weird technique. A lot of leg involved. You know, it's not how we throw cricket balls. It's just not.
Yeah, y'all can't throw
There's a lot of leg and it's like a mosh pit dance more than anything. Shout out my metalheads. Here we go, folks. In towards A. And it's going to be Ultra there on defense first and foremost. But defense, my ass, they're all dead.
Wow, yeah, electric start. TJ cleans up the last guy for free, and now you get a little bit of pressure. Gwyn in his happy place, which is to be spawn killing. Only gets one before he falls, but a double stack rolling through. First tick of progress already in, and Slasher overlooking the middle of the map. So a slow capture, but still a good one. Carolina making good plays.
Oh, Carolina. Nice work here from the second segment going. Rex is going to get it. He's going to be dropped, though. So last man left alive is going to be Tej over by B, but now he's gone also. So back to the drawing board we go for the Ravens. Ultra now maneuvering in a position. Opportunity for them to now turn up the pressure.
I mean, just trying to get out of your base. You don't want to stack the point, so you do run the risk of having to sort of have like multiple lives and sequences to run with. Inside shooting toes, running out of ammo, unfortunately, but has he done enough damage for you to clean up the guys on the point? Looks like not. Everybody gonna fall there from Ultra. CleanX last man standing in. Carolina restabilized. They got a 4-life lead.
So now, stabilizing is an incredibly difficult thing to do against competent teams here in the mode, but nice couple of kills. Joe doing what he can to body block these lads getting out of spawn, and it's not gonna happen. TJ cuts him down, runs him over, straight over towards the zone we now go. Bit of a spree here from Gwyn. 4 on towards the capture by B, and it's a big stack. Nobody home from Toronto just yet. 3, 2, 1. Better get going, boys.
Oh, you're playing for the kills. They got all the extra ones. It's Joe Deceives, last man standing. So you keep up the pressure, and there goes Gwyn popping off. So 6 in a row, 8 and 2. And now the stack is looking clean. Carolina, that was a beautifully orchestrated round. They had a moment of the hiccup where they ended up back in their spawn, but they got out in 5-10 seconds flat. So fantastic execution. And Carolina in control. Maybe their weakest looking point at the major, even on this map. Really struggling to apply the pressure. Well, Gwyn brought the goods and run more.
A bit of time in the lab there, bit of practice, hoping get the Ravens some success on the attacking round. Defense up next. Again, since the B site will be zone shift, it has definitely skewed the stats. It has definitely changed the way this map plays and feels. We'll see if that can be the case once again for the Ravens. 6 spree still from Gwyn there. Nope, too close to the Hellstorm. A couple of kills would be great. From inside a zone, even better. Okay.
At the first gunfight taking place after 15, that was the most patient opening break. And when it comes to patience, no team is like Ultra. That is all 4 players wiped off the board. And, well, now you got the sort of salvo commencing. CleanX, lone man on the point. He makes a friend, but they don't have a trophy until now. So a little bit of damage, but all's well that ends well. Everybody winning their gunfights. And Carolina on defense. Oh, baby. They have not looked great.
Not great. And superb attack. Ultra, that's going to be A captured, and you've got enough Ravens members now off spawn in position to try to contest this play towards B. We're going to fan out. Are we going to check the corners? Oh my god. All right, we're through. Just keep going. Don't look back. Don't look back. Just get towards the zone. Somehow they made it through. That is a devious amount of COD timing.
Yeah, and they're looking for Slasher because they know he's missing on the map, and Slasher just letting everybody through. So now it's a moment of confusion for both squads. Yeah, Joe Deceives just does not know where to look. A little bit uncomfortable, and now Slasher just pops his head up top, trips, wins a couple of gunfights, and so much pressure now that you end up losing, and the trade's rolling through. Carolina still in a good spot.
So good. 7-7 here for Beans. Gonna have to get a fresh magazine into his aim. TJ wanted the fight, gets it. And he's going to maintain position here. Lovely frag up close. Great work, Tej. 4 spree, maintaining the power positions.
Feeling like Tej.
Oh,
feeling
yeah.
great. Gets an AR in his hands, and SMG players know that when you pick up this gun, it just makes it so easy.
The machine keeps whirling, folks. Yeah, you won that fight if you didn't aim. Isn't that right, Chance?
So easy to use, man.
So easy to use. On the time, we now go onto the zone. From Insight again, look for the capture here. The man's rocking a submachine gun of his own. Tej there back off spawn, keeping that pressure up. Raven's not able to get too much going here. You got to start to try to fight for it, lads, and you do. Tej is going to make a solo hit. One segment done. Life count starting to get a bit ugly as well now for the Ravens.
And Insight's got the support as well. So a two-man stack rolling through. You get the outer lanes covered. And, I mean, Gwyn trying to make the impact from up top, but now you're just sort of feeding into the blender. So everything covered. Finally, the trade's there. And Gwyn was the most important man up for Carolina. He does his job, and TJ seals the deal. So it's taking big plays. Well, now the problem, big life disparity. 9-6. Ultra in a good spot, but every kill matters, and that is one that Gwyn gets, not Joe.
Yeah, Joe overcommits just a little bit. Final 5, final 4. No lives left, Ravens. Nice wins across the map, though. TJ now, he is a red dot that you sorely want to deal with. Much slower now. 30 seconds to go. No lives, Carolina.
Nice is hunting, knows he's there. Great comms rolling through from Insight. You're just trying to whittle him down one by one. Slasher, the next man to fall. Easy reads there from Joe to C's. Now Gwyn versus the world, and he gets shredded. Perfect lays there coming in from Ultra, and loving the gameplay from Insight, man. If he needs a sub, gets to the zone, he'll be doing that. If he needs to sort of trap TJ in the windows and let his teammates clean up the kills, he'll do that as well and maintain the pressure on the spawns. Calculated gameplay there on the attacking round from Ultra. We might have an offensive shootout.
Yeah, I felt like there's obviously a conversation always to be had about don't let them get the segments, get the kills, get the kills. They wanted the kills. And that is going to help secure that. Offensive round 5, just in case. Big kills there from the Ultra lads. Should be up there in the eliminations department. We'll see how this one goes again as we swap sides. Once more, folks. Ultra now. Defense. Can they break the wheel? Ravens. A sneaky one from Rex.
Never a good sign when that's your opening break. And look at what the space Kleenex has just taken. So Rex is at least able to call him out, but Kleenex wins the gunfight, and now your teammates are just getting spawn trapped. So Ravens had a phenomenal opening break in round number 1. Now they're having to dig themselves out of a hole. 30 seconds have gone by, and you have yet to touch this zone.
Not even close. Shots, good stuff. There we go. Rex on the time, and he's got himself a trophy to back him up there, so he's not entirely alone. Beautiful work on the man. Oh, come on. Huge. 3. That is massive. All from zone as well. Keeping the capture flowing. Here come the rest of the boys. Big stack. Stay alive. First segment done.
Yeah, opening break justified as well. So trying to swing out a little bit. TJ forcing the lighthouse spawns to be rolling through, and 2 ticks of progress. Ultra, maybe a last-second attempt to break it. Meanwhile, TJ's making plays all over the place. Insight caught unaware. A-zone captured, and TJ wants to live and roam in your spawn. They need a few kills to work with, and TJ, he'll do it himself.
He's a Raven, man. You got to let him fly before spree comes to a close. But 18-11 overall. Beautiful work here from Tej. Slasher exhausts his aims. You look at that, 8 rounds in reserve. So these boys have absolutely been pissing bullets from this position. Oh, Gwyn gets up close. Unfortunate nade there from Rex is going to slow down the numbers and the approach towards B, but still a lot of map presence. And number 3, yeah, is that Insight right behind enemy lines, causing problems up top. Toronto are now going to buy themselves some time and hopefully some kills.
Yeah, spinning in circles as well, trying to find these players that are roaming around your base. Gwyn checking nearly every single corner. He's found the route to get through, except up top is a gift of beans, locking the map down. So we're in map where Ultra right now, not in complete control, but in plenty of power positions.
Oh, this is a powerful moment. Joe's spree done. Right back in towards the spawn as we now go from Ultra, and Kleenex. He's been living here. Beautiful work on a Rex. Managed to walk away with no damage there, but that's going to be Gwyn and Tej finding their kills. So now Beans pump the brakes. The advance has ended. Uh-oh, the second. Not going to happen. Tej actually gets by, but he gets one with his life. So now Joe, a little bit less work to do, but he's going to guess wrong on the ladder approach, and Gwyn is in.
This is some wicked caught timing right now in favor of Ravens. TJ just slid by, Gwyn on the ladder, getting through, and Kleenex getting caught. Show of force right now from Carolina, overwhelming by the B zone. Not a big stack coming through, but they got the bodies.
Got bodies, and those bodies have yet to hit the floor. Okay, now that's it. This pool, they are drowning in it. Clean house, 30 seconds to go. Still a life lead for the Ravens.
And only 30 seconds left on the clock in this round, so Raven's going to have to hit a 3-2-1 go over to that zone. But every death is a painful one, and Joe sees, well, you see they're cutting those reinforcements in half. Slasher has stopped the clock, and you buy yourself some time, and Joe Deceives loses the gunfight. So now for Ravens, they can win this round 1 of 2 ways, but the time is delicate. Still going to be a problem.
You've got to get going real fast. What a peel, though. Insight gets rid of one of the defenders, one of the attacking zones, though, still on it. Shots in from Joseph. That should be the round. Final few moments, final lives, 10 to go. And you're going to drain the second segment as well, so that doesn't come your way. Ultra, it is an offensive shootout, but they somehow...
They got it. They got it. They got it.
Find the goods.
They got it. Unbelievable. Yeah, in a 5 versus 3, I think Gwyn was the man that gave you the entry on that like sort of approach. And with maybe, again, 0.2, I think it might have been left in the round. Yep. Carolina taking these ones by the skin of their teeth. We'll take a look at the best play. This is where TJ actually gets, I think, some glorious timing getting past Beans. And this is what I'm saying, man. The COD timing is so tough. When just Beans not quite able to see him, turns into the best play, turned into the pressure where they got those initial ticks. The little things for Ravens right now going right. In a 2-1 lead in control, the offensive shootout continues. And in my mind, Ravens are just a team that have been pretty ineffectual at like getting the spawn traps rolling on protocol. They can be a bit passive at times, but an opportunity here to show the improvements, make amends, and I mean seal the map number 3.
How many COD timing moments in this map alone we've had? I mean, just ridiculous. On board, is still here with Kleenex. A little slow compared to the way his hardpoint and his search and destroy went. Was a 2-man capture, now a 1-man capture. Insight, cleaned up, Ravens forward.
Tej for 2, 25 kill game as well. So Tej has been on 1, but or that cycle continuing. TJ, it always feels good when you got both guns. You can make any situation work in your favor. This is the moment, by the way, for the spawn traps. That is all 4 players dead. Everybody back in their spawn, and TJ cooking up something glorious.
Oh, we're still going. 5 spree, 28. What a turn, Tej. Why is this gunfight? Hits the mantle, doesn't get any fall damage, and he's down. What an individual play that was. But you're on A if you're good stuff.
And still able to get themselves out, and Slasher might just get rooted out. He'll back up the 100 HP and wins the gunfight off the back of it. And now he's got a teammate. They got the sport. They got the A zone as well. So the spawn trap might not have been the most aggressive thing in the world, but they're still getting it done.
So enough to, yeah, keep that pressure applied. Going through mid. Gotta watch out for those players by A. Ultra now starting to get a little bit of momentum in. They've got numbers there on the zone. Kleenex, you've got to get this kill. Rex buys enough time, gets involved. 2-piece, looking for 3 on time. No, Joe's going to stay alive there. Team nade, no! That's the second segment of A gone, and we could see the capture complete.
Yeah, team kill is going to be costly. Slasher maybe play the exits, maybe just wants to keep the control. Didn't even look towards the time, and Kleenex makes the read on that pinch rolling through. But despite the fact that we saw TJ putting on a masterclass, they got a life advantage still, and they had the spawn trap growing, but Ultra, I mean, they're keeping it very interesting.
Oh yeah, and Mixie as well. Ravens are fighting desperately to get a little bit of space here on the map, but they're still very much trapped on their side. Oh, what a nade from Rex from way downtown here. Joe, nobody home. Stacking up. Here we go. 2, could be a 3-man stack here, but Gwyn's about to pick up a massive pinch. Beans, wait, reads it. Can't get 2. Slasher's still alive down low. 2 members upstairs now. Can you get Ultra off of this zone? No, you cannot yet. Tej backs them up. Now 1v1 between he and Kleenex on zone. That is going to be that. The second segment done. We're looking towards the third. There we go from Gwyn. A little moment of respite. Ultra still fighting.
5v5, and they're trying to keep the pressure up. They're actually going to be on the zone, so Beans needs a little help, little support. He's going to get it. 1 gunfight to win. Shreds them. 2 lives remaining. Gwyn and Rex, and they're not close enough to get to the zone. Another round from Carolina. We're on defense. They create situations that look so good and unable to execute, unable to deliver. That is all for the defensive side of things. It has been 4 attacking rounds in a row on protocol. Is this a round 5 defense cheese situation? The Has the curse of invasion finally been lifted?
What's the other maps? I mean, Fortress.
High rise.
High rise,
Not
yeah.
extreme, but not great.
Yeah, yeah. All control. What a divisive mode in the CDL.
Remember the Gavutus where if you just like got wiped and there's 45 seconds left on the clock and you got to go towards B, you're like, I can't make it that far.
No.
45 seconds seems like a lot of time, but that is so far away.
There's a lot of square footage to deal with on that map. Teach guessing game is on. He is worried about this one. Joe's not going to bite. Win will though. Ah! Joe bites and clean egg. Oh, TJ gets eaten. Trades though. Wow, Joe, what a move that was. He keeps his fight alive, keeps this one rolling. A little bit of space now for his boys to move up, but it looks like we're not. We're going to be keeping the controller low, and Joe's a lone man upstairs. Okay.
By the way, I mean, this last round it worked out on the attacking side of things for Carolina, but it took them 30 seconds the previous round before they touched the A zone. Rex had to get 3 to actually make something happen. That just took them 50 seconds to touch his zone now, and you've just burnt so much of the game clock. I mean, I think you really want to stack this, no?
Ooh, thinking about it. Gwyn's going to back up a second. He's going for the kills, and teaches that to help him out. So heavy pressure there from the Ravens in the kills department. That was where we were going for the win here, but Rex slow and steady. It's not going to pay off. Joe dives in as the nice guys might finish last here. He does not let them get away with it. 30 seconds round of B. Nah, you got to get moving, lads. You are being suffocated right now by the Ultra Boys.
They did a solo capture. He was on it for 15 seconds, but outside of that, you just had nothing going for you. This has just been a slaughter.
Yeah, this is unbelievable. Final seconds here on the map, folks. Ultra pulled out the goods here on defense. Nobody home. Not a hope in hell. Toronto are going to take the lead here in the series. Defense, cheese. C'est bon.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm kind of surprised Carolina even won the previous offensive round based on like how it actually started. Carolina, an interesting team to watch on protocol control specifically in my mind, and they had their moments. Certainly the ability to strike, but that final round, I mean, just suffocated. Absolutely nothing you can do, nothing you can cook up, and I mean, even just that standoff battle between sort of TJ and Jodeci by the front door. Jodeci is happy, not going to tweak. Like, Ultra is not a team to make those types of mistakes. If it's quiet on the map, they know if they are in control, they're not the ones that are going to be forced to move, always making the heads-up plays. So, in spite of TJ's best efforts, Ultra still win the map, and Beans hasn't really been a massive factor in the respawn, but you're getting the win, so you really don't care. The team's looking good.
Yeah, and again, against the Ravens, who are starting to get better. Again, it's, what, 3 or 4 matches now. They've not been ideal. They have admittedly all been against top caliber squads who have given them the hands, but Ravens, all this time, hopefully will accumulate into something special. TJ, try to give you absolutely everything. 20 on the defense there as well. Wow, unreal. 20 for Joe. Also, some machine guns. Feeling very good indeed. Hacienda Hardpoint coming up now with a big advantage. Going towards the Ravens. No, it's going towards Ultra. 184 was all you could muster there on Skyline. So Toronto, after that protocol, surely feeling great. That 0.2 second diffuse scenario we found on dealership. Kind of feel frustrated by that one. They might be thinking, man, this could have been a 3-0 for us, if not for that. But here's the highlights, folks. Again, huge amount of loss for both teams. This was a spicy game.
Yeah, a fun one indeed, and I mean, we're shouting out to Rex, again, a focal point now for this, new squad coming together. He's made his impact known in every single map. He's at least had a good moment or two, so I'm sure we'll see his 3-piece over by the A site in the next round coming up, or 2 rounds from now, whatever it is. But I think otherwise, just a lot of trades rolling through. There's a nice play from Rex, but again, even in spite of TJ doing some wicked stuff on the map, doesn't matter if you hold the L in the round 5, and I don't know if we're going to see a round 5 highlight because it was just a stranglehold from start to finish. Yeah, Ultra, the execution in the icy moments. You can trust them.
You always could. You always could. Final looks here across our highlights from map number 3. If you have just joined us, folks, Toronto Ultra now sitting on match point. Prestige literally took flight there for the Ravens, and Joe Deceives, what a great map he's had.
Yeah, did you see that headshot multiplier, by the way, for the aims? Like, that gun shreds. Like, when it connects, even up close, the ARs can get it done.
They absolutely can get it done. There's a growing list of players who use the assault rifle at close range to tremendous and very consistent success against our submachine gun counterparts, but it's going to be that, folks. Map 3, Ultra in the bag. They walk into this next hardpoint on Hacienda, which is going to be a lot slower, admittedly, compared to what we've been seeing so far in this series. We'll see how things go, Chance, but it should be a fun one indeed. Again, Ultra, feeling good, looking to close this one out here and now.
Absolutely, and obviously Hacienda, every time it's played, I sort of talk about how this is where like the high impact plays get made. P2 can be a money hill. You have to be on point with your communications on P4s, because if you are, you can lock it down for a substantial chunk of time. And where these two AR players, allergic to the hill on Skyline, might just be the main collectors on Hacienda. So the stats might end up getting switched up just a little bit, but where Insight was the guy consistently breaking the P2 hill and the setups that Ravens were attempting to set up on Skyline, I think Insight's an arrow on the minimap to be watching as well. See what kind of plays he can make. I'm thinking Insight's going to have a casual like 1.0 KD, and his teammates are going to fry. That's how I feel.
Well, that is the narrative. A play like this sets their teammates up for success. We'll see. Insight, it will grab your spawns, he'll carry your plates. He's probably got cash for you in Warzone as well. What an absolute superb teammate he has been for his lads in this series alone. The rest of the squad, though, nothing to be sneezed at. That's the fist bumps complete there for the Ultra lads. We're ready to party, folks. Ready to get into this one. Hacienda, again, a welcome addition to the Black Ops 6 map pool. It's a fan fave from the BO4 days. And look at that, Monster Energy. That entire tank is full of it. Those sharks are purely running on White Monster.
I haven't beaten him on a hardpoint in 3 months. Granted, they did not play in March, but this is a nice run against Carolina that Ultra have had. They have had their number in the respawns.
Well, that's not a good sign for the Carolina fans amongst us. Protocol S&D, if we have to go the distance, you'd like that. An opportunity to stay alive in this one. But hey, crazier things have happened. Here we go. Ravens, are they truly getting stronger with every map? Are they truly finding form? One play at a time. Towards this time we go. And we're not going to find a whole lot just yet, but we are going to see how that play towards P2 develops. Looking towards that rock hall. And that's where the Ravens are coming from.
Yeah, and Gwyn, well, I was about to say, he was super sober for a moment. CleanX finds the bench, and now these players sort of stuck in the hallway, but it's a battle for the hallway control, and TJ taking over. Good for 2, and you're good for the P1 time. And honestly, Carolina might be able to orchestrate a good chunk of time here on the P1. Already 20 seconds on the board, and they continue to get every single kill.
Damn.
And now with Insight falling, you win the rotation as well. This is as good as it gets on Hacienda. You follow this up in the money time on P2, and you'll take that. I mean, have a 25-point lead. Make it a 29-point. Yeah, Ultra don't even want the scrap time. They're trying to force it through. And TJ finally gets cut down. And by the way, look at the spawns. All that work from Carolina, they don't even get the time first.
Well, yeah, that's the problem, isn't it? That's the problem, isn't it? Oh, Insight back in the driveway is going to be helping anchor that one for his lads, forcing these members of the Ravens now attack from different angles. At different angles they have got. And Joe Deceives picks up 2. A little bit of love from his teammates there in the back. Crossfire complete. A couple of assists on the board as well. Next wave of Ravens players coming through Rock. Over to the Lambo we go.
This is the Insight special as well. 0-3, 0 seconds in the hill. A P1 that was a tragedy, and all of a sudden you have tied it now, taking the lead. And wow, what a moment. I mean, that's the moment to, at least I need to go back and rewatch, because on the mini-map, I missed it. I'm assuming Carolina, with the amount of work they just put in, we're going to be perfect for a P2. And now Jodeci is on a 5 spree, CleanX on a 4 spree, Beans on a 3, and Insight, a ghost on the map, but he's rotating towards the new time. Insight quite literally has one gunfight to win, and he gets it. And now Ultra will be on new first. Actually, maybe not. Spoke too soon. Slasher got him.
It was just a little bit too much of that original glaze. As the prize, CleanX stack fighting out of spawn. Left-hand side of the map, all good now. That's going to be the Ravens sweep. We're going to see Joe trying to make some dances, some nice plays through mid. Not going to happen. Perfect coverage here for the Ravens. Looking at their lead change once again. Gwyn, 3 spree. Starting to roam across the halls of Hacienda.
Yeah, maybe one flank coming through from CleanX and Insight trying to make their approach towards the time, but You didn't have the positioning before you made the approach, so you get the trades rolling through, but Carolina still maintaining the control. Joe Deceives probably was weak, still gets a 2, and he turns it into 3. You need a pop-off play. Joe Deceives delivered.
Oh, but wait, Gwyn gonna pop off of his own. At range.
Damn.
With the new Jackal, the old new Jackal, the new old Jackal. Lead change again for Ultra.
Yeah, and credit to Gwyn as well. The Jackal, not easy to control that recoil, but the best in the world, they make it look easy.
Yeah.
Shredding right there, and now Carolina set up on the new time. Beans, 1 minute and 12 inside the hill. And you, dude, yo, Mercules could never.
He went for the big bada boom, and that's going to be 3 dead right now. Ultra sitting pretty. Beans office open now, so that's going to be an avenue of attack for the Ravens. But a pinch is on. Slasher, if you can win this, that's sweet. But Kleenex reads it, deals with it. Eyes front now. TJ managed to infiltrate the point. That's going to be the numbers there. What a break. Ravens are in. Can Beans get out of spawn and get back towards time? The answer is no.
I'm having too much fun, so I'll rate myself in just as Carolina rained in the P4, or maybe not. It is a slugfest. It is a battle, and Joe Deceives might be good to get another 3 here in the feed, but he plays it passive. He's still got the battle of like tug and war going on, and it's looking like Carolina should win the war, and you're winning for scrap time. And all things considered, first set of rotations in a tie game.
What a lineup from Gwyn. Next man, Joe. It's gonna be 14-9 for Gwyn. Unbelievable stuff, man. I mean, chance you got your 3 and 10 insight. You got your 5 and 8 slashers, these slower ARs who are absolutely trying to set their players up to give them all the space in the world, all the intel in the world to go roam free and find these kills. I say that Slashers now on a 5 from mostly inside the hard point. Looking at streaks as well.
Yeah, and I mean, good to get on time. I think the hallways have pretty much been dominated by Carolina, and Rex is having himself a fun one as well. Making his presence known in the feed. Rex there from 2, and quite literally, hallway domination for Carolina. P1 is the hill where they have set themselves apart. And now they can't afford to lose the rotation, or at least you're not going to get broken down because Ultra will be there first. But, I mean, so much time to work with. Slasher, I mean, he's comfortable. He's got a bit of Hellstorm just off the hill time.
Soaking away. Absolutely. Getting the time. Get yourself lots of points, lots of score. Streaks will be yours. This time around, Ultra, they've got full control. They're not going to be breaking anything this time. TJ doesn't go any insane sprees upstairs, but a couple of headshots there on a Joe is going to make him reconsider the attack here. Slasher calling it in, looking for the break. Let's go for a listening with the Ravens.
Backside door. One door. One door, me dead.
Nice. I got one of them. Nice.
Zebra.
I'm here with you.
Side door. Back up top, weak. Side door.
Nice. There's flying back, I think.
All the back. We could flip though. It could be weird. Yeah, it's not bad.
They're now.
I'm coming. You can pitch. Side door.
One shot, bro. One shot. Side door in the back.
I got naded, bro. Are you pitched the back? Dead, bro. 3 on time. Not coming. We're Lambo. 3 on time, bro.
We go 90.
Lambo clinics.
Go new.
On the heady inside weak.
They could be getting out maybe.
On the heady water. This guy's be water. Jumped up dead.
Nice.
Yo,
open on me. Dead.
Nice. No. Cider.
Yeah,
Cider.
I've well cut, okay?
Donald beans.
Do I get time for well?
I'm backing up.
You get time. One secret on me.
Secret?
2 secret. Minimum 1 shot, bro. Kleenex and Joe secret. Missing the ARs.
One's gonna go through open. Same. I'm flanking.
One's back.
One's top mid.
Come
Jump front of me, guys.
Front new. You. One's gonna go plat for sure.
I have your plat.
Flank the back.
Plat. One shot.
Yeah, one's in the back.
110. That's him.
No, he'll weak. Beans, in 10 now.
20 in the back.
In the back of me, bro. In the back. Get back.
Attention.
Yeah. Plat stairs weak.
I can slide in time, bro.
Try to take
Dark. Dead.
Nice. 2.
Enter inside. Weak.
Nice. Let's go.
I got one thing.
Nice.
Get
Get on time.
Yo, roll.
I have over you. Get this time. I can both of you still. Go. We can pitch it back here.
We're gonna flip. I killed one new.
Nice.
They won't open.
Yeah, already on me.
No, one shot.
Pop open, 1 shot.
Beans is on new, bro.
Attention going off of.
Beans is on new. They're gonna be playing mid and close.
Let me open.
Might be a guy close.
Put him open.
Trying to help you.
I'm playing our side, guys. You guys play open.
Give me a second.
Upstairs. I'm better come back
On
far side, bro.
What am I pinch like?
Fell in the water, bro.
I start across. I'm gonna start already.
No,
There's a behind the rock. Close right. Close right.
Out of rock, what's up?
I'm not fucking wonder, bro. Jeez. Oh, you're good, you're good. I'm just gonna punch around.
Okay. They might go bottom bar. Might go bottom bar.
It's not on time.
Yeah, Trove.
2 on time. Behind the rock.
I can jump up.
Behind the rock.
Yeah,
Give me a second. I'm jumping. I got one. Two more. Close in there. Outer and inner.
Well. Toronto Ultra lead change. Spree's developing the Ravens and that listening. A couple of moments of let's try this. Doesn't work. I'm going to slide out. Couldn't get a slide if I tried. This is looking a little bit tough, Chance.
Yeah, not my favorite listening I've ever heard, but I mean, maybe the gameplay trying to bracket up, but well, now Subsite coming through. If the AR wasn't working, switch over to the Jackal, and if the Jackal should have been working in that moment, unfortunate swap, but Gwyn doesn't get traded out. Look at the Jackal at close range, doing exactly what it should do one of those gunfights, but for a P1 where Carolina have really set themselves apart, it's looking like Ultra have re-stabilized, sort of cracked that code, and now it's them that are in the time.
They're in time, and Hellstorm as well in the back pocket. Another opportunity to pull some shenanigans. TJ right back head is home in the open hallway. Is going to be dealt with there. 2 sprees done. Over to Kleenex now. Finds his 5th in a row. Looking for 6. Nope, Gun's going to end that. Peace out. Good night. But looking towards new time. A big investment here from the Ravens. Now off spawn. We're going to see Slasher try to break this one, but he is about to run into Kleenex, and that is the gun you want for that moment. Wait a minute. Slasher's in. An opportunity to get things going here for the Ravens. A good P2 is all they need.
No support for Slasher, though. Does not have the help, and he has been isolated and dropped. And now Carolina, 1 man down. Gwyn gives you 2. It evens up the odds, and Joe Deceives overwhelmed. So you fight through the front, and maybe just for Kleenex, Death Destroyer to try to break you down, and he gets it done. Kleenex has been a monster in this series.
Oh, he's so good. That was disgusting. The shimmy shoulder towards the back line. Benjamin Beans absolutely ripping heads from the back. Gwyn can't make it upstairs to save his life. Fresh mag. We're looking at a 5 in a row. Arguably looking for any more. No, that's going to be plenty of information, though. 30 seconds to go here on this time. You're going to need all of it if you're Ultra. Get in there, boys. Looking for the Dubski. And what a snap on a Rex. Kleenex back onto it. 10 for the win. This could be game.
Yeah, and just listening to the listening for Carolina, felt a little deflated, not quite coordinated, cracked out as a team, and now you're running through the Zig blender. That's game. That is hardpoint destruction, and Kleenex just wants us to make sure that we knew he had it, calling in the Hellstorm at the end.
At the end, well, it's all that mattered was a brilliant string of kills there from Kleenex. GG's Toronto Ultra. As we say bye-bye to Slasher's camera, and we say hello to the side profile of TJ. A frustrating series for the Ravens. Outside of the 0.2 second round 11 bomb defuse moment we had there from Gwyn, it was merely bumps, merely signs of life. A couple of little pips in the heart rate monitor for that squad when it came to respawn chance, but otherwise a relatively disappointing look there from the Ravens.
Yeah, I mean, I think it might be a theme for a few of these teams. If the control gets a little bit better, I think they're back to being a lethal threat, but still a few things that Carolina are going to need to work on. Maybe all things considered, Ultra looking like a top squad, getting back in the mix, Beans being the super soaker on time, and obviously Kleenex and Joe Deceives, I mean, feasting in that game. Joe Deceives popping 2 different 3 pieces to break some hills, and Kleenex obviously a monster through and through. But ultimately, if you want to talk about the communication and you want to talk about the teamwork, look at the assist there from Ultra. Double digits, all 4 players, and nothing but 5s and 6s coming in from Carolina. So the teamwork is what we highlight for Toronto, and for good reason. They always have it. But Insight, when he's on that mound, he'll be the lone man. We'll see what he can do.
3 points in a row where the Ravens are very strong flatline there. That is not something you see at this level. Ultra playing their hard points brilliantly. This previous stage, it was great. And stage 4 starting things off with a bang there. A nice 3-1 victory over the Carolina Royal Ravens. Back to the drawing board for those boys, and we are starting to run out of time. They still have the cushion for the pushing when it comes to Champs Chance, but we will see, folks. Des, take it away.
Cushion is running low, Miles. Absolutely. Let's take a look here at the numbers, because Slasher drops over 1.5 minutes of hill time, 1:45. but he also drops a lobby low amount of damage. That was the same in the search and destroy. Dylan Rex, he's putting up some kills, but only 20 seconds of Hill. I feel like they're still looking for answers of how to play these hard points.
Yeah, and it's weird because it's not often we see Slasher put numbers up like that, right? So now you're looking at it and you're like, now your ARs are kind of teeter-tottering, like they're not on at the same time. So still some glaring issues from the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. I do want to give them their flowers, though, in that map 2 dealership. I mean, Toronto's been really good at that map and trying to work hard to add it to their map pool. So clutch in the round 11, but otherwise, it was Toronto Ultra through it.
And what'd you see?
Yeah, I think, you know, for this Carolina team, like this was the main evaluation period, I feel like, for Dylan Rex. And individually, had a pretty good performance, I will say. Search and destroy, the game 1, even on the map 4, like, he was fine. I just feel like the way that they play the game since adding him has completely changed. Like, they used to be so good, you rotate, set up, and then pushing out and like applying that initial pressure, they were so good at it. And I don't know if that was like the way they played off of Vivid. It's just changed completely since adding Dylan Rex. They look like a shell of their former self. But switching things over to Toronto Ultra, just clean. I mean, I feel like Beans, you know, obviously not playing at the major, came in a little rusty. Wasn't shooting too well, but he was soaking the time. And, you know, the SMGs in this series absolutely took over multiple moments in the skyline. You know, Joe Deceives and Kleenex, ton of engagements, making plays. You saw it on the protocol in the final round when you needed big defensive win. Like, Joe Deceives is the guy who goes on a 4-5 streak to close it out, right? So SMG's got Toronto through this one.
Back-to-back bronze places at majors for Toronto. They're looking to finish even higher on the leaderboard at the end of Major 4. This is the right start. Let's take a look at your scuff play of the game. Their only loss was their scuff play of the game, as Kleenex breaks the league record of 16 hardpoint kills. He dropped 17. He is now the only one to ever drop 17 across 11 rounds.
Honestly, I'm really happy to see this if you're Toronto Ultra. Not only because, my God, you want to gas up your teammate for a slammage like that, but also on the flip side of, like, it's not like Kleenex hasn't been good this year, but he has been on another level throughout that end of stage 3 and at the major, and now following into stage 4. This is a Toronto Ultra that can look to contend for championships.
And the dealership looks better, which is a map that they really need. I get that they lost that, but some better ideas going into that dealership.
We are now joined in the Monster Winner Spotlight by the one and only man dishing out the first pitch tomorrow. Insight, are you nervous?
I am a little bit nervous. I've never thrown a baseball before, so this should be fun.
Okay, well, you can't do worse than the rapper. Chance mentioned it at halftime. I had to go back and watch it. 50 Cent almost pegged the lady in the face. So if you're feeling bad about yourself post-pitch, go watch that. You'll feel great. In the meantime, you got to be feeling good. You guys got a top 3 finish with Mercules in the lineup. Now Beans has rejoined your starting lineup. How are we feeling up north?
Feeling good, you know. Obviously, it was very unfortunate Ben couldn't play at the event, but you know, Ben's come back in. I feel like we're looking great still, and yeah, we're just trying to grind these wins away.
Absolutely. And Insight, you know, we are now at the start of another qualifier. What is Toronto Ultra's focus going to be? Because you guys are great across most modes right now, and now it's just about, like, what is your primary focus to kind of contend with that top 4 and contend for championships this split?
Honestly, I feel like every split, like a different game mode's been great. So I feel like now it's trying to bring it all together. So like that, like we can just like win a series 2-3-5. We can win a series 1-4-5. We can just like rely on every game mode to bail us out. So yeah, I feel like just bring it together for champs time.
Insight, how do you feel like the experience with Mercules has like transformed your guys' team? Like, did you learn anything about your guys' run through the lower bracket last tournament?
I feel like obviously Hardpoint at the event was really good. So there's some great takeaways in Hardpoint. The other game modes not so much, but we definitely like picked up on a few things that we can like implement into our team now, and I feel like it's showing.
From you, what do you feel like is the biggest obstacle in Search right now? Like from the last split, like in the beginning of the year, first 2 stages, you guys were dominant in that game mode, and like somewhere in the middle of last split up until now, it's gotten away from you guys a little bit.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like it's our mid-round adjustments. I feel like they've been pretty like mediocre, to be honest, and it's something we've talked about as a team, so we're trying to work on. But it's going to take time and practice, and hopefully we can get it done.
Hopefully.
Insight, we know you got training to get to. We'll let you go back to baseball practice. Do me a favor, though, tomorrow. Eat a glizzy for me, will you?
I got you.
Good man right there. That's Insight. He's throwing out the first pitch
How many
at
bites
the Toronto game.
does it take for you guys to finish a glizzy?
I try and take as many as I can.
Why do you even know the answer?
2 bites for me.
Oh my God. That's just a lie. Everybody knows it's a lie.
Is it true? Stay tuned to find out. The glizzies are warming up, and so are the games when we return. We go to the bottom of the leaderboard. Vegas Falcons looking for win number 2. Cloud9, though, showcasing some new faces. Welcome back to my screen. Capsule and Spartan.
Visit scuff.co/CDL for your chance to win the Road to Champs giveaway and join us at CDL Champs.
The Esports World Cup is an official partner of the Call of Duty League.
The Call of Duty League is brought to you by Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Come on, now I'm f***ing feeling good. Like, what?
And Merc back in his home, might even be able to get a Hellstorm. He is Mr. Do-It-All.
Soaking time as well. We are close, boys and girls. Gets it. Streaks now for Ultra.
And he clutched the 1v2. Young Rook.
Shots. Two-piece. The mighty Mercules takes round 1.
It's like Abuza has been the most impressive like A-side player on both sides. Like if he's playing like the back courtyard on defense, like he just finds picks, just headshot, 2 people drop. He's insane. And time is dwindling. Abuza has been the god of dealership, leading the lobby at 11-3, and he just got eyes. We'll see you later. Good night.
Now Joe deceives thankfully next. Looking to try to clutch on up. Joe's able to find a freebie, 40 seconds.
Now back to the sub. Sees the cross, stun lands, 3v2. Neptune finds one, but it's down to Joe to see for the full ace. Oh! Little drop shot!
That is unbelievable right there out of Joe.
5 versus 4. Pressure building, heat rising. Trophy gets eliminated, and Abizi's going to get cut down. He's gone. Chest bumping, no.
Wow.
Bronson's able to win it. Sim's going to get dropped as well.
2-on-3, as you said. Cell is beaming, no, but there is a trade. Red Door looked it for the ace.
Timing is so bad in Miami. Get it done. They move on to a second championship Sunday on the year. Their fight continues.
Thieves now push forward, dominate the power positions, suffocate the life out of Surge on the approach. A quick attack towards time, absolutely snuffed out. The LA Thieves, for the first time in the season, they have taken everything. Another perfect grand finals. Your Major 3 champions, the LA Thieves.
The 2025 Vegas Falcons team pack is available now. Each pack includes home and away operators, as well as this spray to let them know who was here. It was a Falcon. Next time you boot up, suit up at the in-game shop.
Welcome back to your mother's favorite Friday afternoon show. We have Vegas Falcons taking on Cloud9, and Cloud9, they said 9th place ain't where we want to finish. We're going to make some new changes. And they send the world champion Dylan off the roster. In the meantime, they bring in some new faces. Can we talk about these guys? Because I've seen them before, but Capsule was here when I was around.
Yes.
Spart was here before my time, and he played alongside Slasher. He won that tournament for LAG. Where has he been since?
Yeah, I mean, you talk about Spart. This is a guy who, Allie, when you first joined, he had a crazy magical Cinderella run.
Insane Cinderella run.
Where he was dominating Search and Destroy. So that's where I feel like they need the most improvement.
Yeah.
From last split, they were 1-7 there. And, you know, I'm sure you could touch on, like, Spart's. He's an electric player in that game mode.
Absolutely. I think what Spart and Capsule both are really going to join into this, because I was around when Capsule first joined the league as well, and he was an extremely explosive player. Same thing with Spart. They're both incredibly creative in Search and Destroy, and they're both incredibly aggressive aggressive, which should match the vibe of Civ and Kremp when you look at this roster. So I think that's going to be the angle Cloud9 is taking right now.
Go faster.
And I think Ant made a really good point of like, they're going to get better at search and destroy. Cloud9 is not good. There's no notable numbers across the board. So they need to just pick one and put all of their eggs in that basket.
Yes, they haven't had a game mode that they could lock up all season. And you see right now, the Monster Energy pregame, like Champs is on the line. You have to win.
Yes.
Their schedule, they legitimately play like the top 4 teams
They're in hell.
from the
They're
last
in hell.
event.
It's their easiest.
So this is their easiest match, so you have to win. And to the game mode point, when they had their most success was stage 2, when they were winning matches. They were 9-5 in S, and they were top 3 in the game mode. And in HP, they were 8-10, right? So at no point in the season have they been a great hardpoint team. So Search is we're going with this roster. And once again, today's matchup, they have to win.
This roster change comes on May 1st. On the other side, we have the Falcons, who have been making roster changes since December 31st. That was when they brought in King of Bodhi. They benched a few of the others.
Don't even name that. I'm looking at the paper. There's like 10 roster
We
changes.
got Priesta, Exdid, Pred, and Arcides on the stage tonight, Allie. Who's the player to watch?
Ooh, player to watch? You got to put it on Pred just because he's kind of taken the role as a leader for this team. And so I think for him, that consistency and showing up in game is going to be most important for Vegas Falcons. I mean, they're playing spoiler. Major 4 is kind of their chance right now. I mean, they're sitting at like basically 0 points. And if you look across the board, like their schedule gets harder as they go on. They have C9 now. After that, it's Minnesota. And then you got Miami, LA Thieves, and Atlanta. So they might be a top 3 hardpoint team in split number 3, but they've had to rely on a lot of firepower to get them through some of these series. And they're bottom 2 essentially in every other game mode.
And guess who's won more money this season? Optic Texas or Cloud9 New York?
Might be Optic, actually.
They're tied at $22,500. Vegas, guess how many dollars they've won?
Ooh, I mean, whatever.
0. You're at $0, boys. Time to start earning your salaries as they are looking for dubs tonight. We got a best of 5 coming our way.
Why
Crap
is
going
Spar
over the
wearing
rules
that?
with the team.
If you had to put duct tape on it, why are we wearing it?
Well, believe it or not, people
How long
have
don't got
favorite
hats?
pieces of clothing. And if they tell you can't wear a logo, you say, well, I'm not taking off the hat. I'll just
That's
throw
fair.
some duck on here. But
I
the
like this.
mustache
Yes.
and the mullet combination,
Yes.
it's my guy from Florida, Arkansas, or Louisiana.
Yeah, one of the 3 for sure. I mean,
think I'm in Florida.
he looks good. Let's be honest. Sparks has been down in the pit. He has been grinding. He's played with Capsule. He knows him. And they're coming up to play with 2, like, superstar talents. Talk about Sib and Kremp, their ability on the map. Like, this is a huge opportunity for Capsule and Spark. You know, as we're looking at the maps here, you know, dealership between Capsule and Kremp, like, I feel like that should be a good map for them. And if we do make it to that game 5, the Hacienda, we've seen Kremp have some takeover moments there. So,
Listen,
got to be through the circuit.
If Spark can perform with that mustache, I'm going to be mind blown. I've had it growing out a little bit just once, and it tickles your upper lip. You get a little bit of food in their alley, you can't focus on shooting people.
Thank you for the education.
And don't
I
even
wouldn't
try.
know.
Don't
Thank
even
you for
try
the
to drink
education.
milk with that type of mustache.
Yeah, orange juice, you'll be embarrassed.
There's
Thank
nothing
you
can do.
for the education.
Yeah. Absolutely. You can grow yours in between games, but right now we got to focus on this one out. Do you want to do Scuff Pick'ems first or second?
I can go first. I mean, I'm going Cloud9. I think I believe in the
Vegas
honeymoon
Falcons.
period for this, so okay.
Wait, that quick?
Cloud9, Vegas Falcons.
I got
the lead
Cloud9.
grows.
I got Cloud9.
Or does it?
Fans?
Da-da-da-da.
I got Sib in fantasy. I need a huge performance.
All right, give me a player to watch. We have an extra 15 seconds.
Got to go with Capsule. He was really inconsistent sometimes, so I'm excited to see what he does this year.
The game is ready. Capsule and the Great Mustache are ready to take the stage. We got Miles and Chance. Chance, it's powerful, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I trust Miles' opinions on facial hair more than my own. I definitely don't trust Namos's. Either way, though, something interesting with the pick'ems. The fans legitimately have like 80 series like less to have picked from compared to the desk. They're catching Nameless, and they're catching him quickly. So we got to be very concerned. And obviously, the fans leaning towards the Falcons. Maybe they know something we don't.
Oof, we're about to find out, folks. Here we go. The first look at the new C9 roster. Capsule and Spart, welcome back, gentlemen. I wonder what Spart's drinking. He looks like the kind of guy to call you buddy. You know what I mean? He's feeling good. I'm not your guy, pal. I'm not your pal, buddy. It's a great reference to a fantastic show that is still going strong. Here we go, map one.
It might be too American for you, Miles, but Spart, if we get this guy a souped up lawnmower, he could have a great time. The redneck like Olympics that I have seen in my day, he'd be running the show.
Honestly, he does look great though. I also the one ear cup being like pure foam as well. It's just there is an unhinged look about this roster. Let's get it, boys and girls. Let's unleash them upon Vault. The Falcons, a team that are no strangers to a scrap. Here we go. We're gonna pull.
Yeah, and Vault very close to sounding like Volk. So honestly, Spar my friend.
What? That's a deep cut for the old fans.
Yo,
what in the absolute? He was 1E. He really was. Arsty's down. Pre-selecting the clean point. There's going to be time going the way of the Falcons or not. Now it is going to be time going the way of the Falcons. But 30 seconds already gone on this P1 and we've had fun.
And, you know, just trying to sort of recognize what types of... I honestly, now that I'm thinking about it, this map might be insane. I know the soaking in the hill has actually been on point, but I just want to give an early shout. If there was ever a lobby for the game to come down to a time, this might be it.
This is going to be the true battle. Spart Capital joining the kill feed together. And Spart on the receiving end of so many good pickups. So a nice little bit of time grabbed here off rip, but a P1 that was costly, mostly in the kills department for both teams. But we're going over to P2. We've got Vegas Falcons in position first. Here comes Sib. He means it, and he's in.
It's always good when you just have two players that are able to run straight into the time through the front. But Sib, overwhelmed, head on a swivel in the sort of regrouping there and on point. Right there from 2, and now the minimap is, I mean, this is as scattered gets. Capsule with some good extra damage, good extra kills, and you take care of the time as well. Important break there for C9 to get and then deliver.
Yeah, you got a perfect 4 down. Can you identify the next hit from Pred, though? He's on a route. You know how he plays. You know what's going on. That's right, Pred. The old hit and run over towards new time as well. So Capsule's going to be the front man right now for C9. And we're going to commit to this. We do want to get as much time out of P2 as we possibly can, because right now Vegas Falcons still very much in control. And Arsty's and the boys playing for new spawns are ideal. So C9, a little bit of a hill to climb here.
Yeah, we're naming teammates out of time. Listen, there's a lot happening on this map right now, but surprisingly, 4 minutes and 18 seconds left on the game clock, more than I was expecting. But a P3, this is where I'll be delivered the chaos I'm looking for.
Oh, let it be upon us, folks. Falcons, no one's going too nuts just yet. I mean, same thing the other side. C9, this is a battle. Two teams who are clawing at each other. Lead change. C9 with it for the time. And a big old pinch here from the Falcons. They're going to get the break. That's all 4 dead. The spawns are not going to be favorable for C9.
Yeah, and Pred's going to be the first man you have to get past, and knowing Pred might even let him through. These are slow-moving blue arrows, and they line up. They win the gunfight. But you need to hike halfway across the map. You have to hike the entire way across the map. It's the whole thing. Mince words about it. This is tough. They're getting the kills, and honestly, good scrap time on P3 to be able to get. But now the ultimate problem that honestly Falcons might need to solve. 2 players in the back, but Kremp, he's here, ready to flip.
Well, look at Arsty's as well. Just leaves Art, goes over towards time. Trophy's in position. A relatively safe spot. Not going to be shot at too easily, so that's going to get some production. And now you're starting to make your way forward, Falcons. You give it the back when you wanted to. Exnid wins a couple, and this is another that he's got to his name. The third, indeed, folks. 13-9, backline secured.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal setup as well. Pred's leaning up top. Exnid does not overchow in the back at all. He waits for his moment to strike, and they knew they had to give up that arc pressure, and Exnid's crack, but I like the high IQ plays. He has grown as a player, and the mechanical skill has never been questioned. Finally, though, he falls, and somehow Pred, he's just been up top on a 0 streak that entire time. Brother, what?
I mean, damage, just pure damage. Intel, eye in the sky. More just the knowledge that he exists up there is a problem right now for C9. Late break there. 10 seconds are going to go their way or not. Predwood gets into time. Yeah, keeps the Falcons scrap healthy. Towards the middle of the map, we go towards set number 2. And again, C9 New York, they're keeping up in the kills. They're doing the very best they can to make this map look as good as possible. But the scoreline is not reflecting that yet.
We'll see. Maybe a good P2 for either one of these teams to set yourself apart. Right now, Capsule being isolated. Just trying to swarm and look for these guys in time, but the second Kremp pops off, you don't know where to actually look on it, and now you get the coverage. So Sib gives you 2 from in and around time. Nobody even attempting to block those spawns, but hey, if you super soak on P1, you'll be happy for it.
Absolutely, man. Any P1 time is good time. Kremp Winding up for another big hit. His teammates are here for it, and somehow, even when he's tagged up, still making plays. Backline secured. Sid with a massive win there now. Oh, and a teammate once again. It is a little bit mixy. It's a little too much as you've let a man through. I tell you what, Xnid, not the player you wanted to. That is a dagger. And what a moment on the minimap that was there for the Falcons.
Yeah, crazy cow timing there from Sid. I honestly thought he saw like the smoke getting kicked up, or like the dust rather, but now Kreb is at least blocking spawns, and well, he's gone. And Xnid taking a single route into a P2 where now things are actually looking pretty sweet. So great gameplay coming through from Xnid. Great to have seen him grow as a player.
Yeah, fantastic work. Well, we're going to pause that thought for now, folks. We're going to dive over to the other side of the stage and C9 with the time. Let's go for a listen in.
Outer, free stuff. Right here. Don't help you guys. Outer bomb free stuff. There's 20 minutes, I think. What's light? There's one back. There's 1 minute. 18. Trap. What time is it? Nice. I'm playing new. I'm sitting on time. What's lying on me? Lying free stuff. Put on me, EG. Nice. This one over. I hear you. Okay. Yeah, butt me off. Alright, sorry. Nice. One's up still. He's gonna be on left. One's left. Elbow, hook on me. He's looking for some. Two ball heading. I think I'm middle. I needed Close shot. Incon. Close me. Last two front. I'm trying. Out of right, Alec, one shot. Out of right, Alec, on the vein. On the vein, vein of Vault dead. What's that? Sit line. He saw me. Let's Pikachu me. Out of P3. Left. Top left. I'm absolutely dead. What's the mid? He shot me. Nice. I'm right mid. Could be calling again. Go left. Bottom art AG. One's new. Bottom art. We're good. Top art. He's bottom art me. Bottom art weak, AG, and one on you pre-step. Out of right now. Why up P4, AG? We're looking for one. There's one on the outer left as well. I'm top part. I don't see any line. Top part. Okay, dead. White up me. I'm sitting up. One shot. With you. I need top part. Weak top part by Nate. Wait from the drop off. White up dead. One shot. Get him. I'm trying to one shot back there. Team. He's good. Top weak.
Once again, an auction house being run by the Seagulls from Finding Nemo chance. Wow, what a listening.
I'm so stressed out right now. I'm sweating after that listening. And in P4, honestly, the only thing that's really been keeping Falcons in this game has actually been this hill. So this is the Vault special. You can outplay him on a P1, P2, P3. Doesn't matter if you can't handle the money hill. And that is going to deliver by the smallest of margins a Falcons lead. And back to P1 where the kills and chaos will commence.
For Rosties, your sweet spree now lies in dust. Over to Pred. Looking for that sweet P1 time. And it's not going to be there just yet, but again, P1s. They've been a difficult fruit to squeeze, let's say, in this map between these two teams. It is a mixed fest indeed. And right now, Spark, he's leading the charge there for his boys. 3 dead, last man up, Pred, and as seemingly unpredictable as ever. Lead change, no. C9, New York, still running it. Even on this one. 22 seconds to rock here on P1. P2's on its way. As the Falcons have once again maneuvered themselves in a position. Xnid, the playmaker right now for this squad. Seemingly every step of the way. It might be... Oh no, I thought it was a Marcelo cast for a minute. I was getting ready to go, bro.
Yeah, sorry about that. Either way, though, as you pointed out, things are looking good. You know, sort of C9 outplaying on every single hill but the P4, but now an opportunity for Vegas Falcons to try to keep things secure. Have a pretty good setup around this new time.
Yeah, and again, it's Xnid once again, man on time, making plays. RC's now on the patrol. Oh, but he's been caught out. An opening in the watch. Oh, Krem, what a 2. Pressured out from the backline. Spark getting involved. Up close and personal with the aims. Good break. C9 are in. Capsule next line holds it together. Oh my word, this could be a New York minute.
Oh, great plays as well. And the Nado's on point, does the damage, wasn't ready for the pressure, but Spart able to get the kill. So great damage being done. Huge gunfights being won the entire way around, in C9 finding a little bit of form when they needed to. Still though, battle for the final 20. I mean, Vegas Falcons swarming all over it, trying to keep these players at bay. And on rotation in the long term, RCD is going to be setting you up. C9 certainly have a noticeable lead.
Yeah, it's enough of a lead, and this is a hard point that C9 have been willing to throw bodies at to just get time out of, second by second. It's all going to add up. 3 dead instantly, and the backside spawns flip wide open. C9 New York in the driver's seat, going towards the business end of the hard point.
Yeah, great moment for Cap to actually be the man to get in the mix to flip the spawns, and Kremp dragging extra players to the grave. And now you're just worried about making sure you don't overcommit. You can't afford to lose these spawns. And hill time, a little bit less important, but you'd love to be able to get it. And certainly for Falcons, they need it.
No, they're fighting tooth and nail for it. Again, soak this one away, boys. You get yourself at 230. That would be brilliant. But again, you are looking towards New, and that's where C9 New York have set themselves up. Sib, oh no! Exit! Can't get 2 out of that life. Spart, as I've been unable to stop the bleeding on the hard point. Pred has taken another route, so he's in towards New time as well. And what a precarious moment we find ourselves in map number 1.
Oh, look at those spawns, though. Just because number 5 is still in the back. Yeah, finally it gets sort of unlocked, but another mini-map that is just looking like hell. Who can deliver with this kind of situation?
Pred, stay alive. Do not relinquish your life in this situation. Oh, dear. You're in. The break is there. Cloud9. Time is theirs. Big win there from the back priest, and not enough to keep this one going, and that's going to be it. On towards the hard point. You now go Kremp for the win. Spart on a 4 spree now. Guns up at the ready as Capsule now forces the fight forward. That could be a moment, but Priester manages to somehow poke the eyes out of the player on point, so he's going to be in trouble now. Next hit, looking for the dub here. Spart from spawn, 2-piece to his name. 30 seconds to go. You might not need it all, Cloud9.
I mean, this should be good. You have so much distance on the map, and as good as Falcons have actually been in the Hardpoint game mode, it's looking like the new C9 squad has enough firepower to take them down. Volk, what's the difference? Spart undefeated for the moment in the CDL.
Absolutely brilliant. Same with Capsule. What an explosive start there to their series and to their run here with Cloud9 New York. Vegas Falcons, an unpredictable team, a very lethal competitor in the hardpoint mode, and after that one, in C9 New York, absolutely feel good indeed. Wow. Going into the Search and Destroy, a different question, but for now, an opening map that they're going to be very happy to walk away with. GG's there, folks. A bit of an upset as far as I'm concerned.
I guess this is what we're sort of learning, right? The C9 is just, if you make a 50% team swap in that regard, sort of a trick to figure things out. But Zib shooting his gun, got involved for 43 EKIA, and his team certainly keeping up there in the damage and kills department. Maybe Cap had his feet up just a little bit, but Cap was the man that sort of flipped the spawns on that final P3 to set you up long term. And granted, it got mixy, but still able to deliver. Nice little 40-point win there. And I would imagine for C9, their bread and butter might very well be S&D. So getting off to a hot start, they're going to be feeling good.
But yeah, with the makeup of, Capsule and Spart joining the roster, definitely a possibility, but you got to get that chem tested fast. And S&D, not necessarily something that we practice as diligently as the respawn modes, but hey, we'll see how much Cloud9 New York have managed to learn and get under their belts. Maybe they've got some burner accounts that they're running ranked with, who knows. Great looks here from Xnid again. The man is making moments for the Vegas Falcons. Big playmaker, straight shooter. Incredibly exciting man to watch, but not enough to help get his boys the dub. Falcons fall short here on Vault. And Charles, how are you feeling about the control, for the rest of the series again? C9 is basically a brand new team at this point. Not a whole lot we can work off.
I mean, if the hardpoint is any indication, I would expect them also in control to at least be able to deliver wins against the Falcons. Certainly a lot of mixing moments, and the listen in is an interesting point of discussion as well. It's like on that final P4, Exton was able to run through P3 like the outer street for free. Nobody in top art was spotting him at all. They just had enough bodies for the trade. And then Pred was also able to take an outer route over towards like P4 and got through for free. So maybe a couple holes in the setups coming through from C9 for the moment. An expected thing for a brand new team, but got to plug them up quickly. But certainly hype and energetic there from that squad. About the most active I've ever seen Sib in a player cam.
Yeehaw, indeed. Nice bit of back and forth there between the green and blue of the Vegas Falcons and Cloud9 New York. That's enough separation towards the end there. P3 to 4. It's cash, baby. Cha-ching on that side of the map, and it really was there for C9.
And real quick, it was actually that second P1 where C9 got, it was their best hill of the entire map. So that's like off rotation, setting up, letting Falcons get the P4, and having like a 45-second P1 is incredible work. And I know that's when I'm seeing Sid pick up 2 pieces, Spart getting active in that regard as well. So if you can set yourself apart on a P1 on Vault, not too shabby. That's where shooters shoot.
Shooters be shooting, and a lobby full of shooters indeed. We're going to be seeing that on Dealership in just a brief moment, folks. Again, if you've just joined us, a 1-0 lead to Cloud9 New York. This brand new roster has done the unthinkable against the very dangerous Hardpoint squad. S&D, though, we've seen the plays. We said about this the previous series as well. A map where individual plays can go a real long way. We'll see who's done their homework, who's dotted their I's and crossed their T's when it comes to big moments as a team here on Dealership. Chance, how are you feeling about this one, mate? Any sort of wild and unnerving predictions before we start the map?
Well, Falcons certainly have a few lethal tools under their belt, but I think with the AR players not having quite as much firepower, I sort of like am leaning towards C9 because on a firepower front, Sid will match it. #1 in kills per round of 1.09. Granted, C9 had a pretty short run, so wiggle room for the statistical variance, but Sid is going to be able to deliver. Spart reputationally, very strong search and destroy player, and he's going to be coming in with a lot of confidence. And then Kremp has been an elite playmaker. Like throughout stage 3, it didn't really materialize at the major, but he was looking like one of the best S&D players in the world. And now Capsule running by his side. They might just be having some insane run it down kind of rounds because we're Mac, one of the more objective-minded players, elite at getting the bomb down, setting his team up for success. These gentlemen, it might get crazy.
Well, that is the prediction. Fingers crossed, toes crossed, crisscrossed applesauce sauce. I could have hit that with the accent, would have been a bit better, but how this one goes down is anyone's guess, folks. Very different look here for Cloud9 New York structurally when it comes to S&D. Caution to the wind, we're going away.
No trophies. And no nades really contesting them. RCD sits a concussion that's going to give intel on everybody. And #3 on the pinch has a big responsibility. Gives you the first blood, gets out with his life for the moment. You just want to buy time, and they leave him. Priesta and Xnid leave him.
Oh dear, Capsule fighting forward. Priesta, he gets on the board at the very least now. A one-man separator. Xnid fighting slowly but surely. Has Priesta checked every possible angle? Not the one behind the black van though. Oh, Kremp, you dirty dog. Oh, you dirty dog. Intel on 2. Could be looking at another here on the round. Xnid down. Cloud9 New York, round 1.
Yeah, and the man that you let live ends up getting the final kill in the round as well. So that was, that was 3 players trying to work the flank. They run into Sib. He gets 1, and he gets out. That is, in my mind, unacceptable. But hey, Sib's a shooter.
It's such a tough fight to take, though. You leave that sort of rec room going towards the back spawn where he could be inside that deep back building. He could be behind one of the many cars out there. He could be in the middle of the map. He could be inside the showroom. There's a lot of space and too many angles to worry about. He got away with his life. And Falcon's unwilling to commit and throw bodies for the trade. I don't hate it, I can't love it. And C9 New York getting aggressive here on defense.
Yeah, Capsule again, willing to make plays, taking a lot of space, and on the minimap front, it's looking like the Falcons are going to be forced to go towards A, which is certainly where RCDs is hanging out with the bomb, but they are just posted up in spawn. Plenty of time, though, to work with for Falcons. Capsule's been roaming, and Capsule shooting. There's your first blood.
2 players already made their mark in the Vanguard year and go toe-to-toe for our first blood. Uh-oh. That's damage. And Kremp on the cross is going to help things out here, but the Falcons starting to muster some strength, starting to build up the courage now to try to take a hit. Over towards A we now go, but look at this. At the tail end of this snake, it does look like C9 might be all over this. Spart backs up, knows the play is on, and the wrap is there as well from Cloud9. 2 players on the pinch. Here we go, and you are in so much trouble. Vegas Falcons, the guns are up though. Wait, Exit. It's the rewrap. Oh my goodness. It's a 1v1. Cloud9 come out on top. What a wild mini-map.
Yep, and this is how it's going to be going. Falcons not even worried about the flank rolling through in that moment, and it was 2 people working the flank, but they were very confident they were going to be okay, and they were very wrong. Either way, though, Cap for the bailout final gunfight in the 1v1 and a 4-in-1 start for the new man on the squad. It's going to be a very different style of S&D being played by C9 these days, but that doesn't mean it can't be lethal.
Oh, yeah. We're looking at a very different energy from the Vegas Falcons. Vibe check if you're a Puckett, and not loving what I'm seeing so far. The boys have yet to get hot. We need that spark plug, that catalyst, the fuel to ignite this game for them, and so far it has not been found.
Yeah, Kremp just making sure the trophy's still there. Absolutely is. Get the ball down for the 4. Take, and the car's still alive. Kremp, though, is not.
Unbelievable trophy saves him. Capsule. Capsule! He has come to life. Arsty's now in the 1v1. Capsule's spree continues as he goes deep. And 25 on the clock for Arsty's to get the kill in the defuse.
RC's better advantage. Probably the worst gun for the job.
Capsule with timing possibly on his side, and Arsty's plays the highest percentage he can. The young Capsule will make a mistake, but the clock is not on his side. A young Capsule has possibly checked the bomb, but might not be there for it. There we go. Young Capsule finds it. Not a rookie no more. Big win against the vet.
I'm not gonna lie to you, Miles. I know I do this for a living and I'm a quote-unquote professional, but the way RC was playing that, I thought for a second Cap had to defuse the bomb. It took me like 5 seconds to be like, oh, that's not that's gonna go down. So yeah, Cap, a comfortable win towards the end.
Absolutely. I mean, it does help that he gets, what, 3 insane kills, or sorry, two insane kills there to help make that situation a lot better. But Cloud9 New York, the inverse of what we're seeing from the Vegas Falcons. 3 strong rounds so far and a 6 spree for Cap.
And I mean, they might just run over B again. Xnid, he's about to get swarmed. I mean, we're just kicking doors open too. We can let him know we're coming. A little standoff battle. Cap did the same thing. He got to this point, cleared it out, and then wraps back. And honestly, it makes perfect sense as well. So now you get to take over the middle of the map and just clear everything out one by one. And Falcons, meanwhile, don't really have any degree of control.
He digs out that corner and then, oh no. Whoa, they'll snap! I wanted the chow real bad. Capsule going for it, but now it's a 3v3. Kremp's going to pick this up straight away. Xnid caught out, shouldering. Omni movement doesn't help him there. Man advantage C9.
That's just deja vu. Cap takes the exact same round, exact same space, but he just pushed it a little further. And now you're just in the perfect position. Kremp for 1, doesn't get the second, but RC's left in between him in a 1v2, not even able to shoot a bullet. And yeah, Capsule roaming Slayer right now in S&D. About the most aggressive setup by the B site we're accustomed to seeing in the CDL. So C9 maybe setting pace just a little bit, putting in some extra work. And same thing for Cap. Clears it out, goes back towards the middle of the map. You clear out the little small rooms, and if they're not there, take the control. And Falcons, I think, are just praying that they can get a first blood on the attacking rounds, and instead, they're just getting picked apart.
I think it feels like not a single moment has gone their way. Vegas, dire straits right now, 4-0. RC cars, should be a couple of them. Capsule's nade connects in the middle of the map, so you know there's a lot of presence being felt. Arsty's the lone guardian here, as far as intelligence is concerned, and that's going to be a beautiful nade. Get out of there, you can't. Oh no, Kremp down, as is the bomb. Oh! A slammage from Pred in the middle of the map. What a trade. 2v1. Xnid starts the round off with the explosion, finishes it with his Jackal.
Those are wicked shots from Pred, by the way. So yeah, quick shot on that, but ultimately, poor trophy placement. Unlucky, because the trophy was maybe, 10 feet away from where that Semtex lands, but if you don't get it in the right spot by the cars, yeah, I mean, listen, they'll explode, and they will kill you.
Yeah, the trophy needs line of sight onto the projectile. It can't do anything from behind a car. Those nades have to fall very, very deep, and even then, there is a sweet spot. There is a good zone to put your trophies in over by the A-bomb site. That was not it. Towards the A-bomb site we go once again. Vegas Falcons has treated you right last time round. Let's see how this one goes. Ow.
Finally doing something aggressive at the very least. Haven't got the bomb down just yet, but at least they're making a play.
And here come Cloud9. Instantly forward. Oh no. Well, okay, we're making up for it. 3v2. Falcons down a man. 2v2. Pred. Oh no, that is a devious moment. Couldn't even catch it. Both the ones lost and C9 map point, excuse me.
Yeah, and back-to-back rounds where the cars absolutely making an impact by the A site. Falcons finally making an aggressive play, but even when all the space had been given up, how fast these rounds can crumble. Second look at it, Exnid trying to do everything he can to stay alive, but here comes the boom.
I mean, and it was on fire the whole time. There's a moment there where you've got to keep an eye on that environmental hazard. Someone's got to say, car's on fire, back away, back away. Exit arguably stays alive if he keeps hugging that wall, but either way, wow, what a moment. 5-1 still, C9 New York map point. Oh, we're sending it right now. Capsule forward, wallbangs are there. He's caught out with the nade being thrown, so good luck, have fun. Doesn't connect on Osties either.
They're just leaving the door open too. Man advantage, Sid finds the first blood. No flanks rolling through, we're squaring up for the fight. Even up the odds, but Cap, such a cheeky position, and yeah, they are not prepared. They at least get the trade.
Oh, they're getting more than the trade. Pred now alone. This is to stay alive in the map. Oh, and he's taking a route. He will maybe catch them on the transition, but is he in a favorable place to take these gunfights? Arguably not. Nobody home. Go B. What an angle. Sib. Prone, catches out his old teammate, makes him think twice.
Oh, the guy on bomb, he could be free. Kremp just left off of it. He makes the read, though, got the intel. And on the drop, Kremp shuts him down. C9 dominant in the S&D in a way that we have never seen Dealership get played.
Not at all. I mean, what, 2 car kills in the end was not a massive factor right there for Cloud9 New York, and a comfortable 2-0 lead in the series, and an incredible sign of life for the organization who was looking a little dire. They are 40 points behind Optic Texas in the run towards champs, and they are 1 map away from 10 more.
Honestly, looking good just to apply the pressure. This is certainly a battle for C9 that is a must win if you even want to think about champs. And the way it's going to have to go, they're going to have the best stage they've had all year, and they need their best major performance as well. But kicking it off right, and Capsule, lethal threat, 2 first bloods, 10 kills. And again, he just made their defensive rounds so easily, almost single-handedly. So everybody on C9 getting the job done, and frankly, just on a first blood front, they were completely on point.
Yeah, really good work. Dealership there. There's a couple of routes taken there. We can look back at the Capsule plays, you know, towards the B-bomb side of the map that I think other teams will be taking note of, quite frankly. But great position to be in. 2-0 up at the half desk. C9.
Why does it take so long to find these S&D superstars? Or do we need to preface it with the fact that Capsule is playing the worst team in the league?
Yeah, I mean, Capsule's been found before. He's been picked up. Just hasn't always panned out. But we've seen electric search and destroy moments, which is why, like, leading into the match, that's kind of what we talked about. That was a discussion, right?
Yeah.
It's like, if they need to have a game mode that they can lock up, and let's build around what our team is currently good at. Sib was coming off a great stage in search. Kremp has always been a great search player. So let's pair that up with like-minded individuals and lock that game mode up, and that's the product of it. What a dynamic duo you have in Kremp and Capsule. And
3 world champions just got bodied. Let's take a look at Dealership from Capsule's point of view, because the young man was moving. He's getting older in front of our eyes, but the gun skill's still there, Allie.
I mean, my God. I mean, you went 3 to 4 rounds where you were essentially getting 1v4'd by one guy, and it was Capsule. And this is what he did when he got brought into the league way back in the days. Capsule instantly had just this explosive introduction where he was going on sprees like this, and he just couldn't get traded out.
Yeah, he just demands so much attention, and you saw, like, on one of their defensive rounds is also the way they set it up, like him and Kremp going through mid, Capsule taking a couple shots, baiting him into Kremp, and then before you know it, Capsule's attacking you from another angle, right? So just crafty individual, trying to get pushed up, trying to be annoying and make the game so much easier, and, you know, found themselves in a lot of situations where they're just up a man.
Allie, both these players are 22 years old. Who is 3 months older, Kremp or Capsule?
I'm going to go with Kremp. Is it Kremp?
It's Capsule.
Is it?
He's the old man. Kremp's the
old
youngster
man.
on this squad now.
That's crazy.
It's wild stuff. We have some hidden heroes as we throw out random stats. Why not keep it rolling?
Keep it going.
All right, context.
What is our context? Record holders. Is there number 17? I will go Queen X top right. Done. Your turn.
Wait, I know bottom right. I was actually looking at this morning. It's 04. Bottom right's 04. 138.
Nice. 138. That is an 04 finish. Yeah. Correct.
Is top left Real?
52 kills. That would be Xnid, sir.
Oh, that is Xnid.
And in the bottom left,
thinking of the
Control
rewind.
kill record, dropping 40 on Vault against New York during Minor 1.
Vault versus New York's
Minor 1? That can't be. I had Neptune in my brain, but it can't be. It's Minor 1.
Control
Gwen?
40 bomb.
Is it Gwen?
Was it Gwen?
Is
Show
that
us a
y'all's
Gwen.
final answer?
TJ!
I knew it was Carolina.
Well
That's
done.
right team, though. That one's hard.
That was a hard one.
That was the game that afterwards you told me TJ's a top 10 player.
No, it was after the major, actually. Yeah.
Whatever. Just go with my lies. Just go with my lies next time. We've got our casters ready and a Control Game 3 coming up. Before we go to them, though, can I ask you guys predictions? Are my Falcons getting swept?
I'm sorry. Probably,
absolutely.
yeah, it's Hasi.
It's looking chalk.
The fans also picked the Falcons, just for the record.
Yeah, I don't know the fans.
What happened? I thought you were catching up this. You thought you were getting your.
I can't handle
my lead, giving
Somebody
the
clip that.
Falcons
I
some
need the
more
beginning of him
false
saying that.
confidence. Let's go to our casters for Game 3.
Starting to fall apart. The desk is at its tethers. They're being ripped apart seam by seam. The stuffing is coming out. The cushion is loosening chance one map at a time. But here we go into Control. How you feeling about this one? Is it a sweep? Is it a sweep, brother?
It's certainly looking like it. They've been playing pretty out of control, and even guys like Kremp, he's been maybe underrated on this year, given the team's performance, because he's been pretty solid year over year. Year over year now, the stage over stage. In Control, though, fell off a cliff in stage 3, so he dropped off dramatically. Obviously, a new map like Hacienda coming into play can have an impact in that regard, but certainly a player that is standing out in terms of wanting him to turn it around. And of course, now he's running with a radically different SMG duo. Spart's going to be bringing in a different dynamic as well, so maybe we'll be able to see if it elevates his game.
Indeed. Well, I'll see if Kremp can keep going, man. Keep getting back to form. An interesting guy and a very friendly dude. Whenever I meet Kremp backstage at events, I'm always like, how you doing, Kremp? He's like, what's good, kid? I'm like, Kremp, I am so much older than you. Definitely cannot call me kid, but I really appreciate the energy and the tremendous vibes that one of the more mean sections role players of the league we have. Can he get himself back into it when it comes to Control? Shake off those bad vibes, Vegas. It's time to kick some ass. Last chance to stay alive in this series.
I don't know if that stopped you in your tracks being called kid by Kremp, but I'll never forget 04 Palm Me Twin, and my brain short-circuited. It took me 10 seconds to regroup and say any words to 04 at all, but it's just because he has a kill record, man, in a series. 138 is bonkers. We'll see if Control is where Pred can make it his playground. You'd imagine stylistically Pred would enjoy this map, because his entire sort of repertoire is sort of designed get this guy to top office, let him roam, slay, sort of facilitate all the kills. We'll see if Pred can have a pop-off moment round 1.
I think Pred was playing for Renegades back in BO4. I could be well wrong with that one, but long time ago, ladies and gentlemen, a galaxy far, far away, Arcites and Xnid for the Falcons get their opening kills. A sweet corner for Pred. And that's a lot of space gain now here on the attack. They want that B zone and they're going to get it.
Yep, I mean, listen, this is territory. This is like Al Bagra on offense. Pred is one of the few players that could get behind enemy lines and cause chaos, but Pred on one side, Kremp on the other. Pred got dealt with in the kill feed, and now Kremp trying to really open things up, shoot a couple players in the back. Arcites caught unaware, and
oh man,
he didn't even get that first tick on B.
Priest gets the contest, and a cleanup crew arrives. C9. No! Who's he got? It's hard to tell.
Not 8, not 6. It's Pred.
No, not the execution. Oh, Sib, and an emotionless kill. He doesn't even react. He doesn't even see that player in front of him either. What a game so far, folks.
I mean, he won with Pred. That's criminal.
That's his boy. Did him dirty. Didn't even smile when he did it. B-zone on its way out, though. Falcons, we're having a good time. We're laughing. The Sim's back into it. Nice, too. That's cleanup crew once again arrives just when you need it. C9 New York saved the day for now, but one segment reigning B.
Yeah, now Falcons are going to have to sort of group up and decide what they want to do. They are taking an extremely long time just getting out of spawn. Arcites is still in spawn. All of his teammates are fighting, and all of them are dead. He's at the well.
For those of you wondering, is it a meme play to take the body shield? No, absolutely viable. You eliminate a player from play for that entire life. They don't get to die and respawn alongside their teammates. And the execution as well just prolongs that. So you get a staggered approach now. 14.9. Clock paused. Spark trying to get on the board, and yeah, he's in a very good spot to get maybe 2 out of this one. Oh no, Priest away gets the kill and the zone. So minute 10 to play with here. The Vegas Falcons, it feels personal.
Now 4-man wipe though, and now it's going to be the close spawns on P2, and no one for C9 is close enough to block the rock. You see the stuns coming through, but a little bit late. So Extend has found the route to get through, and he's only trading out kills because Spart just smoked him.
Oh yeah, he's on the board now, ladies and gents. 13-6. Falcons back in spawn. Trap is set. Oh, and Sib can't get anything out of that one. Okay, so that right flank wide open now, able to fight through. But we don't go that way. We go towards mid. As does Capsidor. He's been put on his back now. Spark. Whoa, what a wrecking crew the Falcons are.
All right, last ditch effort, 5v9. You got to make this perfect, and you need like the set of kills, and then you got to stack. God. There's the entry, and Priesta trying to keep him at bay, and 2 players on the zone, so an opportunity to get this done, and Priesta continuing to find the kills.
Chance, you asked for perfect, and you are so unbelievably close to it. This is a nice opportunity on the rebreak. Oh, 1 man left alive. Perfection is still a dream that has eluded the Vegas Falcons here on this attacking round. My goodness, did they come close? C9 New York take the round.
And I want to check the best play and see what Spart did to him over on the Rock Hill. Spart started off 0-5, and C9 was holding it down 3v4 for the B zone, but he made his impact and made it known. And Sib gets the best play over the 3-piece. We get to see it.
I mean, sure.
We're near the zone. Yeah, it's
yeah, score. I thought you might get more with the body shield. The body shield gives you a lot of additional points, but there's one. Here we go, folks.
Hey, wow, jeez, what a moment.
But again, like this position, you push them forward here. I mean, Exnid is dead to rights at this moment in time. I mean, all Sib is doing is just buying you know, an opportunity for buying an opportunity to put Pred back in spawn, slightly delayed to his boys. A little trolly, depending on the moment, could be quite frankly unbelievable. Round 2.
So athletic too. I mean, that is not an easy assassination to go. Doing drop kicks, doing a bunch of wild stuff, and now you're just shooting players through walls. The AR is getting overrun there by the Falcons. Before the Falcons got overrun. Listen, man, it's a day, you know?
Yeah, and also a moment like that's happened in the first round. And Sib's going for it and doing it in such a OTT fashion. Again, that's starting to play the mental game towards the Falcons boys, who know that they are in trouble. How strong is their mental game? We're going to find out as this round develops, because C9 now on towards the B zone. Sib getting in the power position exactly where he wanted. Kremp backs up, knows the route. It's an easy and a readable one. Puts himself in a great position to get it. Trades are done over the top side of the map. We're still capturing B.
Yeah, Krem versus the world. He has 0 support in this moment. He gets the first, and the longer he lives, the better he does his job. His teammates still are able to keep a little bit of presence, and now Sib is going to be dragging a lot of attention his direction, but traded out. RC's from the top rope, and I mean, C9 are really trying to set up some spawn kills as well. The Falcons, they've kept them contained. Traded out nearly every single player, but C9 doing a great job at the conveyor belt system. Someone is always behind enemy lines.
Absolutely. Krem, we talked about his stats coming into this match, and so far, so good at 11-7. Looking exactly what you want from him. 29.3 stopped. Priesta will not be involved in the defense of the B zone just yet. Big stack right now. Nice work there from C9. A choice decision to be made now. Second segment in the B in the bag. RCs can't clean house. Sib's still getting it done.
Yeah, and the spawn kills are going to continue to commence, or at least the offense control. Kremp is going to trap them in from the rock side of things, and this is... Everybody could have been funneled in, but Kremp loses the first one, so you have your exit to get out, and Spart now chasing Ghost. I don't know if he just didn't get the comm or if he was looking for number 4, but exited was number 4. You trade him out, but it's trades all over the map in a 15v13. It's going to come down to the time.
Yeah, there's crazy trades. Certainly doesn't help anyone get any map control whatsoever. 2-man smack puts Kremp back to spawn. 6-15 there from Exit. 6-8 for Arsty. So statistically quite an unusual game there from the Falcons, but still round 2. We're starting to wind things up. Diligent approach there towards the rock side of the map. And they have won every fight across the board. Pred, his brow is furrowed. He's starting to get angry. And an angry Pred is a good player.
Yeah, in C9, it's 2 players trying to get out of spawn, and the other 2 players, again, just sort of spinning in circles, chasing Ghost, hoping they can find them. Trades rolling through, but advantage the capsule on that gunfight. 3 dead in the feed. Exnit last man standing, but a double stack coming through. So C9 officially an opportunity to win this round. But Xnid just needs to slow him down.
He's trying. He's really trying. And now he goes over towards the placement zone. Good work. And now the double back towards those players coming out of spawn. Uno, dos. My Arabic counting is not quite there yet, folks, so we'll work with that now. 1 life lead here for the Falcons. Xnid still. What a life this has been. Right place, right time. No kills, but a lot of space.
Yeah, 65. I said it was going to come down to time. Lives now a factor. But Xnid has a, as you pointed out, wonderful life. Great job of staying alive and great reads as well. Xnid fan favorite for good reason. Vegas Falcons now on the board.
They bounced back in a good way because that B zone capture was pretty decisive. They were really, really struggling there. Counting the segments there, Pred doing the quick maths. Trying to identify who's looking for that defense round 5 if we have to go there. Spark started the map off pretty slow. Ever since then, a machine.
3-piece pop off just to get you back in the mix. Yeah, 0-5, but able to restabilize. Maybe not to Abizi levels of taking over after a slow start, but good nonetheless. And Xnid, the monitor has to be in the perfect position.
Quite regularly must move around. I mean, I know that's just testament to how animated he is as a person while playing. A pop-off moment that could send your monitor askew. I mean, what more can you ask for? That's hype, baby. 3 dead. Push forward.
And they're stacking on A as well. Triple stack rolling through. Gonna let Pred be away from the objective, as is tradition. The second segment's gonna fall. Xnid hopping off the point, looking for the kills, and he's gonna catch it. And that's an 8-point execution. I mean, they got that done, and that's the more difficult zone to capture. Falcons, as good as it gets, you got it. Now you get to run it up.
Oh, they're running it forward now in a spawn. Priester. Heads up gameplay from one of our world champions on this roster. Slows things right down. You know he's tagged. Can't win on the gunfight against Kremp, though. Uh-oh. A couple go down here, and the first bit of progress there at B will be cleaned up. Second stab at it now for the Falcons.
Waiting for the kills. Got it. Traded out though, and now his teammates off spawn. Don't line up. They're able to get it done. To keep the ball moving. 24-20, plenty of lives to work with, and many opportunities to make these plays. But these Falcons players at least run together, and that is a clutch door close.
That's such a clutch door close. Spa, quick reposition though, does take care of Pred now. Sib with a pinch. Beautiful shots into the first man. Second, not going to be a problem. Here we go. You've got a couple more kills, C9. Try to take some of that lobby pressure away, and it's going to be Spart. He's upstairs. I thought he was on the bottom side of the minimap. Unfortunate second for them there, because that's now through secret 2 players. Oh, and he's gone the other way again. God, timing, unbelievable. Kremp down. Opportunity here for the Falcons.
Dude, these minimaps are chaos. Like, the C9 like have the spread on the map to like trap them all in, but everybody is getting through. Falcons now have 3 players on the zone again, and that takes 15 seconds for the capture. Well, it'll be slowed down now, and Arcity's shalling and dying. 4-man wipe. C9 should be good for the round.
Capstore is going to do what you can to get damage into these players off a spawn. Nobody home. All 4 going through the garage side of the map. 3 through lobby. RC simply there for the intel. On the Kremp, how many can you get, mate? Not a single one. Capsule on the pinch. Beautiful shots into the second man, and that is the cleanup crew arrives. Not a B this time round. It's Spartan Sib locking down lobby.
Yep, spin cycle. Going through it again. You know they're spawning P2. You got number 4 pushed out towards well. You got everything covered.
There's rinse and repeat. Oh, Sib. Over to the Jackal. Second kill. Third. Unbelievable. Oh my God. What a kill. 5 spree. Sib. The lord of the lobby right now. 6. Number 7 is there at well. Unbeknownst to him. What? The Reaper. 7. Looking for 8. Runs out of bullets, but it would have been his either way. Final few moments of the round. Has he gone? Has he got camo? What is this chance?
I don't know. He's challenging with 0 bullets in the clip and living to tell the tale. Yeah, they got the 4-man wipe. There was 1 minute and 7 seconds left on the game clock, and I was like, I think C9 got this, and boy, did they absolutely have it. Right now, C9 just battling for who's going to get the best play. Sib absolutely dead. Pred? Are we serious? This was not the best play. This was meaningless. All right, well, I'm having fun, but yeah, so is Sib, because that was a disgusting run of things.
Yeah.
Down bottom secret.
Yeah.
Pred has 28 kills, which is great, but that's, yeah, really nothing else. C9 right now in a pretty solid looking form. Couple holes on the mini-map from time to time, letting people through, but hey, you clean those up, you'll go against the best. Right now, you're going against the Falcons, and you're looking great.
Oh, that A-zone attack from the Falcons the last round was so good, man. We're going to see a little bit more of that. This time around, B defense is pretty far forward. And Spark looking to keep his spree going. Falcons flock together. They get traded out together. And last man left standing is going to be Spark. Can he win a gunfight or two? Now he's got a bit of a spot to deal with. One problem dealt with. Problem number two. Arcides. Oh, you will one bullet away.
And he's going to let him heal up, too. Arcides is not challenging that. He will be hanging out in 10.
Oh, waiting for the sib on the pinch. Not going to be there. Capsule, though. He keeps his play going for his boys. One segment in the bag. In Cloud9 New York, now the guessing game begins as Capsule. Last time we saw him go on a crazy spree like this, it was back on Berlin in Vanguard. And he set himself up for a couple of pieces. Number one. Number two. Doesn't go for the third. Oh, he's grown up so much, chance.
Yeah, the Falcons just don't have really any pep in their step. They are sort of giving up all the pressure on the minimap. Capsule is just able to roam around and do virtually whatever he wants. And like dude, like they're posted up on the minimap. You're losing A, gentlemen. Please chow.
Well, they are. They're chowing. And it's going okay. Arcides wins 2 headshots non-stop. There's 2 segments left at B. A is toast, folks. Last flight of the Falcons here in this series, unless they can survive.
That's how every time I take a gander over to the mini-map, I'm just never prepared for what I'm seeing. And now Exit, he is common, he is soaring. He's got kills in his sight, number 1, number 2. He wiggles in between every single kill. A cracked player indeed, in a big moment. Falcons stable on the defensive end.
Such a loose and fluid right stick. He is something, folks. Gets himself in a great position, but we are tweaking with capital T. He had a couple of kills to his name there. Onto the zone we now fight. Big contest. Can Pred get these kills? He's a little banged up, so this is an awkward situation to be in. Waiting for the reinforcements right now. C9, they're all dead. P-Dog goes big.
Yeah, and I mean, number 8, number 7, they're so worried about, I mean, I guess they're worried about Capsule. That was the only man alive on the map, and he gets a kill that remained untraded. I don't know how to commentate this, Miles. I'm struggling right now, but 50 seconds right now for C9 to work with. Go to the B zone.
It's a crazy back and forth right now, man. Again, we're another win from Spark. 2 spree. Kremp over the top. You got a little bit of intel, but you managed to jump over those defending players. The last man left alive on this side of the map is going to be Priest. So reinforcements moving in real quick. Kremp can't get it, and it's another staggered, wild 1v1 to decide the next sort of 10 seconds of play.
Well, you need the trades here if you're C9. Capsule there for 1, Spark there for the other, a 2v2 near the zone, but unfortunately, I think they lost the first one, so yeah, consistently a man down, and now you're down on lives. You have a tick of progress on B, you can get it done, but every kill is a dagger, and Priesta behind you would have been there to break you down. He got teammated, and now there's an opportunity.
Wait a minute. Oh no, Pred's down as well, 6 to 8. 2-man stack. Nearly. Watch out for the man on the flank. Arcides again, weird staggered gameplay right now, but if you catch him out, Spark, you've got to find this kill. Can you get it? He spots the second man as well. The zone's still being captured for the series. Krem with a big win. Pred to save it now in the contest. A 1v1 to decide it. Oh my God, we go again.
Okay, yeah, shout out to Pred for the final gunfight. He made it mixy, but at least he won that final one. What a ridiculous round. I have never seen Hacienda Control being played like this, except in my own games.
Ravens versus Optic. Come on, man. Final round. Rehydrate. Lock in, everyone. Especially you, chat. Sorry, go on.
And the best play, they lost the zone. All's well that ends well. You're just looking for the dub. Could potentially be the best reverse sweep we've ever seen, Miles.
Honestly, what a round that was, man. Shout out to the observers trying to get it done as well. It was a fiesta. It really was a fiesta. Thinking of another F word there, but a frenzy, if you will. A freaking madness. Here we go. Exit 1931. He is involved, folks. He is involved one way or another. Cloud9 New York get defense. And they get a nice 3 dead off rip. RCD's unaccounted for until now.
Yeah, making moves as well. Nice opening break for C9, but ultimately RCD's is able to stay alive and keep it active. Pinch does come through, but his teammates looking to get the trades, but Sib has been Mr. Untradeable. Does a little extra damage as well, and Xnid, last man standing. Falcons, when they get put in the spawn trap, they get devastated, and they're like a delicate moment. They might get put in it once again.
Yeah, Xnid, it's called out as one shot, gets his kill. He's insane. He's now out. He's now a massive question mark. Finally dealt with. Good timing there from the team shot of Cloud9 New York. If in doubt, hold hands. You'll figure it out.
I just feel like Capsule and Sparta are probably born and bred for this type of map right now, at least for the Black Ops 6 season. So they're prepared. Get a nice little spread across the map, trying to keep all these players contained. Capsule knows there's a kill to go and get, and he's clearing stuff out for his teammates. Sees the shadow, but loses track of the middle of the map. Falcons trying to pierce the setup. Spart here for the pinches. Falcons, oh man, need to decide what zone you want to go to.
Well, they decided. They got killed out. Oh, Spart. Fresh magazine. Xnid 1v1 gets it. A little bit of friendly fire in the backline. So he's now being captured. A cleaned up. 15 seconds to go. Cloud9 here for the win.
They're going to get it. They're going to seal the deal. Too many players pushed up, and the P2 spawns rolling through, and simply not enough time. C9 won the opening break, and that is enough to seal the deal. A 3-0 with a brand new roster. Spartan Capsule on fire.
On fire. In their debut for Cloud9 New York, they bring down Vegas Falcons. A very juicy 10 CDL points go into the bank now, and the run towards champs continues. Frustration across the faces there for the Falcons. Close, but no cigar, lads. We go next. Cloud9 New York. What an important win that was.
I mean, again, just trying to kick off their stage 4 correctly. They're down by 40 points from that 8th place margin. And of course, that means they have to overperform compared to Optic and potentially even Minnesota, the teams they'll be dueling with. But to make the swap, try to make a miracle happen, and you get the first win and get the ball rolling. And frankly, their S&D did look to be completely on point. So even if the respawns are a little bit scattered for the moment, they certainly have the firepower to get some wins.
3 maps in, we get to see a little look there of New York Cloud9, or Cloud9 New York, or the New York Cloud9ers. Whatever you want to call them, folks, they looked good today. Kudos again to Capsule and Spart. Welcome back to the league, lads. Capsule! Word to Lando. What an exciting moment that was. 4K for Crimp and Seb. They both find a lot of non-traders as well. And again, Charles, one of the deciding factors today in success for a lot of our teams, assists. Not necessarily having to get trades if you're getting team shot. We don't go near red card. We don't go near the Hacienda Search and Destroy. At dealership S&D, I mean, what a blowout that really was. Literally devastating looks there. C9, absolutely adored what we saw there. Congrats on the 10 points. See you in the next one, guys.
That was swift. I was wrong. These two are geniuses. Goodbye, Miles and Chance. And let's take a look at the final game. We just covered basically the first half, and now it's done.
Yeah.
3-1, though. Pred stalled it out a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Pred needs a little bit of help. He was frying in that game number 3. You know, my assessment of the Vegas team, honestly, in that map and in that series, X's got to slow down, man. We've been giving this guy a lot of love. He is a phenomenal player, but he does need to chill out and slow down at times, just dying by himself way too often, especially in the control.
All right, Falcons don't have a lot to look forward to at the rest of the season, but this is 10 massive points for Cloud9, who is chasing Optic currently in 8th place for champs. Let's take a look at the new guys. We got Capsule coming in alongside Spart. We saw Cap popping off in the search. This is honestly the play of my week.
Unbelievable. I mean, we knew it was going to happen at some point in the season. Cloud9 with a roster change going up against Vegas Falcons was not on my bingo card for it to happen. But big ups to the Cloud9 boys. I mean, they changed half their roster, and they're able to get this done in a 3-0. You know, and again, we talk about like the previous iteration of this Falcons roster and how like this might have been a more tough matchup. Even though they're not a great team in the league, this is still big steps forward for the Cloud9 team. This was a must win for them. And not only that, their search and destroy looks great when it's beyond Capsule 1v4.
I just think that this is a nice win for Cloud9 because, like, everybody performed, like, throughout the entire
everybody
series.
did well.
Right? Like, it was balanced slaying effort in both the respawns. You know, when it gets down to like the final moments of these rounds, making great decisions. And then the search and destroy was dominant. So the game mode that you're looking for the most improvement, you had a dominant first showing. Now, massive win, huge. The rest of their schedule though is extremely difficult. Like they have like Heretics, Atlanta, I think Vancouver in there.
Yeah.
So gonna be tough from here on out for Cloud9.
Cloud9 going to have their hands full moving forward. They are now just 30 points back of Optic Texas. That is 2 LAN wins or 3 online match victories. And we've got 4 remaining. Capsule going to try and help lead this team to another dub. He does it tonight, and he's in our Monster Winner Spotlight. Capsule, how we feeling, bud? Good to have you back in the CDL.
What's good, bro? It feels amazing, man. I'm glad I'm back. I feel, nice little 3-0. That's what I'm talking about.
It was
good win
very
for the boys.
clean.
It was very clean. I see that you have not lost a step in Search and Destroy, Cap. So congrats on the big win. Congrats on being back in the league. And what has your time in Challengers taught you? What was that like for you? And now what is it like being brought back into the league? Is there any big disparity from the last time you were here?
I mean, I'll say Challengers is like, it's whatever. At the end of the day, it's a lot of like solo plays, hero plays, if you will.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, the league is totally different environment. I've only had like a couple of days with the team, like to scrim and like get shit together. So, it's a work in progress, but this was a nice win for us.
Capsule, it's always nice to see you out there, especially in the search, man. You've always been a superstar there. We've seen some examples recently. We saw Neptune obviously come into the league and go back down to Challengers for some years, come back unbelievable. Same thing with Joe Deceives, right? Gets his opportunity. Now he's back and he's unreal on top. For you, do you draw inspiration from some of those players because you're headed down that same path?
Not really. I mean, I felt like I always was able to do my own thing, perform when I needed. So I don't really look at them for inspiration. I just, I see what they're doing. I'm like, damn, I can do that too.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
I like that.
Cap, we're going to keep this short and sweet, but do you have expectations of making it to COD Champs?
100%. I mean, I'm with all my boys. I've known these guys for quite a while, and I know like on any day we can beat anyone.
Caps, awesome to have you back here. We'll let you go celebrate with the team. Do me a favor, give Crimp a hug, all right?
I got you.
Boy's been down bad recently. Now he's got a reason to smile. Cloud9 back in the mix. Let's take a look at our scuff play of the game. It's Capsule doing Capsule things. Search and destroy God.
Oh, absolutely. This is what he was known for when he was first brought to the league, right? He just plays at a pace that kind of reminds you of maybe players on the side of like Miami Heretics, where we saw during this dealership, he was just roaming free without fear to the middle of the map. And the issue is as well is most of the time he's going to win that first blood as well, should you find his first engagement. So big ups for Cap and big ups for Cloud9 because they needed this.
He shot a lot of people in the ribs, and
yeah, you can see how fired up he was. He's shaking his headset off, man. No, huge opportunity. The best roster Capsule and Spark probably ever been a part of in terms of just raw talent. So huge opportunity. And as you saw, both of them played well. You got great, production from all 4 players today. And in the points, they're not that far out. What was it, 20, 30 points, Chris?
They were 40 behind Texas. Now they're what, 30?
They're 30. It's exactly 30. So 3 online matches, 2 on LAN matches.
Yeah, they got a hell schedule.
Got a whole lot
except
of battles to go. And we have 2 more matches to talk about from today. Here's your first one. Do you guys remember what it was? It was the Monster Energy matchup of the day with Atlanta getting revenge. It took a game 5, but they get it in another top-tier performance from Sip. He drops a 3.0 in the first, Search a 2.75 in a game 5, Al.
I see the series. I kind of think Search picked themselves in the foot here a little bit by forcing Rewind, Search, and Destroy. I agree with Ant, in that post-game rewind of like, we just should not be playing this game map anymore. We should ban it when we go into these series. On the flip side, Atlanta FaZe, still best S&D team in the game right now. Unbelievable in control. It's just about focusing those hard points for them.
Yeah, it doesn't change my opinion of either team. Both look pretty good. We know what both of them still need to work on. For Vancouver, definitely a little unsettling, like the control still like that, right? Like it just got to get better. For them to win a chip, that has to be the primary focus. On the side of Atlanta FaZe, got to see some hardpoint improvements, man.
Have there been teams winning events without control in their arsenal?
I don't remember.
You would have to be unreal at Search and Hardpoint consistently, and I feel like with our caliber of teams, it's just not feasible.
Yeah, think about our winners this year, right?
Yeah.
The Atlanta FaZe team's just been unreal at control the entire year. The 2 best control teams. So definitely one of the most important game modes, especially when you get to a grand final. There's 2 of them.
Taking care of business in Search and Destroy. FaZe, a blowout, getting the job done. Who leads the way? He goes by the name of Chris Lair, and you can see 9 kills in map 2, 11 in map 5. That is 20 across 2 games. Chris leads the lobby in damage and plants. We take a look at the Ultra, though, and they have a young man named Beans back in the lineup. Benjamin, welcome home, young man.
Yeah, he got
Slow
cooked.
start, but he started free-holing it towards the end. Let's take a look at his teammates, though. I was impressed with Joe Deceives, as always. Insight seems to be very happy today, but Tobias was on one. The man was playing with fire.
Yeah, the SMGs today, just unbelievable on the side of Toronto Ultra. And, you know, Ali mentioned it, like, Toby's had an uptick, like, in production, you know, towards the tail end of Stage 3, and he's brought that same momentum. So, I mean, I don't see, they have all the pieces. It's just the search and destroy. If they can clean it up a little bit, this team is poised to win the chip.
0.02 seconds, a birthday gift for Gwyn. Unfortunately, that was the only map win for Carolina on the day.
Yeah, unfortunately from the side of Carolina, still not a whole lot to write home about, other than like they kept the search and destroy mixy, and I do want to give them credit there just because Toronto is still like a really top 4 search and destroy team right now. But as far as Carolina is concerned, Rex had a really good series and they still weren't able to close out some of these maps. So some work to be done for the side of Carolina Royal Ravens. I will say my faith has been slightly restored in Rex, at least with this performance.
Yeah, as a player.
Still need more throughout this
Team's
qualifier.
just not working.
Man's got 20 seconds of hard point. I need to see more from everybody, but not more from this guy, Cletus. Holy crap, 104 kills across just 4 games. You saw 138 from 04. That was the league record set back in Major 1. That was 5 games with some seriously long hard point. 104, that is dominance from the man running the SMG.
Was a
issue.
Bars.
17 kills for the L, though, in Search and Destroy. Quinn will remind you of that. Here's a look at your standings, though, as Ultra has now passed over the 300 mark. They've also officially passed Vancouver by 20. You look at the rest of the board, there's movement here with Cloud9 still alive.
Listen, hot take, I get it, Carolina's already sitting at 210 points, but realistically, when you look at this layout, Miami Heretics is getting better, Boston Breach is getting better, Cloud9 now also is getting better. I know we say they might be safe for chance, but I don't know.
Carolina's good. No one's catching them at 210. You look at Minnesota, unless they're winning the major and winning out here in the online qualifier, I don't know. The good news for Minnesota, you draw Falcons. Falcons have 1 win. That was against Optic Texas. Optic plays Vancouver. Surge is coming off a loss. And LA Thieves plays Miami Heretics. We got Carolina versus Boston Breach. Keep your spicy takes alive. The match kicks off at 2:45 Eastern with our pre-show. Real games at 3. Allie, final thoughts. What's the hottest take you can think of right now?
I just gave it to you that Carolina might not make it to champs.
How will they not make it? The math don't add up, Al.
They're making it.
No. When you look at their schedule, listen, they play Boston, Texas, and Minnesota that are all in that bubble, and Miami. Imagine they lose all 4 of those.
But you can't lose points, Al. You can't lose.
But you're playing teams that all need points.
We'll talk about this more on our Super Saturday format.
Absolutely.
Am I rage baiting?
Yeah, it's rage.
I'm rage baiting.
We're done.